Tom, with those opening statements just hours away now, our Elaine Rojas Castillo shares how the family of one of the victims of the parade attack is preparing to face the man accused of this crime. Wow, Elaine, what a story.
What a story indeed, Simone. Good morning. SUV through that parade. Jesselyn was seriously injured in this attack and suffered multiple injuries, including a lacerated or broken pelvis and injuries to her lungs and liver. She spent more than a week on life support before she was strong enough to breathe on her own and taken off a ventilator. The impact of that SUV also detached one of her kidneys. Ryan says that while Jesselyn is doing much better, the idea of having to potentially face the man that caused her so much pain is frustrating.
It's definitely a concern. It's a major concern for not just my family, but for any of the witnesses that are also victims. That somebody who committed such a heinous crime gets to question them. Personally, I understand the process. I may not like it, but I understand it and I respect it.
Ryan says while the last 2 days of jury selection have been difficult to sit through, he and his family do plan on watching the trial from start to finish. Reporting live at the Waukesha County Courthouse, Elaine Rojas Castillo, TMJ4 News.
Mom, get over here. Are you okay? What happened?
Jaden Singsheim was recording video when a speeding vehicle plowed into a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin.
It happened so suddenly and so quick, and the truck came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden you just hear the sound of people getting hit.
The sound was crazy.
The sound was scarring, and so was the image of it.
His mother tried to help the wounded.
I'm a nurse, and my mother-in-law was saying, can you go and help people? Can you go and help people? So I went out there. The first gentleman we saw on the ground had people by him. He was alert and oriented, awake. So we moved on from him across the road, and that's when we came across the little boy that was in the road, turning purple. I felt his neck for a pulse, and he had one, but his eyes were barely open, and his face, all I can remember is his sweet little innocent face was purple. He wasn't really with us.
As of Monday morning, Reuters had not confirmed the status or injuries of either person described by Jody Singsheim. The Waukesha Police Department said on its Facebook page that 5 people were killed and more than 40 injured after an SUV sped through the parade on Sunday. The vehicle knocked down dozens of people, including youngsters waving pom-poms and a group of dancing grannies.
It's Waukesha. We're a small community. This kind of stuff doesn't happen here.
Not at all.
You hear about it, but now that we're hearing the injuries and stuff that are coming through, we all know somebody or know somebody who knows somebody. It's that kind of a community.
Homeowners, forget expensive electric bills. Try this instead. Now, for a limited time only, you can save thousands of dollars by switching to solar. You can get the newest generation of solar panels and a Tesla Powerwall or equivalent, and you don't pay for any of the installation. You heard that right. You don't pay a dime. And once you have it, you have complete energy freedom. You can generate your own power so you can have a monthly power bill of $0.
Brooks's mom, Dawn Woods, says the state called her as a witness to testify, but they withdrew the subpoena. When I sat down with her for an exclusive interview since her son's trial began, she says that brought her relief. From fighting to the judge to taking his shirt off, the trial has really been nothing short of dramatic. And that's why Woods says she isn't watching because, well, it's just too much for her to take.
Right now, I'm just heartbroken, just shattered.
Did he ever talk about driving through the parade route? Did you have a conversation with him?
Early on. And he does not remember. Every time Darrell goes into a manic where he explodes like that, he does not remember what he did. You have to tell him what he did. He knows what you told him, but he can't recall the act. I don't believe, from what I've known and what I've seen, that Darrell was even in his right mind. I don't think he was even conscious to what he was doing.
Whose idea was it for him to represent himself? Was it his, yours, together?
No, I would never advise him to represent no one to represent themselves, especially in a case that's so serious.
But he insisted?
No, he felt that his lawyers did not have his best interest at heart.
So he's been in court and he has taken off his shirt and he has interrupted the judge, and the judge is throwing him out saying, you know, you can't keep doing this. His behavior in court, and we've seen this play out, is erratic. At times towards the judge, disrespectful. What do you say to that? What message would you send to him?
I have talked to him about that, and I have told him, I said, you're going to have to try to keep a cool head because it's making you look bad. But he's not medicated. They're not giving him anything for his illness.
What message do you have for the families?
I just want them to know that that was not a deliberate act. When you're manic and you're out of control, you don't know what you're doing. He didn't know what he didn't know what he was doing. He was not in his right mind. It wasn't intentional. He didn't mean to hurt nobody. We talk about the family often and the victims, and he says to me that he prays for them too, and he has to live with the fact that regardless to what goes down, what happened, 6 people died because of him. He is very, he's full of shame.
You brought up the little Sparks boy. What would you say to his mom tonight? If she sees this, what message would you like to say to her?
I would tell her, not just his mom, but his dad and his brother too, that little Jackson, he had his whole life ahead of him. And he's now a sweet angel. He did not deserve what happened to him.
Do you think Darrell should go to prison, and if so, how long?
There should be some accountability to what he did. Yes, ma'am. How long? That's not for me to say. My only concern was that instead of being in prison, I feel he needs to be institutionalized where he can get the help he needs.
And again, Dawn says she doesn't plan to watch any of the trial again. It's just too hard because she sees him as somebody with a mental illness, not the son that she knows.
And that was an original plea, which was pulled back, and now he's representing himself. She's not a witness anymore. She was going to be called, so she can't talk to him. How often do they speak? And whatever she says to him, does it seem to be getting through? And she says, stop the antics.
Yeah, apparently not. And she said that's the mental illness. She's only been there twice to talk to him. She doesn't go again because her car was impounded. She doesn't have a car. Says she only gets 15 minutes behind glass and it's all recorded. So she feels put off by that. So she talks to him on the phone, but will not, she said, go to Waukesha anymore.
Trial starts again in the morning. Mary, thanks.
If you're an Idaho homeowner, 2022 is your last chance to go solar. In December of 2020, Congress passed an extension to the solar investment credit, which pays homeowners an average of $9,880 to install solar panels. See how much you can be paid for going solar by taking the Go Solar quiz below. Time for a secret. The solar investment credit is the reason so many of your neighbors have gone solar, and it expires this year. Not all homes qualify, so click the link below and take the 30-second solar quiz.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A 6th person has died following the Waukesha Christmas parade tragedy. The latest victim, just 8 years old. Joining us now live to discuss the latest is Fox 6 Milwaukee's Amelia Jones. Amelia, I hear that you're joining us from a growing memorial site for the latest victim.
Rain, I am, and it's a really somber sight to see here at the Veterans Park Memorial in Waukesha. 6 crosses now put up here, the latest for 8-year-old Jackson Sparks. In an online fundraiser created by the Sparks family, it stated that Sparks succumbed to his injuries and died Tuesday at Children's Wisconsin. We know that the 8-year-old boy was walking alongside his fellow members of his baseball team, the Waukesha Blazers, during that parade. And then he underwent brain surgery Sunday. And on that online fundraiser, the family wrote, "We needed a miracle." And he was being treated at Children's Wisconsin alongside his 12-year-old brother, Tucker Sparks. And he was a student of the Mukwonago School District here in Wisconsin. And the district wrote out a statement saying how heartbroken they are for all of the lives lost in the Waukesha Christmas Parade tragedy, but especially losing one of their own. And the baseball team as well, the Waukesha Blazers organization, putting out a statement saying that the 8-year-old boy, Jackson Sparks, was a sweet and tender-hearted boy with a contagious smile. And we know that the community is continuing to mourn his loss and will continue to mourn his loss today as yet another person has died in this tragedy. And at Children's Wisconsin, they say that out of the 13 patients that they're still treating, 6 of them are still in critical condition. Now, in court Tuesday, the suspect, Darrell Brooks Jr., was charged with 5 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. Prosecutors do say that more charges will be added as there are more victims fighting for their lives. Rain.
Amelia, I can see the memorial behind you. Just a beautiful setup there. And we'll touch base with you as we continue to follow the story. Thank you.
Deep sadness, deep frustration. That's how Matt Pass of Waukesha responded to the heartbreaking update. 8-year-old Jackson Sparks of Mukwonago died of his injuries Tuesday at Children's Hospital, where he and his 12-year-old brother Tucker were being treated. An online fundraiser for the Sparks family confirmed his death, saying he underwent brain surgery Sunday night but needed a miracle.
Why does this have to happen this way? What is the reason for this? It's unfathomable to try to reason it and understand, but certainly our hearts are breaking.
The Mukwonago Area School District released a statement saying the district is, quote, heartbroken over the loss of lives in the Waukesha Christmas Parade tragedy. Sadly, we lost one of our students today, close quote, as more community members mourned his loss.
It shatters my heart. It honestly breaks everything inside me knowing that, somebody, especially a child, an innocent child, is losing their life from something so senseless.
The Waukesha Blazers also released a statement. President Jeff Rogers saying, quote, Jackson was sweet and tender-hearted with a contagious smile. He was the little guy in the team that everyone supported. You couldn't help but love him, close quote. And prosecutors say there could be more charges should there be more deadly victims. Children's Wisconsin tells us it received 16 patients from this attack. 13 are still in their care and 6 remain in critical condition. Reporting in Waukesha, Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
So last year, I paid nothing for electricity, and I actually made money by using a special program that paid me to try brand new solar technology, and I paid nothing for it. So here's how it works. The latest solar technology blows away traditional solar panels. They can generate and store up to 18 months of energy, which means that even with a little bit of sunlight, you can power your entire home. But what happens is when you end up generating all that excess electricity that you can't even use.
Well, all eyes are on Milwaukee tonight. Tomorrow, they're going to be on Waukesha County, and that's where the trial against Darrell Brooks will begin, with the defendant representing himself.
Brooks is charged with killing 6 people at the Waukesha Christmas Parade last year. Bill Miston takes a look back at what got us to this point.
November 21st, 2021, 4 p.m. The Waukesha Christmas Parade kicked off. It started here at East Main and White Rock. Parade goers lined the route. The dancing grannies, marching bands, and others walked along the parade as they were cheered on. But about 30 minutes after the parade started, calls started to come in about something happening near Frame Park.
There's two citizens with me on Hartwell and White Rock saying that there's a fight in progress.
Can one of the squads go meet with where the subjects are that are claiming that this fight happened?
Less than a minute later,
Maroon Ford escapes with blue White Rock and Hartwell heading into the parade route.
I escaped. Black male. I couldn't stop it. He's going westbound. Horn is horn.
Maine and Barstow, Maine and Gaspar.
We have multiple casualties. Maine and Gaspar. We need multiple 1052s.
The code for ambulances.
Station 4, Station 2, Station 1, Station 3, and Station 5. Unknown incident type. Downtown.
As the red SUV approached West Main and Wisconsin, running people over, witnesses said it appeared to be zigzagging, avoiding cars, but not people.
Dispatch, I shot from everyone started screaming over the radio. So the car came through.
The car left the parade route, but the damage was done. 6 people were killed, dozens injured in mere minutes. The car was later found not far away, abandoned in a backyard off of Maple. The driver, Darrell Brooks, was found a half-mile away, knocking on a door. He was charged 2 days later. Bill Miston, Fox 6 News.
And our Brett Lemoyne will be covering that trial for us starting tomorrow.
It was a Christmas parade, the theme comfort and joy, a community sharing in seasonal celebration. Within moments, that community would be sharing in loss, seeking to save lives as a car ran straight into the parade. As children danced to the music, the red SUV raced past those watching from the edge of the street. Ahead, the road was full of those taking part in the march itself. The vehicle continued through them with dreadful consequence.
We have multiple casualties. We got about 10 to 15 people down in the street.
Oh my God! At least 5 people were killed and more than 40 injured, amongst them many children.
The next thing I heard were screams and turned my head and saw the car come and plow into the band that was just past my balcony at that point. It hit at least 2 people right away, rolled over both of them, and then continued down the road.
As the car sped on, police opened fire.
I saw people right away run to the people that were hit and start doing CPR, and I saw people on the ground. There's blood. It was really bad.
This is the man now in custody, Darrell Brooks, seen here in a rap video in front of the red SUV. Darrell Brooks is known to police and already faces a charge of deliberately running a woman down with his car.
The suspect prior to the incident was involved in a domestic disturbance, which was just minutes prior. And the suspect left that scene just prior to our arrival to the domestic disturbance.
He now faces 5 charges of intentional homicide. Further charges relating to the injury of 48 adults and children will follow. Emma Murphy, News at 10 in the United States.
It's nice to unwind after a long week of telling people how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Is it natural? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. The man accused of driving his car through a Wisconsin Christmas parade, killing 5 people and injuring dozens more, was a convicted criminal, only recently released on bail. Many are tonight fighting for their lives in hospital as the tight-knit community of Waukesha gathered to pay tribute to the victims and pray for the survivors.
Sharing their tears and rallying their strength.
Last night, our children were terrified when they should have been laughing.
There's a lot of kids hurt, so a lot of kids in the hospital, so that's what we're here for, and for the people who've lost their lives.
Among the 5 victims, 3 members of the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies. Ginny Sorensen and Leanna Owen, both in their 70s, lived for their families and performing.
I love it, and I love the ladies, and they're my family.
52-year-old Tamara Durant had just joined the Grannies, the group proudly parading when the car ploughed through. Main Street this morning peppered with the chilling remnants of a celebration turned to terror. James Touchstone was watching his daughter march with the school band when the vehicle accelerated into children.
People that were in the street that were wounded, some of them had their legs. He ran over the bottom halves of their legs and were crushed. So I was angry at the guy. Like, why would you do that and not even stop?
Behind the wheel, 39-year-old Darrell Brooks, a convicted felon with a lengthy criminal record.
The suspect prior to the incident was involved in a domestic disturbance, and the suspect left that scene just prior to our arrival to that domestic disturbance.
He's also a rapper.
No, I got steel with him, fully not that little pistol.
The red Ford featured in this music video, the same car used to mow down and injure 48 people. 18 children remain in hospital, among them members of the local dance team. 11-year-old Jesslyn suffered serious internal injuries.
Just to see little kids who are hit by a car and, just so desperate for help, nothing will ever, there's no words.
Just 3 days from Thanksgiving, a community holding on to hope.
I'm sure all of us pray that that same spirit's going to embrace and lift up all the victims of this tragedy.
The people of Waukesha are determined not to let this tragedy define them, and tonight is really the first step towards healing, gathering here to share their stories and support for the victims' families and survivors.
There's definitely a beauty in the midst of the desolation. It's nice to have the entire community come together and gather as one.
Our US correspondent, Amelia Adams, is live for us in Waukesha tonight, Wisconsin. Amelia, the driver had only recently been released from jail.
That's right, Peter. Earlier this month, Darrell Brooks was charged after running over a woman during a domestic dispute. He was released from jail less than 2 weeks ago after paying $1,000 bail. The district attorney here admitting that bail was inappropriate and is now under review. Darrell Brooks has got a long list of prior charges and felonies. He's also a convicted sex offender, and he'll be formally charged with 5 counts of intentional homicide, which is the equivalent of first-degree murder, when he faces court here in the morning. Peter.
All right, Amelia, live from Waukesha, Wisconsin. Thank you.
Stop dieting. Seriously, don't bother dieting again. Ever. Because you don't need to. If you really want to lose a serious amount of weight for good, then do this little-known fat loss shortcut for the next 3 days. It may surprise you, but the biological difference between being lean and being overweight isn't the number of calories you eat per day, or how much of your favorite foods you are sacrificing, but the existence of what top scientists have called chemical obesogens. They have been floating inside you all along, and the older you get, the more of it you will have floating in your bloodstream. A growing number of Ivy League scientists now believe it to be the real root cause of belly fat and unwanted weight gain. What most people don't know is that eliminating them is the real secret to rapid and sustained fat loss, even if you don't exercise and regardless of your age or medical condition. You see, these obesogens wreak havoc on those hormones that control hunger and how many calories you consume get burned right away, and how many are stored as unhealthy fat, while at the same time causing normal cells to turn into expanded fat cells, meaning you've been destined to grow larger, faster. This explains why for most people exercising and dieting doesn't work long term, because neither of these methods affects the
Welcome back to you live now from Fox, everybody. We are showing you this live look we have from Waukesha, Wisconsin this Tuesday morning as we continue to follow the aftermath of the Christmas parade tragedy that happened over the weekend. We know that 5 people lost their lives and more than 40 were injured, including basically more than 15 children. Now, a suspect was identified by authorities just yesterday yesterday. And since then, we are learning more about his criminal past, who he was, and how this could have possibly happened. Well, I do want to stay in Waukesha right now and bring in Fox 6 Milwaukee's Amelia Jones. She is live at the Waukesha County Courthouse with details on the suspect's past, as well as the court appearance that he is expected to make this morning. Amelia, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. We are learning a lot here within the last couple of hours since we heard from police. So what can you tell our viewers this morning?
Good morning, Regina. 39-year-old Darrell Brooks Jr. That is the suspect that police have in custody, as they say he was the driver of that red SUV that we all saw in that viral video plow through those barricades and then hit all of those people in the parade path. And he right now is facing 5 counts of intentional homicide. And Brooks, he is no stranger to the courtroom. In fact, earlier this month, he was charged with multiple felonies and accused of running over the mother of his child 3 weeks ago in a gas station parking lot. And that incident happened while he was out on bond for a 2020 shooting. So a big question is, why was Darrell Brooks out on bond? Why wasn't he in jail at the time of this holiday parade? And that's because his mother posted his $1,000 bail on November 11th, and he was released on Tuesday, November 16th. And 5 days later, he's accused of killing 5 people and injuring dozens more during the Christmas parade in Waukesha on Sunday. As you mentioned, this 39-year-old suspect, he has quite the felony record here, and it dates back to 1999 when he was accused of slashing another man's face with a knife. He's been convicted of drug and gun crime, strangulation, and battery. In 2011, he was stopped for a traffic stop, just a routine traffic stop, and the officer said that he tried to drive away, and the officer said he, quote, tried to run him over. And so the Milwaukee County DA's office is now investigating as to why Brooks's bond was, quote, inappropriately low, rather, that gave him the opportunity and allowed him to go out on bond and then allegedly commit an even more horrific crime when he plowed through that barricade and then hit those people in that parade. Regina?
Yeah, and Amelia, what can you tell us now about the charges that he is facing for this tragic incident, as well as the court appearance that he is expected to make this afternoon?
Well, he faces right now 5 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, and his initial court appearance is today at the Waukesha County Courthouse right behind me at 4 p.m.
Now, Amelia, as we learned more about the suspect, we also learned more about the victims in this case. As I mentioned, 5 people died. We also had more than 40 injured. Yesterday, we also heard from the Children's Hospital about the children that are being treated out there in Wisconsin. So what do we know about all of those impacted this morning?
Well, last night, Waukesha held a vigil for the entire community, and specifically to honor those 5 lives lost and the more than 40 people that were injured, and at least 100 people attended this vigil. We are learning more, as you mentioned, yes, about the victims. Now, a very prominent group, the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies, they attend multiple holiday parades. They are a very well-known group here in the Milwaukee area, and couple members lost their lives. And so we're learning that Jane Kulik was marching with Citizens Bank. We know that she was a 52-year-old mother to 3 kids, had 3 grandchildren. Virginia Jenny Sorensen was part of that Milwaukee Dancing Grannies. Tamara Durand, Leanne Owen, and Wilhelm Hospel also lost their lives. And now there is a memorial set up along the parade route to honor their lives, Regina.
Absolutely tragic to see. They were just trying to have a wonderful time to bring in the holiday, and when this tragedy struck. Amelia, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I know you'll be joining us again later this morning, so we really appreciate your time, and we'll chat with you again soon.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Again, here is a live now look we have from Waukesha, Wisconsin this morning. Amelia Jones joining us live to bring us the latest. Again, we are expecting Darrell Brooks to make an appearance in that Waukesha County courtroom a little bit later. If we do get feeds from inside of the courtroom, we will be sure to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. That is who we are and what we do. We are able to bring you front row, if we can, to major events, breaking news stories, and
If you're thinking about buying solar panels, don't. The U.S. government will literally buy them for you if you take 60 seconds to answer a few questions below. Hi there. If you are a homeowner in America and you wouldn't mind saving a couple $1,000s on your electricity bill this year, then you're really going to love what the U.S. government has just announced. You see, a few days ago, the U.S. government released a new stimulus program with the goal to encourage as
We are learning new information about the deadly attack this weekend at the Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Darrell Brooks is facing multiple homicide charges for allegedly driving his car into a crowd of people. At least 5 people are dead. More than a dozen are injured. CBS News' David Begnaud spoke with the man who unknowingly welcomed Brooks into his home just moments after the alleged attack. He joins us now with more on the story. Hi, David. Wow. So what did you learn during your interview with Daniel Ryder?
So Daniel Ryder is a guy who just moved to the area about a year and a half ago. It's Sunday afternoon. He's sitting at home. He's watching the Dallas Cowboys game. And about, I don't know, as the crow flies, a quarter mile from here is the Christmas parade. So he says he's in his house and a guy goes to the front door. It's the suspect, but he doesn't know it's the suspect at the time, right? So he presses the Ring doorbell button, which activates a camera. So on the Ring doorbell video that we have, you see the suspect, Mr. Brooks, in front of the home. Now, the man inside the home, who you're about to meet, Daniel, says he's looking outside and the guy's shivering and he's like, hey man, I'm homeless. Can you help me? So get this. Daniel says that earlier in the day, his mother told him about a sermon at church about how to help the homeless and why you should help the homeless. So he said, David, I had this on my mind, helping homeless people. So here's this guy at my door and he's saying, hey man, I'm homeless. I called for an Uber. I'm waiting for it to come. Can you help me? Can you give me a place just to get warm? So he says, I opened my door and I let him inside. So he says, I kind of look and he doesn't look armed. He's kind of short. He's skinny. He goes, I kind of felt bad for him. Again, Daniel has no clue what just happened at the parade, okay? Because the suspect has ditched his vehicle and run here to Daniel's home. Daniel knows none of that. So Daniel opens the door and there's a couch right on the side of the door. He says, I tell him to sit right there, okay? So he sits him down and he gets him a sandwich. Then he gets him a coat. Then the guy asks to use his phone. So he's like, all right, fine, I'll let you use my phone. So he says the suspect, who he just knows is some guy, who didn't give his name, by the way, calls his mother. And I said, well, what was he talking to his mom about? He said, I don't know. At some point I heard him say, no, mom. But he goes, I didn't want to eavesdrop on the call. So at some point, after giving him a sandwich, a coat, and a phone call, he's getting a little kind of suspicious, so to speak. And he says he sees a cop car going back and forth in front of the house. And so he said, I told him, look, man, you got to go. I'm going to finish the story in a moment. But right now I want to play a soundbite from the interview we did with Daniel a short time ago. This was the first interview he actually gave. Watch this.
I start getting real nervous. He's got his sandwich, and I feel like it, it's nice enough to him. But I see a cop drive by, and that's me. I'm like, okay, man, you said your Uber would be here 3 minutes ago. I thought this would just be a quick thing. You got to leave. He's like, oh man, we're cool. I was like, no, man, we're not cool. You got to leave. And so then he does. He listens to me. He gets up, and you can see, if you have the footage, you see him walk out first. I open the door, walk him out, and then my neighbor right here says, are you guys looking for that guy? And I'm still oblivious to everything that happens. Keep in mind, this whole time, he's got my phone. So when I'm getting messages to shelter in place and there's a suspect on the loose, He's got the phone getting those messages. I am oblivious.
Wow.
So I had no idea anything was happening. The neighbor asked, do you know what's, or have you been looking for the guy? I say, I don't know. This is probably him. That's all on the video you can see on the Ring doorbell. And I say, can I have my phone, please? And he does. He gives me my phone back. And I say, can I have my coat back? And that's when the video cuts off on the Ring. But then I run inside, lock the door. The next video you guys probably have is at 5:11. And he's knocking on the door saying, hey, let me inside, my ID, my ID. And I say, you're not coming inside. And I start looking for his ID where he was sitting. And then not a few seconds later, the police got, shine a light on him. You've probably seen the footage saying, put your hands up, and he does. He puts his hands up. But yeah, I mean, that's what happened from my perspective.
Can you believe that? I mean, and in fact, when they actually carted the suspect off to jail, at that point, he didn't know who the guy was even still. He said he didn't learn until the next morning, actually on the news, that, oh, wait, that's the suspect. But again, I think if there were two things that were shocking about this interview, number one, it was that this good-hearted guy, Daniel, having had a conversation with his mom about we should help the homeless, took this guy in because this guy said he was homeless and he believed him. But also the fact that sitting on his couch, listen to this, sitting on his couch inside, Daniel says, the man says to him, hey, what's going on downtown? Was there something that happened downtown? And Daniel said, I think there's a parade, but I'm not sure, because Daniel had been watching football. He hadn't been watching the news, and he wasn't following social media. So he had no clue. This man, who turned out to be the suspect, who had just allegedly mowed down those people, has the audacity to ask Daniel what's going on downtown. He knew what had just happened downtown, but the guy played dumb, and Daniel had no clue. Tanya.
What an incredible story, David. I mean, I just, it's hard to imagine how this guy must be feeling right now. But thank you so much, for reaching out to us with that interview. That's pretty incredible stuff. David Begnaud in
you bet
in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Thank you so much.
Again, Jackson, 8 years old, among 5 other victims killed in this attack, including Virginia Sorensen, Leanna Owen, Tamara Durand, Jane Kulich, and Wilhelm Hospel.
And we have a team of reporters on the ground in Waukesha and Grafton tonight.
CBS 58's Adam Reif leading our coverage tonight. He joins us live in Waukesha. Adam.
Jess and Natalie, good evening. New video from a doorbell camera shows the moments Darrell Brooks knocked on a door and asked to borrow a phone while waiting for an Uber ride. Moments earlier, he was at this scene when he asked that homeowner for help. This is where the memorials keep growing.
Hey, I called an Uber, and I'm supposed to be waiting for it over here, but I don't know when it's coming. Can you call it for me, please?
With sirens blaring in the background, Darrell Brooks knocked on Daniel Ryder's door just minutes after zigzagging through the parade route.
I opened the door and I looked, and he's like, I don't have any weapons. So I looked around and saw that he didn't have weapons on him. And I said, okay, you can use my phone.
Brooks sat on Ryder's couch and borrowed his phone to call his mother, so Ryder never got alerts to shelter in place or messages about a suspect on the loose. He had no idea what had happened or who he was speaking with face to face.
He was telling me that, oh, is there something going on downtown? I was like, there's a parade today, I know, but and he's like, oh, that's probably what is a parade. So he was just completely putting on a face and lying about everything.
But when no Uber came for Brooks, Ryder told him to leave, and he did. Police were already closing in.
Hands up! Whoa! Wait, do you know this guy? Absolutely not.
Just a few blocks away, Joy Dunst was near the end of the parade route.
You start hearing screaming, and then you're seeing people crying, and couldn't figure out at first what was going on.
As she and her husband left, they heard bits and pieces about what happened, then saw police surrounding a driveway.
And here was the SUV. They had the bullet hole, the smashed front.
Joy says she shared the photo with us right away because she did not want anyone to fear there was still a threat.
If this helps expedite the process in getting some sort of justice for those victims, it definitely feels even better.
Back out live at Main and Clinton in downtown Waukesha. Joy was a few blocks down the route, so she wasn't right here at this scene with her husband. But she does say several friends of friends were in the parade, even one of their children who was marching in the marching band section. They said it was very close to getting hit, just missed by a few inches. All of them, she said, are still dealing with the trauma. Live in Waukesha, Adam Reif, CBS 58 News.
You can be seated. And could we hold just a second, please? Hold. So folks, we're going to get started. I know emotions are running very high on this case. If you feel like you need to step out of the courtroom, please do. I'll expect everybody to conduct themselves in an orderly fashion, despite some of the allegations you're about to hear. If you feel that it's too much for you to hear, please step outside. Also, audio and visual are not allowed here via a Supreme Court order. We have one camera that's a pool camera, so that's all that we're doing here today. So please refrain from recording or videotaping this. So with that, if we could proceed. This is case number 21 CF 1848, State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks. Matters tabbed to Judge Lau. Appearance by the state, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Sue Opper and Leslie Basie appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
Thank you. And for Mr. Brooks.
Darrell Brooks appears in person in custody with attorneys Anna Keyes and Jeremy Perry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. And we are here on a criminal complaint that's now been filed. Mr. Perry, will Mr. Brooks acknowledge that he has received a copy of that complaint and will he waive its reading in open court here today?
We have received copies of the criminal complaint. We waive formal reading.
Thank you. It may at some point be relevant, but the address on the complaint is accurate.
That's right.
Thank you. And Mr. Brooks, I have reviewed a copy of this criminal complaint. I will find it does state probable cause as to each of the 5 charges before you. You're charged in count 1 with first-degree intentional homicide. That's a Class A felony, and that has a maximum possible penalty of being sentenced to imprisonment for life. That's for victim A. Count 2, first-degree intentional homicide regarding victim B, is a Class A felony. Again, the maximum possible sentence is a sentence to imprisonment for life. Count 3, first-degree intentional homicide regarding victim C is again a Class A felony, and that's punishable by a sentence to imprisonment for life. Count 4, first-degree intentional homicide regarding victim D, again is a Class A felony, and that's punishable by a sentence to imprisonment for life. Lastly, count 5, first-degree intentional homicide regarding victim E is a Class A felony. That is punishable by a sentence to imprisonment for life. As those are felonies, you're entitled to have counsel. You're entitled to have also a preliminary hearing. And I, again, have found probable cause to each of the 5 counts upon my review of the pleading. So we will turn to Attorney Opper for her bail recommendation.
Thank you, sir. As to bail recommendation, Your Honor, I'd like the court to be aware of a prior criminal history as it relates to Mr. Brooks. I can advise the court he has arrest record from 3 states to include Wisconsin, Nevada, and Georgia. Starting with the state of Wisconsin, the record begins in 2000. There was a conviction in that year for substantial battery, party to a crime. A prison sentence was imposed but stayed for 3 years probation and 6 months condition time. 2002 conviction for possession of marijuana as a repeat offender, sentenced to 50 days in the House of Correction. 2003 misdemeanor conviction for resisting obstructing, sentenced to 20 days in the House of Correction. 2005, there's an arrest from Langlade County. Ultimately, he was convicted of a county ordinance violation for disorderly conduct. What's remarkable about that is that he failed to pay the fine, so he was ordered to serve 30 days in jail on the non-payment. 2009 Manitowoc County conviction for obstructing an officer, sentence of 2 days jail time served. 2010 conviction from Wood County, Wisconsin. He was convicted of the offense of strangulation/suffocation with other charges of battery and criminal damage to property dismissed and read in. The court ordered a withheld sentence for 3 years probation. That probation was revoked, and on August 1 of 2011, he was sentenced to 11 months jail. 2012, he was convicted at the same time on 2 separate files in Milwaukee County. First file was a charge for possession of marijuana as a repeat offender, sentenced to 180 days in the House of Correction. The second file, he was convicted of misdemeanor bail jumping and misdemeanor possession of THC, also sentenced to 180 days in the House of Correction, concurrent to the other case and concurrent to each other. In May of 2012, there was a conviction for resisting obstructing. He was sentenced to 37 days jail consecutive to the earlier sentence imposed in April of that year. He's currently pending on 2 charges in Milwaukee County. 2020 CF 2550, he's charged with 2 counts, second-degree recklessly endangering safety while armed, and 1 count of felon in possession of a firearm. The date of that offense, or excuse me, all 3 offenses, is July 24 of 2020. It's believed he was arrested shortly after that incident and remained in custody in the Milwaukee County Jail until released on bail there for reasons of a speedy trial violation on March 3 of 2021. Bail at that time was lowered from $7,500 cash bail to $500 cash bail. In that case, Your Honor, it is alleged that he got into a fight with his nephew. The defendant fired 1 round from a handgun toward the vehicle that his nephew was in. The vehicle was occupied by another person, and that accounts for the 2 charges of reckless endangering safety. The next day, he was taken into custody, and the residence where he was located, he was found to have a loaded 9mm handgun just a few feet away from him. The handgun was previously reported stolen. Again, he was a convicted felon on that date, so that accounts for the 3rd charge. He's also currently pending in Milwaukee County case number 21 CF 4596. That has a date of offense of November 2, 2021. He's charged there with resisting obstructing, felony bail jumping, second-degree reckless endangering safety in a domestic violence situation, domestic DC, and domestic battery. The allegations in that case, Your Honor, are that he struck the mother of his child in the face with a closed fist. Then as she was walking away from him, he intentionally ran her over with his vehicle. The vehicle in that matter described as what's believed to be the same maroon 2010 Ford Escape used in the allegations in this case. Police went to his home and found him getting out of that Ford Escape. The defendant ignored their commands to stop, and he tried to run into the house before he was apprehended. There's a long history of flight, obstructing, bail jumping type behavior, Your Honor. It's remarkable that these are violations all around the state of Wisconsin, not just his home county of Milwaukee, but we had convictions from Wood County, Manitowoc, and Langlade. I'd like the court to be aware of a record from the state of Nevada. We'll go to Nevada first. That happened, the first conviction was from December 11th of 2006. He was found guilty at trial of a misdemeanor count for obstructing an officer, was sentenced to jail in Nevada. Also on that same day of December 11, 2006, he pled guilty to a domestic battery as a misdemeanor, and the court there ordered a suspended sentence. On March 16th of 2007, he pled guilty to statutory sexual seduction a felony. The court ordered a suspended sentence for 36 months probation. He was also ordered to register on the Nevada Sex Offender Registry. He is currently noted to be non-compliant with that registration requirement. On June 23rd of 2016, he was charged with a sex offender registry violation, first offense. He failed to appear in court and a warrant remains active for his arrest. So he currently has an outstanding warrant for his arrest in the state of Nevada. In Georgia, Your Honor, the record reflects a May 27, 2021 arrest for misdemeanor battery with a designation of family violence. While it is not clear if he was convicted, he did recently remark to a court official in this county that he had served a 6-month jail sentence in Georgia. So we have not been able to verify if that was a conviction, but certainly there was a confinement in conjunction with that arrest. He has no contact with the criminal justice system in Waukesha County or the district attorney's office. He does have a outstanding paternity case that's been pending since 2003, in which he was adjudicated as the father of a juvenile. And there's been returned court appearances over the years based on failure to pay child support. The court should know that a warrant or capias was issued for Mr. Brooks in this paternity case on at least 8 occasions. He has been sentenced to jail on several prior occasions for failing to pay that child support. And on one occasion, he had his Huber privileges revoked related to one of those jail sentences. That was back in 2009. Most recently, there was a warrant issued for his arrest in that non-support civil case on August 2 of 2021. Judge Maxwell signed an order for him to serve a 120-day jail sentence. Mr. Brooks did make a court appearance in that matter on November 16th of 2021, so just last week, 1 week ago. And he was released at that time because, again, he had explained to the court, provided an explanation that the reason he had not made his child support payments is because he was serving that jail sentence in Georgia. So the court released him that day and ordered him back for a court appearance in the paternity case for December. So Judge, just based on his prior record, we obviously have very significant concerns about Mr. Brooks' flight history and willingness to obey the orders of the court. But we have to factor in, obviously, the allegations in this case as well. And obviously, I don't need to state Mr. Brooks is facing 5 consecutive life sentences if he's convicted on all counts in this complaint. I wish to notify the court, sadly, that today we learned of another death of a child related to this case. We do expect a 6th count for first-degree intentional homicide to be issued or added, to this case. I can advise the court that I am aware, I've been made aware through investigators that there are other individuals in critical condition. I think we remarked on the number of actual injured parties in our complaint. It exceeds 60 people. There's a number of other charges that we are reviewing and considering, but certainly at the very least, we do intend to file a 6th count of intentional homicide maybe Friday or maybe early next week, depending on when we can accomplish that. Certainly, if we have any other deaths resulting from this incident, additional counts of homicide will be filed. We didn't charge bail jumping. Obviously, we could have. We have focused our efforts to date on the immediate concern, and that involves the loss of life that is alleged to have occurred through the conduct of Mr. Brooks. I want this court to know, and I think the court has read the complaint. You've indicated you've read the complaint. There are not words to describe the risk that this defendant presents to our community. Not only flight risk, but the dangerousness that he presents, his history of violence, and the allegations in this complaint where it is stated plainly that on several occasions he was told to stop by police officers. They risked their own safety to try and step in front of the car to stop him. Everything was done to get him to stop, and he just simply continued down the roadway, causing death and destruction in his path. So I am advocating for a significant cash bail, Your Honor. I'm asking for $5 million cash bail. I know that's a large amount of money, but I think it is warranted on this history, and I think it's warranted when the court considers, if convicted, Mr. Brooks will spend the rest of his life in prison. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Perry.
Thank you, Commissioner. When this court determines what amount of monetary bail is reasonable and necessary to assure Mr. Brooks's appearance in court, I guess at today's hearing, the only thing I would add for the court's consideration is that Mr. Brooks is financially indigent, does qualify for public defender representation, and that individual circumstance must be taken into account.
Does that conclude your argument?
It does.
Thank you, sir. So first of all, let's get to conditions of bail. The monetary portion is called bail. There are conditions, though, in bail. And first, I am going to order, sir, level 4 monitoring through WCS if you do post bail. You're not to leave the confines of the state of Wisconsin. You are only to be released on a business day during business hours. This is the highest ranking sheriff, deputy sheriff. I would like your opinion. I would like the sheriff's department to notify WCS if he bails out, that he's to immediately go over to WCS. So would it be asking too much if I had somebody from the sheriff's department contact during regular business hours, WCS, to let them know that he's being released? Then I'm ordering then that the sheriff's department contact immediately upon Mr. Brooks walking out the door, if that should happen, that he's on his way to WCS, which is literally a block away. If that does not happen, I want to make sure that people are aware that he did not get on the GPS monitoring device, which I am ordering. I'm ordering him to pay for that as well. Again, he's only to be released on a business day during business hours, with the sheriff's department agreeing to contact WCS. If WCS does not have Mr. Brooks come in with a matter of minutes, I would like them, I'm ordering them to then contact the sheriff's department of that. I am ordering, sir, that you not operate a motor vehicle. You may not possess any dangerous weapons or firearms. You are not to have contact with the families listed in the victim identification sheet. You are to only disseminate that information to your lawyers. Those are all the conditions of bail. If you violate any condition of bail, including failing to return to court, separate bail jumping charges could be issued against you. In reviewing 969.01 of the Wisconsin statutes and 969.001 that talk about bail and release, the statute reads that there should be reasonable conditions designated to assure his or her appearance in court, Mr. Brooks, protect members of the community from serious bodily harm. And those are the conditions that I just laid out. The bail may be imposed at or after the initial appearance. There should be a reasonable basis to believe that bail is necessary to assure appearance in court. Some of the things to be considered by the court with the conditions of bail are the number and gravity of the offenses, the potential penalty the defendant faces, whether or not the allegations are violent in nature, the prior record of the defendant, character and strength of the evidence which has been presented to the court, whether the defendant is already on bail or subject to other release conditions in other pending cases, and whether or not there's any violations of those release conditions. In reviewing the criminal complaint, the allegations are such that I read that 2 detectives opined that this was an intentional act, that the vehicle seemed to swerve into individuals, actually at one point trying to avoid other vehicles. That the detectives, they're listed as Detective Casey and Detective Trusoni, who again opined that the actions they observed, in their opinion, were intentional. We now have 5. And Attorney Opper informed us of a 6th, but that's not here before us today. 5 people that are deceased. We have a gentleman that has a huge background via multiple states. Just going through some of the Wisconsin cases, they're violent. We have substantial battery, DC, strangulation, suffocation, resisting. Pending cases, which the statute I just read references that I should consider: 2nd degree reckless endangering safety while armed, felon in possession of a firearm. Attorney Opper told me that the gun apparently was a stolen handgun. Those are allegations. He's out on bail on that. Also out on bail on the Milwaukee case ending 4596, where he's charged with 2nd degree reckless endangering safety, disorderly conduct and battery, and resisting. And then we get into Nevada: battery, domestic violence, the sexual assault, the sex offender registration violation, and then the battery in Georgia. Other considerations are on WCS, their report indicates level 4 monitoring, which is the highest level of monitoring that we have. And in that report, it does indicate there have been failures to appear other than 2 years old, and then sentenced to incarceration prior, yes. Current violent felony, yes, or offense, yes. Pending charges at the time of this offense, yes. Prior misdemeanor convictions, yes. Prior felony convictions, yes. Prior violent conduct or conviction, yes. Prior violent convictions, 3 or more. So there have been missed court dates, although none in the past 2 years, but then we just heard about a rather significant duration of a 6-month stay in Georgia and in custody there. In the recitation by Attorney Opper, we have things that causes the court some cause for concern: resisting. Again, these are things that would cause me to feel that this gentleman does not follow rules very well. Orders of the court, orders of society, resisting an officer. There's a bail jump in 2012. There's a bail jump charged in the 4596 case. There is in the 2550 case, again, the felon in possession of a firearm. All those things are just societal legal issues, also orders of the court in some instances that are not being followed. While out on bail on 2 rather significant allegations, we are now faced with 5 counts of 1st-degree intentional homicide. So when I look at that, I look at the gravity of the offenses, the maximum possible penalties as the statute allows for, likelihood of incarceration, which if you're found guilty of 1 or more of these, even 1 would put you in prison for the rest of your life. I believe you are a flight risk. There's failure to follow court orders. This allegation, although the motive is not known, and I'm not entitled to know what that is, but it looks like there was either panic or whatever, or an intentional act for whatever reason. You don't do well under pressure. The Milwaukee County case talks about, as Attorney Opper indicated, you using a vehicle to run over another person with your vehicle. So you don't respond well to what is common sense within our community, our society. So based on that, you're out on bail. Those smallish bails that you were out on didn't do very well. Before I forget, there is Marcy's Law. I understand that although there are, the statute in the Constitution now defines deceased victims to allow for family members to speak. So Attorney Opper, I was told that nobody wishes to speak. We have a number of people from the families. And is that still your understanding?
I'll just confirm that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm getting confirmation. Nobody wishes to speak to the court at this time, but thank you for your
I have one on
inquiry.
your right. So, ma'am,
I'm sorry.
I would ask that the victim witness individual from the DA's office see who this is without divulging who it is and what relation to what victim she is.
Let's have Carrie report back to us. Yeah, go talk to Carrie before she talks to the court.
Thank you. Sheriff's Department for a warrant. While that is being discussed, I neglected to order DNA be taken. A sample of your DNA, sir, has not been taken. I am ordering that now. It may be expunged if you meet the criterion under the Wisconsin statute. Attorney Basie, where are we?
We're fine to proceed. She does not wish to stay.
Okay. Thank you for checking. Thank you, ma'am. The family is always welcome. You do, under the law of the state of Wisconsin, as well as under the amended Constitution, have the right to speak at proceedings germane to the particular proceedings that we're at. So with that, I will set bail. I have no problem with the bail being recommended by the state. I'm an old guy who has been doing this for almost 40 years. DA's office, criminal defense attorney, 17, 18 years as a commissioner, both in Milwaukee and now in Waukesha. The nature of this offense is shocking. Actually, the detail I was not expecting here today, that two detectives, not lay people, detectives, not only tried to stop this, but rendered an opinion that this was an intentional act. You're presumed innocent, sir, but that's what the allegations are. And I've not seen anything like this in my very long career. It seems to be a very strong case for the state. Likelihood of incarceration, which is the other aspect of bail, is absolute. If you are found guilty of any one of these, a multitude of them, it's a life imprisonment sentence that must be meted out. So I have no problem. I just, with that bail, it's extraordinarily high, but it's an extraordinarily big case. It's an extraordinarily serious case with an extraordinary history of this gentleman, of fleeing, of hurting people, of not following court orders, not following criminal laws, not following just your societal norms. So I know that that's extraordinarily high bail. It's warranted here, and I am setting cash bail in the amount of $5 million. And with that, we're going to select a preliminary hearing date. Attorney Perry, time limits.
Commissioner, we would be waiving time limits. We did.
$5 million cash bail for 39-year-old Darrell Brooks, now criminally charged with 5 counts of first-degree intentional homicide following the mowing down of parade participants Sunday during the Waukesha Christmas parade. But Ben, before we get to more details of exactly what happened right now in the courtroom, as you're still looking live at Darrell Brooks sitting there with his attorney, we have to get to the heartbreaking news that was just announced by Waukesha County District Attorney Sue Opper that a 6th fatality has been announced, and it is in fact a child.
He's facing 5 consecutive life sentences for the charges that are on the books right now, but you would expect a 6th charge of first-degree intentional homicide to be added. We're also learning that the number of injured has risen. This was details inside the criminal complaint that just came out. Now up to 62 people who were injured after an SUV barreled through this holiday parade on Sunday. Darrell Brooks, you can see him, his head down throughout this hearing, and you could hear the sobs from in the courtroom, both from him and family members of the victims who are there inside the courtroom right now. And we heard a very lengthy criminal history that was read out, not only 3 different states, but 4 different counties here in the state of Wisconsin. And there you can see him looking straight back to the gallery where there are members of family members who are deceased from this parade as they now lead him back towards the jail.
Darrell Brooks is facing 5 consecutive life sentences with these charges, likely 6. Sue Opper did indicate the fact that she was going to be filing that 6th charge for that 6th fatality that she just announced. But as you mentioned, a lengthy criminal history. It took Sue Opper about 8 minutes to read his entire criminal history to the court there. Again, the court commissioner finding probable cause for the case to move forward. And as you can see, a lot of emotion is running high, and it's going to continue so.
And heartbreaking new details in this criminal complaint that just came out. There was some sort of domestic disturbance that police were called to, and by the time they arrived, it was too late. The SUV was already heading towards the parade route. But according to this criminal complaint, the vehicle was stopped by a detective. Before the vehicle got inside the barricades, a detective stopped in front of the vehicle, said, "Stop, stop." And that SUV kept going. And detectives say as that vehicle went down the parade route, it picked up speed, getting faster and faster. And you heard the court commissioner say, according to this criminal complaint, 2 detectives saw that vehicle appear to veer intentionally into groups of people.
So next up, Darrell Brooks' preliminary hearing will, of course, be following all of this as this case moves forward to trial. In the meantime, we are covering this story top to bottom. Families of the victims, we are focusing so heavily on that because that really is what's important here, and the recovery of so many who were injured, not just physically, but also emotionally and mentally, Ben, after seeing what they saw on Sunday. But our Aaron Mabin is standing by live for us. And Aaron, you obviously heard what just happened there in the courtroom. Give us what you're feeling, what you're taking away from all this.
Yeah, Stephanie, where I'm here near People's Park, and I can tell you there are a lot of restaurants and everything on these streets. I'm certain that the people here in Waukesha were watching that court appearance very closely. People are just getting goosebumps when you hear that more than 62 people are injured, and learning that sad news. A sixth person has now died, a child. Earlier today, I talked to the family of an 11-year-old girl. She was a dancer. She was so excited to take to the streets with their dance group and perform at the parade. She was hit by the SUV. Tonight, she is bruised and she is scraped up, but she is at home recovering, and her family member is talking to me about the panic at the parade. Screaming and chaos as a car barreled through the Waukesha Christmas parade.
We just saw like the girls like fly, like there was just like everyone just like bursted, and like we didn't know where she was.
Yaretsi Becerra Montez was performing at the parade Sunday afternoon with her dance team, Extreme.
It was just like something that she always looked forward to.
She loves to dance. She's so committed to that.
Her family was waiting for her to approach when an SUV plowed into the team. Panic set in.
I hear like a lot of noise and I hear like a lot of like bump, and I just didn't know what to do. I just ran and, looking for her.
I was like, "Where's Yaretsi?" And all the girls were like, "We don't know."
I'm looking for my daughter. And, I'm sorry, it's so hard.
Emotion as Laura Becerra Montez remembers finding her daughter on the ground.
Relief that she was there and relief that I saw her eyes open.
The driver hit the 11-year-old and kept going. Her family took shelter at a bakery until an ambulance arrived.
We want answers as to why he did it, like what was going through his mind that just made it so easy.
The young dancer who loves the holidays is home recovering. Her family inspired by her strength.
It's not something anyone ever expected at a Christmas parade. It's something that we always went to, and we just know it's not ever going to be the same again.
And as the days go on, Yaretsi remembers more and more what happened to her at the parade. She is really struggling both physically and emotionally. Her family members really there supporting her. They are so grateful for the community support that they have been receiving. And on the ground here in Waukesha, as we continue to talk to people about that parade tragedy, Ben and Stephanie, it seems like everyone knows someone who's affected by this. Back to you.
It's amazing how that happens. Everyone's so close to this in so many different ways, even if you weren't directly there and directly impacted by the tragedy. Erin, thank you for that. We wish her the well and the best in terms of her recovery. If you're wondering, though, how you at home can help, this is a simple way you can. The United for Waukesha Community Fund is collecting donations, and those donations will go directly to support the families impacted. As of 2:30 this afternoon, we are happy to announce $916,000 has been collected. You can learn much more as well as donate at fox6now.com. We'll be right back with more Fox 6 News at 4 after this.
Look at that. The unmistakable swagger of someone fully covered with health insurance through Your Health Idaho. Health yeah! Enroll by December 15th and you could qualify for quality health insurance starting at $0 a month.
I'll let you know if anything changes downstairs. Thank you, sir.
They haven't turned the audio on yet either. Oh, shit. You want mic or line?
No, I want.
We have a splitter.
Yeah, I have a, go ahead, you have a splitter, is it mic, is it what's coming?
I'm taking the mic right now. They have mic and line.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just see you outside the police thing yesterday.
You did, yeah.
Thank you. I saw Angelica downstairs.
You did, yep. Yeah, we've been paired up together for this whole thing. I'm still not getting anything yet, so. Now there's audio, but I'm not getting anything. Of course. Nope, no audio. This is great.
I'm getting them now.
You are?
Yeah. Are you all the way into your splitter?
Yeah, I'm not getting anything.
Mr. Brooks. Attorneys Anna Keys and Jeremy Perry on behalf of Mr. Brooks, who is in person.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Brooks. We are here, I think we have some housekeeping to do, so we have a number of people in our courtroom. Last time we talked about the level of decorum that is expected. Emotions are going to be running high. Please do as well as you. I really appreciated that. I know the court system does as well. So I'd ask that if you are having trouble with what you're hearing, please step outside. There are victim witness people from the DA's office that can assist you. Any one of the deputies that you see outside could assist you as well. So pursuant to Judge Boren's, the trial court's general order, we do have a pool camera. We have a news camera or a news feed through the radio, and also a still camera. Nobody is allowed beyond those people to record this either audio or visually. So if you do have your cell phones out, I would ask that you put them away. It's not permitted per the judge's order. There's a number of other media outlets here. Any media that is going to be recording or doing otherwise must be down in the jury assembly room to effectuate that. So with that, we have some housekeeping to do. We have a second amended criminal complaint that's been filed on the case. Who's going to be lead counsel today for the defense?
I am.
So Attorney Keys, has Mr. Brooks received a copy of the criminal complaint or the second amended criminal complaint, and will he waive its reading?
Yes.
And sir, I'm going to walk through these. I intend to go through each, but what I'll do is package each one with what it's the charges, what the penalties are, but then reference who the victim is. Any objection by the defense to that? Or would you like me to read each one of them separately?
I don't think each count needs to be read separately. We also have reviewed with Mr. Brooks the charging language of all of the new counts, and we are waiving any reading of anything.
Okay, thank you. I think pursuant to the statute, have to review this with Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks, we talked about counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 the last time we met. There's now been additional charges, as you know, filed in the second amended criminal complaint charge. Count 6 charges you with first-degree intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon. That's regarding victim F. That is a matter that carries a maximum possible penalty of sentence to life imprisonment. That may be increased by not more than 5 years due to the penalty enhancer. Counts 7 through 67 all charge you individually with first-degree reckless endangering safety, use of a dangerous weapon. Each of those are standalone charges. Each of those have the same maximum possible penalty. That is a fine of not more than $25,000, imprisonment for not more than 12 years and 6 months or both. Each of them has an enhancer penalty, use of a dangerous weapon. that could increase that penalty by not more than 5 years. That's for each one of the counts between 7 and 67. Count 7, and all these are involving the same date and location, Sunday, November 21st, 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin. Count 7 has a victim listed as victim G. Count 8, victim H. Count 9, victim I. Count 10, victim J. Count 11, victim K. Count 12, victim L. Count 13, victim M. Count 14, victim N. Count 15, victim O. Count 16, victim P. Count 17, victim Q. Count 18, victim R. Count 19, victim S. Count 20, victim T. Count 21, victim U. Count 22, victim V. Count 23, victim W. Count 24, victim X. Count 25, victim Y. Count 26, victim Z. Count 27, victim double A. Count 28, victim double B. Count 29, victim double C. Count 30, victim double D. Count 31, victim EE. Count 32, victim FF. Count 33, victim GG. Count 34, victim HH. Count 35, victim II. Count 36, victim JJ. Count 37, victim KK. Count 38, victim LL. Count 39, victim MM. Count 40, victim NN. Count 41, victim OO. Count 42, victim PP. Count 43, victim QQ. Count 44, victim RR. Count 45, victim SS. Count 46, victim TT. Count 47, victim UU. Count 48, victim VV. Count 49, victim WW. Count 50, victim XX. Count 51, victim YY. Count 52, victim ZZ. Count 53, victim AAA. Count 54, victim BBB. Count 55, victim CCC. Count 56, victim DDD. Count 57, victim EEE. Count 58, victim FFF. Count 59, victim GGG. Count 60, victim HHH. Count 61, victim III. Count 62, victim JJJ. Count 63, victim KKK. Count 64, victim LLL. Count 65, victim MMM. Count 66, victim NNN. Lastly, count 67, victim OOO. All of those, sir, again, charge you with first-degree reckless endangering safety, use of a dangerous weapon. It's important you know who the alleged victims are in each of those matters. Each of those matters, again, carry with them individually a maximum possible penalty of a fine of not more than $25,000, imprisonment for not more than 12 years and 6 months or both. And again, because of the penalty enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon, that may be increased on each count by not more than 5 years. And again, all of those are regarding Sunday, November 21st, 2021 on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin. Then turning to counts 68 through 73. Count 68 through 73 individually charges you with hit and run resulting in death. Each of those counts carry with them the same maximum possible penalty. That is, for each individual count, a fine of not more than $100,000, imprisonment for not more than 25 years or both. And there's a revocation of your driving privileges if you should happen to be found guilty of any one of those counts. Each of those counts reference an incident that occurred Sunday, November 21st, 2021 on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin. Count number 68 has victim A, count number 69, victim B, count 70, victim C, count 71, victim D, count 72, victim E, count 73, victim F. Again, all of those are individually charged. That is the maximum possible penalty for each of those. Counts 74 and 75 charge you with felony bail jumping. And that is, again, referencing November 21st, 2021 on Main Street in the city of Milwaukee, Waukesha County, Wisconsin. Each of those charges carry with them the same maximum possible penalty. That is a fine of not more than $10,000, imprisonment for not more than 6 years or both. Then we run into 2 misdemeanors. I will advise you, sir, that on any felony, you have the right to a preliminary hearing. Of course, you have the right to counsel. Counts number 76 and 77 charge you with misdemeanor battery, domestic abuse assessment attaching. Count number 76 references an incident that allegedly occurred on Sunday, November 21st, 2021 at Freeman Park in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin. It's alleged that you caused bodily harm to victim PPP. That is a matter that carries with it a maximum possible penalty of a fine of not more than $10,000, imprisonment for not more than 9 months or both. Count number 77 references an incident that occurred on November 20th, 2021 at Frame Park in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, where allegedly you caused bodily harm to victim PPP. Again, that carries with it a maximum possible penalty of a fine of not more than $10,000, imprisonment for not more than 9 months or both. I have reviewed a copy of that criminal complaint, the second amended criminal complaint. I will find that probable cause is stated to each of the charges that have been reviewed today. Counts, I already found probable cause on counts 1 through 5, but for the purposes of today's proceedings, I am finding probable cause on the second amended criminal complaint as to each of the counts 1 through 77 of the criminal complaint. And so are we prepared to proceed to a preliminary hearing, Ms. Keys?
We are.
Okay, thank you. So if we would, one of the, we'll address, please don't let me forget, the second amended victim witness identification key, along with any modifications to bail that need to address that or any other items that we may take up. But why don't we proceed to the preliminary hearing? So if the state wishes to call their first witness.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. The state calls Detective Tom Casey.
I know the defense is also requesting sequestration of any other state witnesses.
Thank you. Attorney Offer, are you anticipating calling any other witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Detective, if you could have a seat, state your first and last name, spell it for the record, and then Attorney Offer can take it from there.
Thomas Casey, C-A-S-E-Y.
And how are you employed, sir?
As a detective for the City of Waukesha Police Department,
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
over 24 years.
I'd like to direct your attention to the date of November 21, 2021. Were you on duty that afternoon, sir?
Yes, I was.
And what was your assignment?
Traffic control position for the Waukesha Christmas Parade.
And as a traffic control officer, how were you dressed?
I was wearing a police jacket that had Waukesha Police on each shoulder. I also had a knit cap on that said police on the front of it. And I had a traffic safety vest on that said police on the front and rear of the vest.
Okay, so you would consider yourself in uniform that day.
Yes, I was.
And the parade takes place where, sir?
The staging area is between Baxter Street and East Main on White Rock Avenue. The start is on White Rock and Main Street, and it continues down westbound on Main Street into West Avenue, and then it turns eastbound on Wisconsin Avenue and ends at Cutler Park.
All of these locations you're describing are in the city of Waukesha, county of Waukesha, state of Wisconsin?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And you said that you were assigned traffic control. What does that mean?
I was assigned to keep vehicular traffic out of the area and just allow the people that were in the parade to traverse on the roadway.
I assume there's multiple police officers assigned to traffic control.
Yes, there were.
Do you know about how many officers were working this parade?
There were officers, reserve officers, and some community police officers that were assigned. I would estimate about 30.
All in uniform of some degree?
Yes.
About how many units or groups were participating in the parade?
There's approximately 100 groups, with each group containing multiple participants.
Okay. And how about spectators? About how many spectators attend this event?
I would estimate there was thousands of people there to watch the parade.
Okay. The total length of the parade that you described from basically the beginning at White Rock down to West Avenue, what's that approximate distance?
About 9/10 of a mile.
Okay. And aside from the beginning and the end, the majority of the parade goes down Main Street, correct?
Correct.
And that's an area that contains multiple businesses,
Yes.
and safe to assume spectators were lined up on the side of the street, on both sides of the street,
Yes.
as you would typically see at a parade, people sitting on blankets or standing and lining the streets to watch the parade.
Correct.
Okay. Aside from the police officers and the reserve officers who were present to assist with traffic control, was there any barricades or signs that were used to notify motorists as to the closing of the road?
Yes, all the intersections had squad cars and barricades that were blocking off the streets so vehicles could not drive down them.
Okay. And do you recall what time the parade started?
4 p.m.,
What time did you close the road, the street?
3:30 p.m.
Okay. So after 3:30, no one was allowed, no vehicular traffic was allowed down Main Street, correct?
Correct. Actually, it was a little bit earlier. I'd say it was about 3:15 when we closed off the parade route. Initially, the area that I was assigned to on White Rock Avenue, we closed that down at 1 p.m. because that was the staging area for the parade. So between Baxter Street and Main Street, there was no cars allowed on there after 1 p.m.
Okay.
And then the rest of the route, a little after 3 p.m., they started to close down and not allow traffic on there.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention to the time of approximately 4:35 p.m. that day. What happened at that time?
I overheard on the radio that squads were dispatched to the area of Frame Park for a reported fight that involved somebody with a knife.
Okay. Did you respond to that?
I did not.
You maintained your post
Yes, I did.
and continued to direct traffic.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe a vehicle that drew your attention?
Yes, I did.
What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a red Ford Escape.
And what was it about the vehicle that drew your attention to it?
Well, first of all, the parade route was closed down. There was no vehicles allowed on the parade route. But initially I heard a horn beeping from the area north of my location, and that's what my initial focus was drawn to.
Okay. And from the best of your knowledge, was it that red Ford Escape that was honking its horn?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You were able to visually observe the vehicle at that point?
Yes, I was. I started walking towards the center of the road when I heard the horn. So I was actually in the center of the roadway in between parade participants when the vehicle first appeared out of the parade participants.
Okay. So as you've just described, the parade's underway, correct?
Yes, it is. It had already started and some of the parade had actually finished already at that point.
Okay. And there's multiple units traversing in the roadway to participate in the parade?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw the SUV, what did you do?
I first stepped in front of the SUV, put my hands up and was yelling for the vehicle to stop.
Okay. Did the vehicle stop?
It did not.
Were you positioned directly in front of the vehicle?
Yes, I was.
And what happened?
The vehicle continued driving into me. I'd say it was a slow speed at that point. Eventually, the vehicle made contact with me, and I was pounding on the hood, yelling for it to stop, which it did not.
Could you see anybody inside the vehicle?
At that point, I could not see the person real clearly, but as the vehicle continued pushing through me, I was, my position changed to the side of the vehicle where I was directly outside the driver's side window, and I could see inside of the window and I could see the driver very clearly.
Were there any other occupants in the vehicle at that time?
I did not see any.
Okay. And the driver of that vehicle, do you see that person present in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify him, please?
He's sitting at the defense table dressed all in red.
You know the name of that person?
Darrell Brooks.
And you positively identify Mr. Brooks as the driver of the vehicle at this point?
Yes, I do.
Um, As he drove past you in the vehicle, did you make any further effort to stop the vehicle?
I pounded on the driver's side of the window and continued to yell at the person to stop.
Did the vehicle stop?
It did not.
Were there parade participants in the street at this time?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Where did you see the vehicle go?
The vehicle continued westbound on Main Street.
And could you see any activity involving the truck at that point?
Yes, initially I began chasing after the vehicle to try to get it to stop. And as I was following behind the vehicle, I could see it was on the north side of the roadway, at times beeping its horn. Eventually its speed increased where I could not keep up with it. And then it continued further west on Main Street.
So you were chasing the vehicle on foot?
Yes,
Okay. Trying to run behind it and catch up?
correct.
Okay. Did you see the vehicle actually strike any persons at that point?
Not in person.
Okay. At some point, did you lose visual contact with the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And about what area was that?
Probably just past Barstow Street.
Okay. Do you know if there were other officers along the route that took any effort to stop the vehicle?
Multiple officers.
Had you alerted the other officers to what was happening?
Yes, I broadcast on the radio that a vehicle had entered the parade route, specifically a Ford Escape, and that we needed squads and emergency response to try to stop it.
Okay. Are you aware of other officers attempting to stop the vehicle further west on Main Street?
Yes, I am.
Did the vehicle stop for those officers?
It did not.
Those officers were in full police uniform?
Yes.
Are you specifically aware of Officer Butrin also essentially standing in front of the vehicle and putting his arms up and telling the driver to stop?
Yes.
Did the driver stop for Officer Butrin?
He did not.
Okay. At this point, you personally did not observe any further conduct with the vehicle once it got out of your sight, correct?
Correct.
But subsequently, you were assigned as the lead investigator in this case, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And in that capacity, have you witnessed multiple video recordings of the activity involving the SUV driven by Mr. Brooks as it proceeded down Main Street?
Yes, I have.
About how many videos were recovered by the police department?
We have 65 different files, each containing multiple videos.
And what were the sources of these videos?
Citizens, businesses, some city cameras that we have.
Okay. And did the recordings capture the path of travel for the SUV throughout the length of Main Street?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And on those, have you observed those video recordings, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you believe they were true and accurate depictions of what happened that afternoon?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And in addition to the videos, multiple law enforcement officers have attempted to interview many victims and witnesses who were present that day, correct?
Correct.
Is the information in the recordings consistent with the information you obtained from these citizen witnesses and victims?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Tell us what you saw on the videos as the SUV traveled down Main Street, please.
Initially, as the vehicle was traveling on Main Street, I would say between White Rock and Barstow Street, the vehicle stays on the north side of the roadway. As it's driving, it's beeping its horn, slowing down. Once it crosses Barstow Street, the vehicle continues driving at a faster speed. It increases its speed, and it begins to do a zigzagging motion through the crowd. At some point,
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. When you say crowd, are you talking about the participants in the middle of the street or the spectators on the side of the road?
the participants in the parade.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. Please continue.
As it's between Barstow and Broadway, the vehicle zigzagging through the crowd, hitting people, running people over. And then as it approaches Clinton Street, the vehicle increases its speed even more. The vehicle is zigzagging through the crowd where there's no vehicles, and it appears that the vehicle's intentionally aiming for people. At one point in the video, you can see the vehicle running over people. At one point, there's someone on the hood of the car where the vehicle jams on its brakes, appears to have the person come off the hood of the car, and then continues driving and drives over that person. As it gets to the 400 block, it hits another group of people and then continues driving westbound.
Okay. In total, about how many people did the Waukesha Police Department identify as having been directly struck by the vehicle as it drove down the roadway?
We're at about 61 at this point.
Okay. Did some of those people receive fatal injuries?
6 of the people receive fatal injuries.
Of the people that did not lose their life, what was the degree of injury suffered by them? Did it vary?
From some people have, I'd say, road rash, swelling muscles. So there's some people that have skull fractures, internal injuries, and fractures, multiple fractures.
I just want to briefly go through the various units that were involved in the parade here. It's my understanding that the investigation has shown the first person that was struck was participating with the RE/MAX Services First Group. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that person was in about the 200 block of Main Street.
That is correct.
Was that person directly struck by the vehicle
Yes, she was.
and injured?
Yes.
And that occurred as she was marching in the middle of the street?
Yes.
The vehicle then encountered the Waukesha South Band.
Yes.
Tell us what you remember about the videos showing the contact with the Waukesha South Band.
The vehicle suddenly swerves to the left, and at that point, it first hits the drum player and continues, and I would say it hits approximately 10 people and runs directly over the top of them, and then turns to the right and starts hitting other people in the parade route.
Okay. Some spectators were injured in this area as well?
Correct.
Okay. These Waukesha South Band members, they would all be teenagers or high school aged kids?
Yes.
And were all 10 people injured to your knowledge?
Yes, they were.
Some of them suffering great bodily harm?
Yes.
And all of them were directly in the roadway at the time of this?
Yes.
Burris Logistics Group was the next unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And was anybody participating in that group injured?
Yes, 2 people, a mother and daughter.
Okay. They were both directly struck by Mr. Brooks' vehicle?
Yes, they were.
Okay. I believe the Blazers baseball team was then encountered in the area of 264 West Main Street. Does that sound right, sir?
Correct.
And tell us what happened with the Blazers baseball team, please.
The vehicle started to pass on the left. Initially, it made contact with a young child and adult that were pushed between a pickup truck and eventually thrown ahead and hit multiple other participants that were in the center of the roadway.
Okay. Were any members of the Blazers baseball team injured as a result of Mr. Brooks striking them with his vehicle?
Yes, they were. About
how many?
I believe it was 10.
And were there any fatalities associated with the Blazers baseball team?
Yes, there was one.
And that was victim F?
Correct.
And what was the cause of death determined for victim F?
Cranial cerebral traumatic injuries.
The vehicle then encountered the Waukesha Extreme Dance Team, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's in an area known to us as the 5 Points area of downtown Waukesha, correct?
Yes.
And that's, what roadways are in that area, sir?
That's where Broadway and Main Street cross. Also, Grand Avenue starts heading south.
Okay. Were any members of the Extreme Dance Team struck directly by Mr. Brooks' vehicle?
Yes, they were.
And were they injured?
Yes, they were.
And they were struck as they walked down the middle of the street, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At any point in this process that we've described it so far, does Mr. Brooks stop his vehicle and check on any of these victims?
He does not.
There's about 15 children with the extreme dance team that were injured, is that correct?
Yes,
Struck and injured. The vehicle then continues and encounters the group for Citizens Bank, is that correct?
correct.
And that's in the same area, about the 300 block or just west of the 5 Points area?
Correct.
Was anyone from the Citizens Bank injured?
Yes, there was.
And was that a fatal injury?
Yes, it was.
That would be to victim D?
Correct.
What was the cause of death for victim D determined to be?
Multiple blunt force traumatic injury.
Okay. The vehicle then continues on and encounters the group known as the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies,
Yes,
and that occurs also in the 300 block of West Main Street.
correct.
Did you see video recording of the vehicle striking the Dancing Grannies?
Yes, I did.
What did you see?
The first granny was hit squarely in the center of the car. She was in the middle of the roadway. The vehicle continued driving. It initially was on the north side of the roadway. It then went to the south side of the roadway and came back to the north side of the roadway. There was no cars in the roadway at that time. It hit multiple people.
When you say cars on the roadway, and I think you had mentioned earlier, like a pickup truck or something, you're talking about cars that were accompanying the parade units, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How many people from the Dancing Grannies unit were killed as a result of Mr. Brooks striking them directly with his vehicle?
4.
And there were 3 other individuals that were injured as a result of this?
Correct.
And cause of death for the 4 individuals participating with the Dancing Grannies was?
Multiple blunt force traumatic injury.
Did the vehicle stop at that point after striking the Dancing Grannies?
It did not.
What happened after the vehicle, Mr. Brooks, cleared the Dancing Grannies?
At one point, you can see the vehicle suddenly slow down, appeared to get somebody off the windshield of the car. There's one citizen witness that said that Mr. Brooks was actually had his head out the window, trying to see around the other people as he was driving.
Was there a gap in the parade at that point?
Yes, there was.
Can you just briefly describe that, please?
It was maybe 100 feet. Sometimes the parade, some groups go a little bit slower or faster than others. After the Dancing Grannies, there's a street to the left that he could have exited on. And then there was a number of groups that were up about 100 feet.
Okay. And they were in the 400 block of West Main Street?
Correct.
Did he then encounter the group known as the Catholic Community of Waukesha?
Yes, he did.
And that was a larger group, correct?
Yes, it was.
Did Mr. Brooks strike several members of that group with his vehicle?
Yes, he did.
A total of about 19 people injured with the Catholic community?
Yes.
Okay. And they were all in the roadway?
Yes, they were.
Aside from the people in the roadway marching in the parade, there were some spectators that were injured in the area of 5 Points, is that correct?
Yes, there were.
And also some others that have been injured west of that, near the area where the Dancing Grannies were struck, correct?
Correct.
After Mr. Brooks went through the Catholic community group, did the video show where he went from there?
Yes, at that point, the roadway curves southbound for a short time until Wisconsin Avenue, and he turned left at that point.
Okay, so he stays on the parade route?
Correct.
And does he encounter an officer in this area of West Avenue?
Yes, he did.
What happened there?
One of our officers saw the vehicle coming at him. This officer was standing directly in the roadway. The vehicle was driving directly at him and forced that officer to discharge his service weapon.
He fired at Mr. Brooks' vehicle?
Yes, he did.
Did he strike the vehicle?
3 times.
Did the vehicle stop?
Did not.
Where did the vehicle go?
Continued southbound. At that point, the roadway turns into West Avenue. He continued for a block and then turned left onto Prospect Avenue.
And were you later able to trace the path of travel for the vehicle after it left the parade route?
Yes, we were.
Where did it go?
The vehicle pulled into a driveway and then through a backyard and ended up at 338 Maple Avenue.
What happened there?
Mr. Brooks got out of the vehicle and began running southbound.
So he abandons the vehicle
Yes,
and now he's on foot.
correct.
Were you able to determine where he went?
He went to multiple different locations. Eventually, he was taken into custody at 553 Elizabeth Street.
Okay. At any point, did Mr. Brooks return to the parade route to check on any of these victims that had been struck?
Never.
At in viewing the video, were there occasions where you observed the vehicle increase its speed along the parade route?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And that was at a time when there were multiple people in the road, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that from the video that most of the parade participants, because Mr. Brooks was coming up from behind them, were not aware of what was going on.
That is correct.
And it appeared from the video that most of them were struck without even knowing he was approaching them with his car.
Correct.
Just one last matter, Mr. Detective Casey, did we make any effort to determine the functionality of the vehicle after the incident had occurred?
Yes, we have.
What happened?
We had the Wisconsin State Patrol Mechanical Inspection Unit do an inspection on the vehicle while it was at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
And what was determined?
It was determined that there is nothing on the vehicle that was defective that would make the vehicle so it would not stop or accelerate. They found that a tie rod end had a little bit of extra play in it, and there was one mismatched tire. Other than that, they did not find anything mechanical wrong with the vehicle.
Okay. And are you aware of the fact that Mr. Brooks was pending on 2 open cases in Milwaukee County at the time of this incident?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that he had been released on bail in those cases and had been ordered to not commit any further crimes?
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Attorney Keys.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Detective Casey, you indicated on direct examination that there were thousands of people in the area for the parade on that afternoon. Is that correct?
That is my estimate.
You said about 100 entries in the parade completely.
Correct.
About hundreds of participants were participating in the parade, actually walking down the street, correct?
Correct.
And then you said there were thousands of people then spectating in addition to all of the participants, correct?
That is my estimate.
You indicated also a little bit about the route description. So you stated that the staging area is up on White Rock Avenue. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so White Rock was blocked off from some street all the way down through Maine. Is that correct?
I believe that it was blocked off starting at Niagara, which is north of where White Rock School is, where he was initially in the fight with victim PPP.
Okay. And then the parade goes from White Rock onto Maine. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then it continues turning onto Wisconsin Avenue once it gets to the end of that corner of Main Street, correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there were barricades and squad cars blocking off that street, correct?
What specific street are you talking
Blocking
about?
off Main Street so that the people can't get onto Main Street from the cross streets, correct?
So vehicles can't get on, correct?
Right. And so you indicated, you said the words, I think, squads and barricades, correct?
Correct.
So what does that mean exactly? Were there squad cars actually blocking the cross streets on Main Street?
At different locations, yes.
So was there a squad car at every single cross street?
There should have been, yes. It may not have been directly on the route. Sometimes they position them maybe a block up, so the vehicles can't get to the route, like the street that is like a block away. And then at the street itself, they would have plastic barricades that are about 10 feet long with white and orange on them.
Okay. So there was not necessarily a squad car blocking the cross street, but there was at least an orange and white barrier.
Correct.
And if someone had gone through the orange and white barrier, they would have then confronted a squad that was blocking another street. Is that fair to say?
More than likely, yes.
Now, you indicated that there were lots of spectators and that people were lining the sidewalks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were there people who were sitting on the street, on the cross streets in front of the barricades as well?
At some of the places, yes.
So that if someone had turned from Main Street onto a cross street, they could have confronted people before getting to a barricade. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, this is a parade, right? So it's loud. There's lots of activity and music and people talking. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And you were describing before on direct examination that there were some gaps between groups of participants. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So there's different groups of participants who are walking down the street, correct?
Correct.
And there's an amount of space between each group, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say each group, but some groups, some are closer. Every once in a while, there's a group that's a little bit slower than the other group, and it allows a space. So I wouldn't say every group, but some groups there are.
So there are spots where there's nobody walking, correct?
Correct.
And when there are those spots where there's nobody actually walking in the street, there are still spectators on the side of the street, perhaps on the sidewalk, sitting on the curb, things like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that you first observed this red Ford Escape on White Rock Avenue, correct?
Correct.
So it was driving toward you as you were standing near the intersection of Main and White Rock, is that right?
Correct.
And then you indicated on direct examination that it had contact with you, correct?
Correct.
You didn't get run over, did you?
I did not.
You then observed that vehicle continue on through Main Street, and you described all of that. And then you indicated that it turned southbound onto, does it turn into west there? Or is that still Main Street?
It's Main Street for a very short time, and then south of Wisconsin Avenue, it's West Avenue.
Okay. And so the vehicle then did not continue onto Wisconsin Avenue to follow the parade route, correct?
Correct.
The vehicle continued southbound across Wisconsin Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that it turned off onto a different street that I can't remember.
Prospect Avenue.
Prospect, thank you. So it did not continue then following the parade once it got to the end of Main Street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, in describing this red Ford Escape, was it an older model, a newer model?
2010.
2010, okay. And when you were having contact with this vehicle, did you notice that the windows were up or down?
I believe that they were all up.
So all the windows were closed on this Ford Escape, is that correct?
Correct.
So you could not see inside through an open window, is that correct? You would have been looking through the glass.
Correct.
The windows were not cracked open at all.
Not that I recall.
And when you were next to the vehicle, you could hear the engine noise, is that correct?
I mean, I don't recall hearing that. I mean, I don't know if it's because everything else that was going on that was excluded, but I don't really recall any noises. I was focused on the vehicle and the driver of the vehicle at that point.
Okay. Now, you indicated that both yourself and officer, is it Butrin or Buttrin?
Yes.
All right, Officer B, you and Officer B were head on with the vehicle, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you indicated, in fact, that you were eye to eye with the driver of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were right next to the window, and so was Officer Buttrin at a later date, is that correct?
It wasn't a later
later.
time. It was probably a few minutes later. I believe he was directly in front of the vehicle. I was in front of the vehicle and then off to its side.
And regarding the driver, as you saw the driver as it was going past you, he was wearing a gray sweatshirt, correct?
I know that later, but at that time, I was focused on his face. That's all that I saw. I did not see a sweatshirt. I know later that from looking at video and other things, that he was wearing a gray sweatshirt.
Okay, and so when you're looking at his face, you couldn't see his hair at all, correct?
I saw that he had dark hair and he had some facial hair.
Okay, but you couldn't see like the length of his hair, is that correct?
I personally did not see that.
Because it was covered up with a hood, is that correct?
I was just focused on his face. I mean, I was just zeroed in on his face. That's all that I was looking at. It happened very fast. I was very orientated on his face. I do not recall seeing that. It's probably because of things were happening very fast, and I wanted to remember his face, so I was focusing on that.
Okay, and so you indicated on direct examination that you actually stepped in front of the vehicle and pounded on the hood and
Yes.
yelled for the driver to stop, correct?
Yes.
And you did not end up underneath the vehicle, is that correct?
I did not. The vehicle was driving at a slow speed at that time, and I was able to step off to the side as it brushed me past.
And then you witnessed the vehicle driving for how long did you say? Until about Barstow?
That's how far I could see it. The vehicle started to pick up speed, and then it was getting too far away from me. And I decided it was best to go back to my squad car and get into there to try to pursue the vehicle further.
And then Officer Buttrin, you indicated, observed the vehicle as well. Do you know how long Officer Buttrin was able to personally observe the vehicle drive?
I mean, it would have been a very short time. I mean, we estimate that the car was on the parade route approximately 3 to 4 minutes. So we're talking a very short amount of time for all of this contact.
Now, you indicated on direct examination that you reviewed video where you were able to see the vehicle then continuing past where you personally observed the vehicle yourself, correct?
That is correct.
And during that time, you saw that the driver did not drive on any sidewalks, is that correct?
That is correct.
The vehicle did not strike any other vehicles, correct?
That is correct.
The vehicle did not try to make any other vehicles get knocked over or roll into other vehicles or parade participants or spectators, correct?
I did not see it knock over any other vehicles.
In fact, there were times when the vehicle almost struck spectators and other parade participants but didn't hit them, is that correct?
You ask a question again, please?
There was a time when the vehicle was driving in the open lane between the spectators on the sidewalk and the parade participants, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, the vehicle went around rather than striking a small child who was standing in the roadway, correct?
There are times that he avoided people, if that's what you're asking.
Now, as you were observing these videos that you obtained throughout the parade route, is there consistent video of the rear of the vehicle?
What do you mean by consistent?
Can you often see the rear of the vehicle in watching these videos, or are you looking more like down from up or toward the front of the vehicle?
I'd say it's a split between that, but you can see the vehicle, the rear of the vehicle multiple times.
How many times?
I would have to review the reports to know that.
Now, you indicated on direct examination that you observed in these videos each of the 6 people who suffered fatal injuries. Is that correct?
I'd show that the video show 5 of the 6 people being struck.
Okay, and so I guess let's start with on direct examination, Attorney Opper asked you about the first person who was struck. who was with the Remax group, correct?
Correct.
And so that person was near the area of the 200 block of Main Street, is that correct?
Correct.
And where is that exactly? What's like a,
Between Barstow and Gasper Street.
okay, thank you. And there were other people around that person there were other people in the vicinity of that single person who was struck and killed, correct?
Correct.
And not everybody who was in that vicinity died at that time, correct?
There's only 6 people that died out of hundreds.
Okay. On direct examination, you talked about the Blazers baseball team in the area of 264 West Main Street, correct?
Correct.
And you described that the Ford Escape was on one side of the road and then moved to the other side of the road, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the vehicle swerved around another truck that was in the parade, correct?
It went around a truck.
Okay. And on the left side of that truck was where the parade participants were walking, correct?
There were parade participants on both sides of the truck, but the one that was struck and killed was on the left-hand side of the truck.
Okay, and it was relatively close to the truck, is that correct?
Correct.
You talked about the group of participants in the parade with the Catholic community of Waukesha, correct?
Correct.
And in your direct examination, you indicated that that was a large group of people participating in the parade, correct?
Correct.
And you said that there were about 19 people who were injured as part of that group, correct?
Correct.
None of those people died, correct?
That is correct.
Ultimately, the driver of the vehicle was arrested, you said, at somewhere on Elizabeth
You
Street.
talking about Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Yes.
You identified him as Darrell Brooks, correct?
Correct.
And was it you who took him into custody or a different officer?
Other officers.
He spent then a period of time with officers after being arrested, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, one of the officers who spent time with him reported an odor of marijuana about his person, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that officer reported that Mr. Brooks had red, bloodshot, glassy eyes, correct?
Correct.
And he could smell an odor of burnt marijuana on him, correct?
Correct.
And then one of the officers, or a couple of the officers, I think, attempted to interrogate Mr. Brooks. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That was not you, though, correct?
That is correct.
You reviewed reports of those other law enforcement officers who spoke with Mr. Brooks, correct? And those detectives showed Mr. Brooks photos and videos of this incident occurring. Is that correct?
Correct.
While those officers were showing Mr. Brooks photos and videos, he did not want to look at them. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
In fact, he would put his head down, correct?
Correct.
He'd turn his head away from the photos and the videos. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at one point, he even begged the law enforcement officer to stop showing them to him, correct?
I believe so.
And lastly, Mr. Brooks indicated to one of the detectives that, quote, "I didn't mean to kill nobody," end quote. Is that correct?
I believe that's a quote.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Attorney Hopper, any redirect?
Just a couple quick follow-up. Detective Casey, on cross-examination, you were asked about, basically, I'm going to summarize what I understood the cross-examination to be. You were asked about scenarios where it was implied that Mr. Brooks couldn't leave the parade route because it was blocked up and down both sides of the street by people at all times, or squads or something like that, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Mr. Brooks could have just simply stopped the car to avoid striking anybody or any object, correct?
Correct.
You were also asked about the fact that you personally were not run over or killed by Mr. Brooks' vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you had the benefit of facing the vehicle head-on, seeing it coming and being able to react, correct?
Correct.
The other parade participants that were struck by Mr. Brooks did not have that same vantage point, did they?
That is correct. Speed is also important. That when I saw him, he was doing maybe 5 miles an hour. When he was at the west end of the route, he was maybe going 40 or 50 miles an hour. There's a big difference from where he started to where he ended.
Okay. And fair to say, if he was under the influence of marijuana at the time of these events and operated a vehicle and struck somebody and injured them, that would be a felony offense as well, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Thank you. Attorney Hopper, any other witnesses?
No, sir, the state would rest.
Thank you. Attorney Keys, any witnesses?
No witnesses, defense rests.
Thank you. Any argument from the state, please?
The state will move for bind over without argument, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Keys?
Your Honor, defense objects to bind over.
Thank you. Pursuant to what the law is, my decision on whether or not the state has presented sufficient evidence to show that the defendant probably committed a felony or felonies within the jurisdiction of the court. There is ample evidence on all fronts as far as each of the group of counts, the counts 1 through 6, counts 7 through 67, 63 or 68, strike that, through 73, and then the felony bail jumps 74, 75. Each of those were discussed. There is ample evidence on each of those to show, sir, that you probably committed a felony or felonies within the jurisdiction of this court. And based upon that, I am going to bind you over for trial. Attorney Keys, have you received a copy of the information?
Your Honor, we're requesting an arraignment date, and we previously obtained one with Madam Clerk.
Okay. And would you like that in front of this court or the trial court?
I think it's been scheduled in front of this court.
That's fine. So that date, Madam Clerk?
February 11th at 10:15 back here.
All right, and so we do have further housekeeping. There is now a second amended victim witness identification key. I'm modifying the bail bond condition originally set that Mr. Brooks, you may not disseminate any information regarding that particular identification key except to your lawyers. Then I did neglect, and I don't mean to get further into the bail issues, but I did mean to ask at our last bail hearing if Mr. Brooks possesses a passport.
No.
All right, if he does possess a passport, if he does post bail, I am ordering that that be turned over prior to being released to either the sheriff's department or the clerk of court's office, but I understand he does not, according to what he said. So anything else from the state?
Nothing else other than to request the prior condition of bail obviously required Mr. Brooks to have no contact with the victims. We would ask you to extend that to all of the victims now in the second amended victim key.
Thank you. And I unless you want to be heard on that, Attorney Keys?
No.
I am going to grant that motion. So, Mr. Brooks, you may not have contact with any of the victims identified in the second amended victim witness identification key. And with that, unless there's anything else from the state before I get to any comment by any of the victims.
I was going to address that as well, Your Honor. So we are in full compliance with all victim rights notification, Your Honor. There are some victims that are present personally and some that are participating in the live stream viewing, but we have fully complied with them. It's my understanding that no one wishes to address the court on scheduling. At least that was the information I was provided at the beginning of the hearing, and I'm being told at this point that that's still the case. We did confer with the people who are present in the courtroom about that next court date of February 11th. Everybody who's here indicated that was an agreeable date. Certainly, if we find out that there's an objection to that date from others that would require the court taking that issue up, we will alert the court and the defense. But right now, we believe February 11th is agreeable to everyone, and nobody wishes to be heard further on scheduling, Your Honor.
And I'll recognize that your lead victim witness person is in the courtroom, and she was indicating to you that nobody wished to, as far as the victims, to be heard today.
Yes, correct.
Attorney Keys, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we have our date. We'll gather up again on that next court date back here for an arraignment. Unless there's anything further, we can be adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Sorry, did you read that email?
I didn't read it.
Okay. It was more just for the effect.
Okay.
Oh, the cookie one? Yeah. Now I know. It's looking ridiculous. I don't know what I have to say. Yeah.
So look, I know you're waiting for Attorney Keys, right?
Yes.
I just want to know if I don't have anyone on the Zoom.
No, as of 12:15, no one had requested Zoom.
Okay.
So when Ms. Dunn arrives,
She's
Ms.
here.
Dunn is here, still nobody. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Then I can start the
Live stream.
right. It takes a little bit. There's always lots of information I have to type in, so.
As Idahoans, we have access to more than 34 million acres of public land for hunting and fishing. It's Idaho Fish and Game's duty and everyone's responsibility to preserve and protect our diverse wildlife that calls Idaho home.
I know. So I was gonna look there.
before I go live and we have Attorney Keys, do you have any idea how many people will want to address the court today?
Yes, we have 3 individuals that want to provide an oral statement. 3 others have submitted statements that Jen Dunn is going to read on their behalf. And then there were written statements filed previously. I believe the court has those. Those were e-filed for 3 other individuals.
Do you have those written ones, Attorney Perry?
I saw them
Okay.
online, yeah.
So Teresa, make sure the microphone is available. And then if just folks could use the victim key when.
They will, yes, to
That'd be
refer to
great.
themselves, yes.
Yep. Oh, Chris's trial got adjourned.
Christie's? It did. No, it didn't. Oh, I know. Oh.
Just for people sitting in the front row, we have our cameras tight. You can see, just might be captured if you're in the front row. I just want to put that on before I go live. All right, I'm starting the live stream then. We're not on yet. I have to check the settings.
I just have.
What?
He mentioned in a side note, he was reviewing something a couple of weeks ago.
I did my copy and paste. I thought recording works, so we'll see.
What happens when the prostate enlarges and the urine channel gets tight?
You cannot be certain how fast it will grow and choke your urethra completely. Scientists from both California and Harvard universities have recently discovered a way to have a fully functional prostate until well over your 90s. Their studies show that a swollen prostate is a completely reversible condition. It has nothing to do with genetics or age, but with a dangerous buildup of a powerful growth substance produced by your body, which feeds the prostate tissue to grow 24/7, causing dangerous inflammation progressing into benign prostatic hyperplasia, and other critical symptoms. Acting now is possible. Just tap the Watch Now button to see exactly how you can shrink your prostate and protect your manhood starting today. This powerful prostate health solution has already been used successfully and discreetly by 74,783 men to free themselves from their swollen prostate symptoms. Permanent relief is now possible while maintaining a healthy prostate for the rest of your life. It involves no expensive medications, drugs, the prospect of a complete prostate removal surgery, or changes in diet. This may seem unreal, but they all reported being able to completely eliminate those.
Right, I'm gonna restart the whole Zoom app and see if that helps. It's not working. So give me a second or two. Two, 1, 3, right? The first one? 205. Yep. Yep. Got it. Two, 1, 3, 205, 1747, 10.
205-213.
Oh, I had it backwards. Okay. That's always a good sign. All right, so now I have to fix hopefully the live stream. If that doesn't work, then I'm gonna need Zach.
He knows that we're not active.
Copied everything. I thought correctly. Well, I thought going out and back in, I'd get the box again where I could copy everything, but it's going right to the live stream and I don't think it's working. So if you could call him. Sorry, everyone, a few technical issues. My live stream is not currently working.
Zach was just in the hallway.
But she's gonna get a hold of him. Monica's gonna help too. At least I got the. there was an extra space. I think I just figured it out. Oh. Okay. We'll try this for the third time. I think that was it.
There he is.
I think I got it. I had found an extra space. Thank you. It's working now.
I'm not in the Zoom. Do you want me to jump in?
Is that okay? Exact that that's black, but it says on my thing it's live streaming. Okay. All right, very well. We are up and running them with the live stream. I will call State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848 appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Judge Sue Upper, Leslie Basie, and Zach Witchow appearing on behalf of the state.
Darrell Brooks appears in person in custody with his attorneys Anna Keys and Jeremy Perry. Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. We are here today to primarily address the defense motion for adjournment of the trial date that was scheduled to start in October of this year. I want to acknowledge that I did see the state's reply along with 3 written statements that were filed by 3 of the victims. I presume the defense has had an opportunity to review those things as well.
We have.
All right, I will start with asking the defense for further argument, then I'll turn to the state, including whether any additional victims would like to provide statements either directly or through Jen Dunn.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Judge. On March 11th, I think that's the date we were first in front of this court. And in terms of the question about when would the parties be ready, I think that we accurately represented what we understood, certainly the state meant when they said that I don't think there's any reasonable way we could try this case in November or December. But I think what the question really was is to the parties' best estimate as to when they'd be ready to try the case. And in a very short amount of hindsight, with really nothing else happening from that hearing to cause this, just except for going back after that hearing, like I said at the last hearing, reevaluating all the materials and the types of materials that still needed to be reviewed, the types of expertise we were going to need, which I tried to at least summarize in the motion to adjourn. Our best estimate in terms of when the defense would be ready to proceed and be prepared for trial resulted in us realizing that October is not realistic. And so rather than waiting much further down the road when there'd be prejudice to parties or to anything with getting too far down the road with things being sent out, things being relied on too much, tried to really promptly let everyone know of what our best estimate was in terms of when we could be prepared based on the volume. The state makes a comment in its reply that that we failed to advise, or whatever their choice of words were, of a trial in January. I'm pretty sure that at that March 11th hearing, we talked about if it went into 2023, that we'd be talking about March at the earliest. It's true, I didn't list off every case that I'm involved in or every other scheduling conflict, but we have been pretty forthright with the court and parties about what we have in terms of scheduling conflicts and abilities to make this all work. Also learning at that March 11th hearing how long the court parties were anticipating that this trial might last. At that March 11th hearing, and to be candid, we agreed at that hearing that October, and we put it in our calendars as October. But we also weren't able to answer the court when we were asked how long to present a defense case. And the reason we weren't able to answer that is the reason is very similar to the reason why we realized we need a date past October. And that's because we weren't able to answer it because of where we were in our review of the case, the types of issues, fleshing out the defense, and the work that remained to be done. And so really, this is pretty early, I think, in terms of, at least early in the sense of how cases get scheduled, to be having this battle about the first date that got set and a very prompt request for an adjournment. I don't think that what we're asking is out of line in the sense of kind of the length of time a first-degree intentional homicide case might take. I also don't think that I'm out of line to suggest that this isn't the typical case involving a charge of first-degree intentional homicide in terms of the volume of materials and the number of charges, the number of witnesses that have been talked about or anticipated by the state.
So I have some questions. If this court were to grant an adjournment, how much of a delay is the defense requesting, and when would the defense then be available to try this case?
I think, like we indicated earlier, I think probably mid-March of 2023 at the earliest.
You have another case with some, sounds like a lengthy case, a bit of involvement. And that is currently scheduled for how long? And it's also scheduled for trial, is that right?
It is. It's set to begin January 9th, I think, and last for 5 weeks.
If I were to grant an adjournment, why couldn't we look at November or December? Why couldn't we try this in 2022?
Well, I think December would start to make it impossible personally for my January obligations, honestly, if we're talking about this being set for a month. And November, adding 1 month from what it currently is, I don't think would accomplish what we need to accomplish in terms of the reason for the adjournment of going from 6 months from today's date to 7 months.
Can you shed a little more light on why 6 months from today would be insufficient in order for the defense to be prepared?
The best I can say, like, I guess any case at the early stages of a case, is in terms of looking at kind of preliminarily the issues involved, the volume of discovery, the things that still need to be reviewed. We're trying to provide our best guess based on that, what we can see of the work that needs to be done. And we're trying to do that in a way that doesn't shortchange us and shortchange any of the parties, in the sense where we might wind up coming in and saying, we need 2 more weeks, right? We don't want to do that. We want, when we set a date for a trial of this length and with all the people that are going to be involved in it, to not have to get it adjourned when we get closer to it. In terms of specifics, I can't tell you right now that X expert can only get us their report by a certain date. But I do know the amount of work that we need to do prior to getting materials to an expert for that review and to figure that out, and going by sort of past experience in the agency of how long some of these things take. And I feel confident in saying that 6 months, when we start to break that down into the increments, is unrealistic.
Is that something within the agency that's problematic, and the caseload and the availability of experts to review? Or is that case specific?
I think it's case specific based on just experience within and just getting experts, and the amount of time it takes to review, and the amount of time if there's travel involved and those things. But you know, if it probably goes without saying, this isn't our only case, but it's getting a lot of our attention, which it deserves. So it's really, this request is based on balancing all of those things.
I asked earlier if you had seen the response filed by the state, and in that response, they list really a timeline of events primarily related to discovery. You recall reviewing that?
Yes.
Anything about that you would specifically respond to? Is it inaccurate, or is it an accurate recitation of when and what the state has provided to the defense in terms of discovery and opportunity for review of certain things, even if that was prior to the preliminary hearing?
No, that struck me as pretty accurate. We are not suggesting that the state has delayed turning materials over to us, and we were afforded an opportunity to see selected videos prior to the preliminary hearing. That's true.
Anything else you think I should consider?
The other thing that I would add, and we're going to hear, I think, from, it sounds like some named victims in the case in terms of their position. But the defense has been, I think, proceeding diligently in this case. It has, with its filing of the motion under 971-22, in terms of meeting the deadlines so far and getting back to the court and working earnestly to move this case along, while not sacrificing thoroughness in it. The state references Article 1, Section 9M of the Constitution, and I would suggest that the subsections that they've quoted from, of proceedings free from unreasonable delay, timely disposition of the case free from unreasonable delay, I think that what we're asking is reasonable in this case, and it's reasonable considering sub 6 of that section, which is Article 1, Section 9M may not be interpreted to supersede a defendant's federal constitutional rights. And what we are doing is trying at this early stage to avoid an issue where we're at trial and we aren't prepared to offer Mr. Brooks his thorough defense that he's entitled to. And that's it. That's the reason for this. I wish on March 11th, when asked that, I guess heading into that, I didn't realize we were going to be setting a trial date at the first hearing before this court, and that's fine. And so I tried on, just 2 weeks later, when we realized it, to, at the start of that hearing, to alert everyone of that. But it's really, it's no different than at that March 11th hearing of, if it said, you know what, look, like we did point out, we're still reviewing discovery. A lot is to be determined. in terms of figuring things out, in terms of what the defense and how long it will take to present the defense case. And October of 2022 isn't realistic to accomplish all of those things.
Would I be wrong if I presume that there's been an initial review of all discovery made by your team?
Well, we've certainly reviewed what has been provided to us, but in terms of a close review, I guess it depends on what's meant and what's understood by an initial review. Yeah, there aren't piles of materials that we don't know what that is, but in terms of carefully reviewing it, there's still we're still working through it.
I know you referenced effective assistance of counsel. I'm certainly very mindful of that, and there's not a person in this room who does not want there to be effective assistance. Obviously, within your own agency, individuals have to be certified to handle these cases. That's at least my understanding. Obviously, two of the very senior people in your office. But when we think about sort of the flip side of the coin of effective assistance of counsel, when courts like myself address those issues, right? It's the flip side of that coin. It's ineffective assistance of counsel. And in those types of cases, right, the courts are always looking at whether there's prejudice, and not just hypothetical speculative prejudice, but actual prejudice. So I thought about that in terms of this case, and what can you point me to or set forth for me that would say if we don't get this adjournment, we will be prejudiced in this way, whether it's the unavailability of a certain witness or foreclosing a line of defense or something along those lines. Do you have anything like that?
I can't at this stage, but I'd suggest that's not the right approach at this point. That kind of post-conviction analysis, which is what would have changed when we're talking at the front end of the case of the need to investigate. That's the sort of Monday morning quarterbacking of knowing everything that happened and then having to pinpoint the singular item that someone is saying should have been different, and saying, how did it matter in light of everything that happened? When at this stage, what I can point to are what the aspirations are of the Constitution in terms of what is effective assistance of counsel. And that includes thorough investigation, exploring all possible defenses, and being diligent in just, in doing all of those things. And so sort of providing that, appellate perspective on the case prospectively, I think is sort of an impossible thing to do right now, and not really the right standard.
And I'm not saying I'm injecting into this a standard, right? But there's still some value in looking at, because I do have to make a decision here today, and a request for continuance is a decision that is within the sound discretion of the trial court. And as you all know, it's a balancing of interests, even at this stage of the game, not looking back, right? Monday morning quarterback or retrospectively, but it's really the balancing of the interests that are at stake. And I know from your filings, and including the motion to change venue and the motion for adjournment, and knowing from personal experience with both of you, that you understand very well your obligations as attorneys to thoroughly investigate, and your diligence that is needed. And I certainly don't mean, I don't want to come off as if I don't think you understand that. I do understand that you understand all of that, and that is something you take very seriously. But I also think it's a valid question as to, what specifically will this extra time at this point give you? By your own statements here today, it sounds like if I grant a continuance, The entire month of December will not be able to be devoted to this case in any way due to your preparation for a trial that begins in January, which will take up all of January and part of February, right? So it cuts out a significant amount of time that you are asking me to give you to try the case. I mean, if I look at it in that way, there's not a significant amount of extra time that's going to be provided for all of you, right? Unless I'm going well past March of 2023. I don't think that's an unfair assessment of the time frame that's been laid out here for me today. That brings me to why can't this be done yet in 2022?
Well, I'd suggest that it's not only me and Attorney Keys that would be putting all the hours and only us putting the hours into this case, that we'd have, especially if we talk about consulting with experts, it's allowing enough time for those things to happen. It's enough time for staff in our office to be working on this as well. I hope that by October of this year, I'm not still waiting to personally have reviewed everything in the case. That doesn't mean that everything is lined up for us to be prepared for trial in terms of the other things that might be happening, especially when I refer to consulting with experts on the case.
Lastly, from a practical standpoint, we've spent now some significant amount of time preparing these jury questionnaires to assist with the analysis and of the change of venue motion, which I think is important. It's certainly not an idea that anyone came up with in this case. It's something that's been utilized in other cases and some very high profile cases, even throughout this country. And so from a practical standpoint, if we're not able to do a trial until 2023, then I'm not able to send out the jury questionnaires until sometime shortly after October 1. And so that puts delaying the change of venue motion, because I think it's important to have those questionnaires returned, given the size of the county that we are in and the size of the master list. Understanding, as we talked a little bit about at the last hearing, the master list for 2022 is over 314,000. I've already had our clerk's office send out 2,500 initial jury qualification questionnaires. That's just the basic questionnaire. Of that, we've had over 1,500 already returned. So it's a significant amount of people that I would want to send this questionnaire out to. Frankly, much larger is my understanding than what we did for a case like Slenderman. And I'm not saying that those are apples to apples, right? But that's what we have by way of recent experience here in Waukesha County. And so is the defense prepared for the possibility then that that change of venue motion will not be decided in all likelihood until closer to the end of 2022? And is that reasonable or acceptable?
Yeah, I think that if the court looks at this idea of the questionnaires to help decide the change of venue motion as being essential or very, very helpful in deciding it, then that's something that that we'd be okay with.
All right, I appreciate you answering all of my questions. Let me turn to the state.
Thank you, Judge. And I'd like to observe at the outset, I think it's something the court's already commented on. You have a tough decision here. I understand. You need to balance many concerns and many issues. providing Mr. Brooks with a fair trial is, of course, one of those. Providing the victims with a fair trial and a speedy disposition is another one. So we understand that this is not a slam dunk motion either way. It's going to require a lot of thought by the court. The added challenge is this scheduling that we brought to light for Mr. Perry, in that you can't adjourn it 30 days, 60 days. It's either got to be October or March at the soonest. That's a significant gap, and that's a significant gap to have to explain to the victims and their families as to why we would push the trial off for so long. Mr. Perry represents to the court that they've made a reasonable request. This is not out of line. That may be true. It's frankly too difficult to assess from the information we have before us. You've asked a lot of pointed questions looking for definite answers, and we still really don't have them. They still haven't told us, when would you like this trial? How long of an adjournment do you need? The only response is, well, March would be the soonest. Are they asking for July of 2023 or March of 2023? Because that matters, right? They say things like, well, we need to do an investigation and we need to consult with experts. Has any of that started? We don't know from the record so far. They've outlined some issues that they feel may be relevant to the defense, like the interrogation of Mr. Brooks. Well, they've had those materials since December. A special plea, the possibility of a special plea, if that's going to occur, that should have already occurred, Your Honor. That has to take into account his mental capacity at the time of the incident. So raising a special plea in October isn't going to provide too much helpful information to anybody. It's hard, in my opinion, to gauge the reasonableness of the request from the defense, because I still don't know exactly what they're asking for. And I don't know that you asked him twice, what would this additional time buy you? And all they've said is more time to review the discovery and consult with experts. But if they were to come to this court and say, we've already spoken to, for instance, a DNA expert, and they've reviewed the crime lab, what is available so far, and they know what was done so far, and they're estimating 3 to 4 months for them to complete the review, we'd have something solid, something concrete that we could explain to the victims as to why this delay is necessary. But as it sits here today, we don't know if they've even consulted with one expert yet. So that's where I think the challenge comes for the court is you have to do the right thing for a lot of different people, and they're compelling but competing interests, right? Not unusual for a judge. I get it, but we're not trying to be difficult here either, Judge. I still would indicate to this court that we believe we can have our case in chief done within 5 to 7 business days. I think an estimate of a month for a trial is too long. I really do. I think this trial would be 2 to 3 weeks, easily done within 3 weeks. So can we look at October 31st as a start date, giving them an additional 30 days? That's a possibility. I would ask the court to consider that, because otherwise to have to tell these victims, we're not going to do anything on this case for another year is really hard to swallow, right? They're not going to have any answers on what's going to happen for another year. So I know you've read the written statements. I'm going to ask those who want to make statements to come forward at this time with your permission.
Before you do that,
Yes.
I just have some follow-up. Just on the trial scheduling, I know you're very confident about putting your case in chief in.
Yes.
So when I say a month, I factor into that the fact that this court has to do preliminary instructions, which will be quite lengthy, and then at the end of the trial, significant instructions. These aren't instructions that are going to take an hour, right? They could very well take a day, 2, I don't know. I haven't certainly had to instruct a jury on over 80 counts. And so I know that that adds to it as well. And then I'm also factoring into that my best estimate, I guess, at this point of deliberations, understanding that a jury has to go through each verdict one by one. And so I don't think it's at all unreasonable to think that in total, this is going to take about a month's time. You know,
I understand.
it might take less, but I'm trying to be mindful of everyone's schedules and give this case the time that it needs for all aspects of the trial. You may very well be right. It can be done closer to 3. But I did want to put that on. What about, though, this idea that the trial, if it goes into November, do you think there's any potential, I guess, for prejudice there coming up on the 1-year anniversary? I know that I haven't looked at that in any specificity. If there's any case law, I would think there would not be, but have you thought about that?
I did think about that, and that's one of the factors that I mentioned on March 11th. Yes, and not only prejudice to the defendant, but difficulty for the families, right? So yes, that is something that I think we should consider. But I think we should weigh that in the scheme of things, Your Honor, or the scope of things of, does that potential prejudice and pain outweigh the need to get the case done in a reasonable amount of time?
And what about the month of December? That'd be the last, I guess, question, at least at this point. What are your thoughts about that?
Yes, I think we're definitely prepared to do this in December, Your Honor. But I think the analysis is pretty much the same as far as there's still potential for prejudice and challenges for the victims if we're talking about November and December. But I think the value in getting the case completed by the end of the year outweighs those concerns.
All right, thank you. Then I will hear from anyone who would like to make a statement. Today, I only ask that you utilize the identification from the victim identification key as you do so.
Sure. So first we're going to have.
And utilize a microphone.
Yes, this is, first there'll be a comment by victim O speaking on behalf of himself.
Thank you so much. If you could stand for me, please, so I can see you. Thank you. Go ahead.
I feel that the court should not grant the motion for trial to be moved even further from the current scheduled date in October of the proposal for 2023, as victims in the city itself will continue to be affected as this case continues to be lingered on or pushed out, which is something that does not need to happen, as I believe closure is the biggest thing that the victims of this case and the case itself needs.
Thank you.
And then we have the mother for victims AA and BB.
Good afternoon. As a mother of 2 victims in this case, I'm seeking enforcement of the statutory and constitutional right to a speedy disposition of the case and the right to have the victim's interests considered when deciding whether to grant a continuance. Moving the trial date to 2023 will cause additional emotional distress and prevent our family and hundreds of others from healing from this trauma. The 6 killed did not have a choice of how much time they had left on this earth. The more than 60 injured did not have a choice of how much time they had to enjoy the quality of life they may never regain. This case, however, both defense and prosecution was given ample time with an October trial date. Pushing the trial to 2023 would continue the emotional distress for the victims. Judge Darrell, please consider the victim's right in this case and do not grant a continuance. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then finally, we have the granddaughter of victim A.
I understand that the trial wishes to be pushed back, but respectfully, I disagree with the idea of adjournment and would like to voice my opinion. My grandmother was one of the ones that was struck and killed by Darrell Brooks in the Waukesha parade. I was incredibly close to her, and her life was ripped away from myself, my family, and my grandmother's friends without so much of a chance of the ability for us to even say goodbye. I think that in order for my family and the other victims' families to properly heal, the trial needs to be set in October. We need to see justice on the day the trial was originally set for. We cannot rest easy or even find a sliver of peace until that is done. Trials create indelible records upon records of the facts presented for this very case. We all already know Darrell Brooks deserves to be locked up. However, trying to bring members from another county will just provide the same results. No matter where this trial takes place, people all around the entire state, county, and even world are angry about this, and we as victims deserve the justice that we were promised. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Dunn, I believe you have some statements as well you'd like to read on behalf of them.
I do. I have some statements from victims who could not neither be here or felt they could not read it themselves. The first is from the mother of victim Z. Judge Doro, 4 months ago, our daughter's dance team came out to spread joy and holiday cheer to our community. What they didn't know was that day their lives would be forever changed. Walking along the parade route, these children, adults, grandparents had one goal: to make other people smile. And in one instant, that all changed. Lives were lost and childhoods were shattered. Families rushed to their loved ones to hold them and pray they would survive. This was a moment no one will forget. In the days, weeks, and months following this horrific event, the victims and their families have endured numerous funerals, surgeries, and continued recovery from the ongoing emotional and physical pain. The defense is asking for a continuance for this trial. By doing so, these victims will have to keep reliving this nightmare. We respectfully ask for your compassion by not delaying the prospect of the closure any longer than necessary. Although nothing will mend the emotional wounds these victims have endured, moving the trial to 2023 will only prolong the healing process. My daughter and her teammates need to move on. They need to heal. They will not be able to heal until this is behind them. Please consider the victims and their families when making your decision today. Although we cannot go back in time, we can move forward, and that's what everyone needs to do. Respectfully, the parent of victim Z.
Thank you.
This next one is from the mother of victim II, victim JJ, victim LL, and victim KK. She emphasized that she is the mother of 4 children, all struck in this incident. Good afternoon, Judge Doro. I start off by asking you to please consider the victim's rights in this case and do not grant a continuance. My children who were bluntly hit by Mr. Brooks deserve justice with a speedy disposition of the case. They should not have to see this continued trauma during the 1-year anniversary and the holidays surrounding this tragedy. Let my children celebrate the holidays instead of hiding in fear of what's next. I believe the October trial date should remain and the continuance should be avoided at all costs to assist the healing with my children. The set October date should be ample time to prepare for the resolution of this case. Thank you, Judge Doro. And the final letter is from the mother of victim HH. As a victim in this case, I am asking the court to consider the victim's interest when deciding to grant a continuance. This extremely violent event has been a horrific experience for many. By moving the trial into 2023, the victims will continue to deal with the emotional and mental strain that has come with this incident longer than what we need. Unfortunately, my child did not get the choice to prolong her quality of life. Instead, she was forced into a lifestyle of fighting for her life, multiple hospital stays, multiple ongoing surgeries, and ongoing doctor appointments. This event has caused a daily impact on her life with no sure fix with the medical issues. Her 11-year-old normalcy was taken from her too soon. I am begging for you to consider finishing this trial as soon as possible so that my family and many others can find some sort of emotional ending in this incident, especially since my family is stuck with lifelong daily reminders that feels as if they will never come to an end.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. Attorney Upper, anything else from the state?
No, Judge.
Attorney Perry, since it is your motion, I'll give you any final last thoughts or words you have at this time.
Sure. An example offered by the state is a good one, talking about how we're not sitting here today saying we've talked to a DNA expert and they've told us this is how much time it will take to analyze the DNA. The DNA is one of the things that we're still waiting on. And that's part of it, right? It's the, just at the start of a case doesn't mean, and then, the discovery's been received and everything is just flying along in terms of the analysis. So that's an example where it would be impossible for us to have consulted with a DNA expert to do that. And it's information that's still outstanding to us.
Any other information you believe is still outstanding?
I don't know, I guess. I don't know what I don't know in terms of the things that will be turned over to them, additional statements, things that that we'll learn as this case goes on. And that's part of it with the court's earlier question about what aspect would there be prejudice from? And that's sort of the, I think it would be kind of outrageous for me to say, well, like, we don't need to investigate this because if we investigate it, nothing will come of that, right? We can only know that by kind of turning over those stones. And I'm not suggesting turning over unreasonable ones. It's all, it's based on kind of our assessments of what is, reasonable things to pursue based on what is known. And at this stage in the case, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done by us.
Attorney Apper, as you know, the crime lab and the hygiene lab, both have backlogs, and oftentimes we do not get reports and analysis of evidence until sometimes days before trial. Now, so tell me and let me preface this, I know the parties understand this, but the public may not understand this. I obviously don't have the discovery. That is not something that comes to the court. The court has the criminal complaint, the court has the various filings, and then call it offers of proof if you will at this point regarding what's out there. So if I could have a little bit more information about what evidence has been submitted to either the crime lab, the hygiene lab, or for further testing for which there are not reports received.
DNA is the last big one, Your Honor, and I did call there this morning. I spoke to the analyst who's worked the case. He indicated to me all of the analysis is completed. He has a draft of his report. He's just waiting for a peer review to be completed. He estimated I would have the report by the end of this week or the middle of next week. And other than that, toxicology is complete. I believe trace is complete. And I don't think there was anything else at the crime lab.
Anything done with the vehicle?
That's the DNA. There was a mechanical inspection that's been done and turned over to the defense. That was done by State Patrol. That's all complete. Yeah.
How many items were swabbed and tested, if you can tell me, for DNA?
A lot, hundreds, but they weren't all analyzed.
In fairness, I mean, not,
right.
Sometimes
So,
we have one or two items that are sent to the crime lab for testing, and if there's hundreds, that can be fairly lengthy and will take some time to review and analyze.
Sure. So I guess I would make this observation. The examination of the vehicle itself was extremely lengthy. They spent days, if not weeks, going over the vehicle meticulously for any trace evidence, any biological specimens that could be recovered from the vehicle. So they did collect probably hundreds of samples from the vehicle, but I'm not expecting analysis on all 100 samples necessarily. As you know, Judge, the crime lab will typically select samples that are relevant and, in their opinion, most likely to be useful. And this case is a little bit unique in that we have so many eyewitnesses and video evidence as to what happened that we're not necessarily trying to fill in blanks with science. Certainly it's important. It supplements what we know, but let's just say in a typical hit and run, it may be very important to know, every amount of DNA that can be found on the vehicle, but there's other factors in this case that will be able to prove that without the science.
Thank you. I appreciate that additional information. All right, what I am going to do, I want to take some time to further digest what I've heard. I don't need a lot of time, but I want to just think about some of this added information that I just learned today. I will leave the live stream up and running, but I'll have my clerk mute our court audio. I'll take at least a half an hour to do that, and then so we'll reconvene, let's say at 3:30 for a decision.
With Credit Karma, your good driving score can unlock insurance discounts. Download the app to get started.
12:30 today, just to go over what I would call some scheduling, housekeeping matters related to this case and the motion before the court. I don't believe I need to put any of the substance of that on the record unless there is a request from either of the parties. I do not intend to go over any of the substantive issues that are remaining in this case, other than the motion to withdraw. That includes the various filings that the parties have made and any other open issues that we have at this time. I need to first address the issue with Mr. Brooks and the motion to withdraw. I do want to start out with you, Mr. Brooks, and ask you, is it your desire to represent yourself in this case?
It is. I would like to proceed in this matter prior persona, not pro se.
Say that last part again.
I would like to proceed in this matter in pro per, not pro se.
So you're going to have to tell me what you think that means.
It is me exercising my right to defend myself, to represent myself as a sovereign citizen. So essentially, this matter today would be me appearing by special appearance.
You have an absolute right to have an attorney represent you. It is protected not only by the Wisconsin Constitution, but the United States Constitution. Do you understand that?
I do understand my rights under the United States Constitution, yes.
Did you hear what I said?
Repeat it.
Do you understand that you have the right to have an attorney represent you, what we call the right to counsel?
Under the Sixth Amendment, correct?
Under the Sixth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the Wisconsin Constitution as well. It's a well-established right that a criminal defendant has. Do you understand that?
I'm aware, yes.
Do you also understand that you have the right to represent yourself?
I'm aware of that as well.
I have before me a motion to withdraw by your attorneys with the sole basis that is listed that you want to represent yourself. Is that your understanding as well?
That isn't entirely how the issue came about. I think it's important for that to be on record.
I'm not asking you to divulge attorney-client privileged information. Do you understand that?
So essentially, what is the question?
Well, I want to make sure you understand you have these competing rights. It is recognized in our case law from the United States Supreme Court, the Wisconsin Supreme Court, that there are these competing rights: the right to counsel and the right to self-representation, essentially to be your own counsel. Do you understand these competing rights?
I am aware.
Do you understand, sir, that you can't have an attorney and exercise that right and also exercise the right of self-representation?
I don't understand that.
So you started off this hearing by saying you want to exercise this right to appear in persona today and act as a sovereign citizen. Sir, my concern here today is there's a request from your attorneys to withdraw from this case. Do you understand that's the request before me today?
I'm aware that they filed a motion to withdraw, yes.
And are you aware, let me back up. Have you seen that motion, sir, the written motion?
I have seen it.
Did they give you a copy, the paper copy?
I believe it was delivered to me in the jail.
Do you have that in front of you today?
No, I do not.
Madam Clerk, why don't you print off a copy and we'll give it to him. Just that. Well, it looks like Attorney Perry has put that in front of Mr. Brooks, along with the court is providing another copy. Mr. Brooks, can you acknowledge for me that you have a written copy of the motion to withdraw now in front of you?
Yeah, this is a motion to withdraw.
Are you able to read that on your own, sir?
Yes.
Have you read it?
As of now, I have read it.
Do you understand what's in that motion?
Yes, I'm aware of what's in the motion, yes.
Is there anything about that motion you do not understand?
I'd like to thank our sponsor, Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Contestants ready? Go! No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm aware of it.
My question is, do you understand?
I'm aware.
Do you understand what it says, sir?
It's clear to me what it says.
All right. So let me start off again by asking you, do you wish to represent yourself in this case?
Yes, I do.
Before, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would like to represent myself pro per.
What does that mean to you, sir? Explain to me that request.
Again, because I've already said it on record, to represent myself as a sovereign citizen.
I'm not going to make a determination, sir, whether you're a sovereign citizen or not. It's not relevant to my determination how you characterize who you are, other than you are accused of 77 counts, which I will go through momentarily, and you have the right to have an attorney represent you. That's your constitutional right. You have two very capable attorneys that have been with you from the beginning. You understand that, right?
No, I do not understand that.
What don't you understand about that, sir?
I don't understand why is a reference being made to the capableness of my attorneys. Now, I agree that they have worked tirelessly on a lot of the things in this case. And I credit them with that. I'm appreciative of that. But it also should be said that there's a lot of things that I did not understand about the proceedings in a lot of the court cases. There were things that I didn't understand why there wasn't certain motions filed. There were a lot of things that I did not understand the totality of the meaning behind. And that is what kind of led to a lot of issues, but these were issues that were being raised for a number of months. This was not just something that sprung up out of the blue. And I feel that as my attorneys, that it would be essentially their job to make me aware of things that I do not understand. So that's where a lot of the questions come into question as you.
So let me follow that up, sir. If I allow them to withdraw, you lose their legal experience, their specialized training, right? Their education, their work as attorneys. Do you understand that?
No, I do not understand.
So if you are allowed to represent yourself in this case, sir, you will not have attorneys assisting you. If I let them withdraw, they're gone from this case. Do you understand that?
I think I will probably be better served representing myself.
So in order for me to evaluate whether that's appropriate in this case, there's certain things that I need to go through with you and on the record. Okay, do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So let's start with the charges in this case. And I'm going to group them together. And if you have any questions, you need to ask me. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
So first of all, sir, you are charged with 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon. Do you understand that?
No, I do not. And what I don't understand is the nature and cause of the charge.
Have you been provided with a copy of the second amended criminal complaint, sir?
I cannot say that I have.
I have a copy for you. It was filed on January 12 of 2022. I'll have my clerk hand it to the bailiff. You will be provided with it. Well, we're giving that to you. Attorney Perry, have you provided Mr. Brooks with a copy of that previously?
I believe so. I think he was also provided a copy of it in court.
I would like to say though, since you said January,
That was filed on January 12th, 2022.
part of the,
So, sir, let me focus you back. I'm interrupting here for a second because I want to focus on this document. So this particular document was filed on January 12th of 2022. Take a look at it. This document details the factual basis the state is relying upon to support each and every one of the charges. Do you generally understand what a criminal complaint is, sir?
no, I do not.
Well, it's in front of you. Are you able to read it?
Yeah,
I
can
don't
read it.
mean this moment, but do you read, write, and understand English?
Yes,
Right? Remind me again of the last grade you completed
I have HSED,
and how many years in school did you actually attend before obtaining your HSED?
11 years,
How long after you went to school through 11th grade did you obtain your HSED?
immediately.
While you were in school, did you have any special education classes?
Minimally,
Any of those deal with reading or reading comprehension?
no ma'am.
Do you believe you have any issues with reading documents in this case from a comprehension standpoint?
Absolutely not.
Do you know at what grade level you read? Do you believe it's a high school educational level, a college level?
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to guess that off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that it's adequate.
Any physical or psychological disability that would affect your ability to understand the paperwork that's given to you in this case?
Not paperwork wise, no.
Any physical or psychological disability that you believe would affect your ability to communicate in the courtroom, whether to me or in front of a jury?
Absolutely not. I'm doing a good job now.
You are answering my questions and I appreciate that. So, do you understand, sir, that you are charged with 77 different counts as it relates to conduct of yours that is alleged to have occurred on November 21 of 2021 in the city of Waukesha?
No, I do not understand, and I say that because I'm still trying to. I would like to know the nature and cause of the charges.
Sir, listen to me and listen to what I'm asking you. Do you understand that you're facing 77 charges as it
No, I do
relates?
not
Hold on,
understand.
let me get my question out. Sir, and I will start a little bit more basically. Do you understand that you are charged with a variety of offenses due to conduct that you are alleged to have done stemming from an incident or a series of incidents from November 21 of 2021 in the city of Waukesha?
No, I do not understand.
Do you understand you're facing criminal charges, sir, in Waukesha County?
No, I do not.
So you have no idea that you are facing 77 different charges?
No, I do not. I would like that explained to me. If possible.
Have you asked your attorneys to explain that to you?
I believe I have a number of times.
I'm gonna do this a little bit differently, sir. Okay, you are charged with 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide with an enhancer for the use of a dangerous weapon. The charges of first-degree intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon, carries a penalty of lifetime imprisonment. That means the information in this case alleges that you caused the death of another individual, in this case 6 other individuals, with intent to kill, contrary to section 940.01, sub 1 sub A of the Wisconsin statutes. That's a class A felony. Again, upon conviction, you shall be sentenced to life imprisonment. That's as it relates to the first 6 charges. Do you understand what I told you, just what I've advised you thus far regarding the penalties for the intentional homicide charges?
No, I did not.
You don't understand that these are punishable by life imprisonment?
I would like to still know the nature and cause of the charges.
Sir, I'm focused on the penalties right now and the charges. Please answer my
I
question.
do not understand.
Did you hear what I just said right now?
Absolutely.
You are charged additionally with 61 counts of first-degree reckless endangering safety, use of a dangerous weapon. These charges are Class F felonies, and upon conviction, you may be fined not more than $25,000 or imprisoned not more than 12 and a half years, or both. This too has an enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon, which means the maximum term of imprisonment may be increased by not more than 5 years. Did you hear me advise you of these penalties, sir?
Yes, I heard you, but I did not understand the nature of the cause of the charges.
There are also an additional 6 counts of what is referred to in the information as hit and run resulting in death. Each one of these 6 counts is a Class D felony. And upon conviction, you may be fined not more than $100,000 or imprisoned for not more than 25 years, or both. Sir, did you hear me tell you about the penalties for these offenses?
Yes, but I don't understand the nature of the cause of the charges.
Sir, did you hear me tell you about the penalties for these offenses just now?
I don't understand the nature and cause of the charges.
I'm not asking you that, sir. Did you hear me advise you of the penalties for hit and run resulting in death?
I don't understand.
Did you hear me tell you about the penalties for hit and run resulting in death?
I don't understand the nature and the cause of the charges.
But that's not my question, sir. So stop playing games with me right now, okay? Did you hear me tell you the penalties for hit and run resulting in death?
Doesn't mean I understand.
I'm not asking you if you understand. I'm asking you, did you hear me advise you about the penalties? Are you able to hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Did you hear me advise you about the penalties for hit and run resulting in death?
I don't understand the nature and cause of the charges.
Again, sir, did you hear me right now?
I heard you right now. Yeah.
Did you hear me tell you the penalties? Yes or no?
Yeah, I heard.
In a-
Understand.
I'm not asking if you understand. Sir, you're the one who wants to represent yourself in this case, so I need to go through all of the penalties with you. There are 2 counts of felony bail jumping. Each one of those counts is a Class H felony, and upon conviction, you may be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 6 years or both. Did you hear me tell you these penalties just now?
I don't understand them.
Did you hear me?
I heard you.
There are also 2 counts of misdemeanor battery domestic abuse. Each one of these offenses is a Class A misdemeanor, and upon conviction, you may be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 9 months or both. And because each of these charges is an act of domestic abuse, costs upon conviction would include the domestic abuse assessment imposed under Wisconsin law. Do you understand, sir, what I have just told you about the penalties for misdemeanor battery?
No, I do not.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Sir, I calculated the exposure for all of these offenses in 2 ways. In Wisconsin, when a person is convicted of a felony, under truth in sentencing, there's a maximum term of initial confinement and a maximum term of supervision that a court can order. So for example, for a lifetime offense such as the Class A felony for intentional homicide, obviously the maximum is life. Do you understand that?
No.
Did you hear what I said?
Can you repeat it?
For a Class A felony for first-degree intentional homicide, do you understand the maximum is life imprisonment?
No, I do not understand.
Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard you.
For the first-degree recklessly endangering safety charges, if I were to calculate all of the imprisonment that you face from a maximum standpoint, it would be 762.5 years plus an additional 305 years for the enhancers for use of a dangerous weapon. You understand that?
No.
Did you hear me just now recite that though?
Yeah, I heard you.
For the 6 charges of hit and run, the maximum exposure that you face for just those 6 offenses alone is 150 years. Do you understand that?
No.
Did you hear me say that though?
Yes.
For the 2 counts of felony bail jumping, the maximum for both offenses is 12 years imprisonment. Do you understand that?
No.
Did you hear me say that though?
Yes.
For the 2 Class A misdemeanors, the maximum is 18 months, meaning 9 months plus 9 months. Do you understand that?
No.
But did you hear me say that?
Yeah, I heard you.
You heard me advise you of all of these penalties. Is that right, sir?
Yes, I heard you. Do not understand, but I heard you.
Sir, do you want to be represented by a lawyer in this case?
No, I do not.
Do you understand that you have a constitutional right to be represented by a lawyer in this case?
I'm aware that that is one of my rights under the Constitution, yes.
You understand that if you do not have enough money to hire your own lawyer, you may be entitled to have a lawyer appointed to represent you. Do you understand that?
I'm aware, yes.
I've already gone through the charges and the maximum penalties of imprisonment for all of these offenses. If you are represented by a lawyer, he or she may discover information or facts which would be helpful in your defense. A lawyer may find that you have a defense to the charge or that there are facts which may result in a lighter penalty. I want you to take this into consideration in deciding whether or not you want a lawyer to represent you. I also need you to understand that the trial will continue under the same legal rules that would apply if you had a lawyer. If you represent yourself, you will have to follow these rules. Because you are not trained in the law, this will make it hard for you to challenge the evidence presented by the state and hard for you to present any evidence that you want to present. If you decide to testify, you will be sworn as a witness and can give testimony while you are acting as a witness. You will be asked questions by the other side at that time. However, you cannot try to testify while acting as your own lawyer. Do you understand these things, sir?
No, I don't, because it sounds like pro se to me.
Because it sounds like what?
Sounds like pro se to me.
Well, there are two options here. Pro se means you act as your own attorney, you're self-represented. So when I talk about not having a lawyer, representing yourself, acting pro se, those are all the same. They all have the same meaning. Do you understand that?
No, I do not. My understanding that it's not the same meaning as representing yourself as pro per. And if that could be clarified for me, then it would greatly help.
Sir, under the Constitution, you have a right to have a lawyer and you have a right to self-representation. Those are the only two rights that I am talking
Aware of
about
that.
today.
I'm aware of that.
So whatever your understanding about some other hybrid fashion is not what I would be proceeding under. Do you understand that?
No, I do not.
What is your expectation, sir, about proceeding on your own in this case, in this pro forma, as you have said?
I simply seek to represent myself pro per so that I can establish my sovereign citizenship.
But what does that mean as to whether you have an attorney or not to you?
Clarify what you're saying, what you're asking.
You keep repeating this phrase, is it perf? Spell it for me.
Yes,
I want to
pro per,
make sure
yes.
that I have the right words that you're using.
You want me to spell for prior persona or pro per? Which one?
Tell me what you think you want to do in this case and what phrase or term that you're using and what it means to you.
Your Honor, I just stated on the record what I would like to do. I don't think
Spell it for me.
PROPRIAPERSONA.
And what does that mean to you, sir?
It means that I am representing myself as a sovereign citizen of the United States.
Does that mean you have an attorney or not have an attorney representing you, to you?
It means that I am representing myself in all legal matters. So that would say that I am my own attorney.
Do you understand, in order for me to honor that request of yours means you must waive your right to an attorney in this case?
Can you clarify that for me?
In order for me to honor this request of you to appear pro persona as a sovereign citizen, let me back up. What you're telling me is that you want to represent yourself and you're describing it as pro persona. Fair enough? Do I have that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What I hear when you say that is you want to represent yourself and exercise your right under the Constitution to be your own attorney. That's what I understand your request to be. Am I wrong in my assessment of that?
No, you are not.
In order for me to recognize your request and grant your request, you must waive your right to counsel in this case. Do you understand that?
Is it case law on that would give me clarification?
I can't give you advice, sir. I'm just asking you questions. All right?
Well, my understanding is, I don't see how that comes into play. That's why I'm asking, is it a way that can be, that part of what you're saying, just that part can be clarified to me, because that was not my understanding, that there had to be some waiver of rights and things
Sir,
of that
in
nature.
order for you to represent yourself, you need to waive your right to counsel in this case. Do you understand that?
No, I do not, because it's not clear to me. Is that a
You
way?
can't have it both ways, sir. You
I'm
either
not trying to have it
have,
both ways.
listen to
I'm
me,
just asking.
you either have an attorney and you're exercising your right to have an attorney, or you waive your right to an attorney and you act as your own attorney, what I refer to as self-representation. Doesn't matter to me what phrase you put on it. The Constitution guarantees you the right to have counsel, and it guarantees you the right to represent yourself. In order for me to honor your request to represent yourself and allow that in this case, means you must exercise, you must waive your right to an attorney.
Now, since you just broke it down that way, it's a little bit more clear. That's all I was asking.
I don't necessarily know, right, what's going on in your mind. That's why I ask a lot of questions. So do you now understand that, sir?
Yeah, I would like to weigh that right to counsel. I would like to represent myself from her, as I stated, yes.
Part of the decision I need to make, sir, is to evaluate certain criteria. It's why I asked the questions earlier, in part about your level of education, your level of literacy, your ability to communicate in the courtroom, etc. Do you remember me asking you those questions?
Yeah, I remember you asking me that.
So another thing that I have to evaluate those, sir, because ultimately I have to make a determination that you are knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily, and deliberately making a choice to waive your right to counsel and represent yourself. And in order for me to do that, I must establish certain things, including that you understand the charges and the penalties you face. Does that all make sense so far?
Yes.
You may have a lack of understanding about the nature of the charges and may have questions regarding that. But my role here today is not so much to explain all of those nuances and explain the basis for the charges, but to make sure you understand what charges you face and the penalties for them. Do you understand the distinction?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
All right. So I'm going to go back to these charges again, sir. Do you understand you're charged with 6 counts of intentional homicide? I'm not, and let me preface, I'm not asking you if you understand why. I'm asking you if you understand that these particular 6 charges have been filed against you.
I'm aware.
And are you aware of the penalties if convicted, for each count of first-degree intentional homicide?
You said a lot of numbers, so.
Well, and I can go back to them and I'm okay. This
No, we
is
don't need to-
important.
we
So
don't need to do all that.
first degree intentional homicide is a class A felony, and upon conviction, you shall be sentenced to imprisonment in life. Do you understand that?
I'm aware.
All right. And are you aware that there's also an enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon?
I don't understand that, but I'm
Are you
aware.
aware?
I'm aware.
All right. Are you aware that if a jury finds that you committed the offense of first degree intentional homicide by using a dangerous weapon, that maximum term of imprisonment for this felony may be increased by not more than 5 years? Essentially, it adds 5 years for each offense convicted with that question being answered by the jury, yes. Do you understand? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware.
And are you aware, sir, that you face 61 counts of first degree reckless endangering safety use of a dangerous weapon? Are you aware that each one of those 61 felonies, upon conviction, you may be fined not more than $25,000 in prison, not more than 12 and a half years or both? And are you aware that if convicted and the jury answers the question yes about using a dangerous weapon, each of those terms of imprisonment may be increased by not more than 5 years? Are you aware, sir, that you are also charged with 6 counts of hit and run resulting in death? And are you aware that each one of those Class D felonies is punishable by imprisonment up to 25 years?
Did you say 25 before?
I hope I did. If I didn't, it's 25 years. I'm reading it right from the,
I probably missed it.
there's a lot of charges and I understand that there's a lot of numbers.
Yeah.
But are you aware that a Class D felony for hit and run resulting in death is punishable by a fine of up to $100,000 and imprisonment of up to 25 years?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that you're charged with 2 counts of felony bail jumping? Are you aware that each one of those counts carries a maximum term of imprisonment of not more than 6 years and a $10,000 fine?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that you're charged with 2 counts of misdemeanor battery domestic abuse?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that each one, as a Class A misdemeanor, the maximum term of imprisonment is 9 months and a $10,000 fine?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that they're each charged as acts of domestic abuse, so that upon conviction, there would be a domestic abuse assessment imposed?
That last part I don't understand. What exactly does that mean? The very last sentence.
Sure, it states as follows in the charging documents, that invoking the provisions of 968.075 sub 1 sub A, because this charge is an act of domestic abuse, costs upon conviction would include the domestic abuse assessment imposed under Wisconsin law. It's an additional $100.
Also, it's a fine.
It's a cost. It's a surcharge.
What is it called?
Technically, it's a domestic abuse assessment. It's a financial obligation, but when the court imposes it, it has some other collateral consequences that follow with it. I can't give you advice on what that is, but typically it involves prohibition of firearms. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand? Let me rephrase that. Are you aware, sir, that the state of Wisconsin is represented by District Attorney Sue Opper, Deputy District Attorney Leslie Basie, and Assistant District Attorney Zach Wichow? The 3 individuals seated to your left, my right.
Say the first part again.
Are you aware that the state of Wisconsin is represented by 3 attorneys here in court?
No, I do not understand.
Are you aware?
Not even aware.
So are you aware, sir, that the state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff in this case?
I'm not aware. This is where the confusion of that comes in. I have confusion to how the state can be the plaintiff.
I am not going to give you legal advice regarding that answer, sir, but you have the second amended criminal complaint. And if you don't, we'll give you the information as well. These are called charging documents, sir. And on the top of each one of those, on page 1, there's a caption. It says State of Wisconsin Circuit Court, Waukesha County. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Do you see where it says State of Wisconsin plaintiff versus Darrell Brooks defendant?
Okay. This is why I'm confused. You have a lot of every document I ever got up until this point was like this with my name in all caps.
So what are you holding up? Is that the motion to withdraw?
Well, yeah, because it's the newest.
Right, so every legal document that is filed that's considered a pleading would have a caption. The caption is the information that says what court we're in, so it's circuit court, the county, Waukesha County, and tells the court who the parties are. The parties in this case are the state of Wisconsin as the plaintiff and Darrell Brooks as the defendant. Are you aware of that, sir?
No, I'm not. I need clarification on how the state of Wisconsin can be a plaintiff, because that would essentially mean that the state of Wisconsin is the injured party. How could the state be the injured party?
Sir, I am not going to go down this path of giving you legal advice. Are you?
I'm not asking for legal advice.
Right, and I don't need
I'm
to
saying I'm
provide.
confused on how that can be. That's what I'm saying.
Well, the bottom line, sir, is the state of Wisconsin is the legal entity represented by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office that brings charges against a defendant.
Alleged defendant.
Well, no, you're a defendant accused of committing offenses. You're not an alleged defendant. You are a defendant, but the allegations are accusations. Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you now aware of it because I just told you it?
No.
Well, we're going to start with this premise, sir, that the state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff. They are represented in this case by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office. There's many attorneys in that office, but the 3 attorneys who are prosecuting this case are the district attorney, Sue Opper, one of her deputy district attorneys, Leslie Basie, and an assistant district attorney, Zach Witchow. They have been seated at the other table, whatever courtroom we are in, throughout all of the proceedings, or the vast majority of the proceedings in this case. You're aware of that, right?
No.
You're not aware that these attorneys, these people seated to your right, have been in court virtually every time that you've appeared in court?
The guy just came like the last few court days. I mean,
So you are aware because you made some observations.
well, the confusion with the question that you're asking is still, how can the state of Wisconsin be the plaintiff?
I'm not
How
going to
could
answer
it
that
be the
question,
injured
sir.
party?
I have a different reason for advising you. And what you need to know, what's important for my conversation with you today, is that the state of Wisconsin is represented by 3 attorneys.
Is that a judicial determination?
That is not. That's their prosecutorial discretion, sir. So,
So they're the
but what,
injured
hold
party?
on, nope. Let me ask you the questions and tell you certain things. What I want you to know is that the 3 attorneys appearing on this case have a collective, if I did my math right, 66 years of experience as attorneys.
hear what I said? Yes or no?
Okay, 66 years of experience as attorneys, okay.
So I'm gonna ask them a couple questions and I want you to listen carefully. Attorney Opper,
Yes, ma'am.
has your entire career been as a prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am, since 1991.
How many intentional homicide cases can you estimate for this court that you've been involved in?
And
That's just before me. Is that how you took that question or is that total?
oh, I'm sorry, total in the course of my career.
All right, so 10 intentional homicide cases that actually went to trial or just prosecuted in general? I wasn't very clear on my question,
That's
so.
okay. I would say probably 8 of those would have gone to trial. This is a ballpark, Judge.
Right. Suffice it to say, you are experienced in litigating intentional homicide cases.
Yes, ma'am.
You're also experienced in litigating reckless endangering safety charges.
Yes, ma'am, I've had many cases like that over my career.
How many trials do you think you've participated in over your 31 years?
I would estimate 200.
Attorney Basie, similar questions. You have, I believe, 27 years of experience.
I do.
All of that as a prosecutor?
Yes.
Can you estimate for the court how many trials you have been involved in?
125.
Very precise. Any of those intentional homicides?
Yes.
Any of those involve recklessly endangering safety charges?
Yes.
Now, Attorney Witchow, you're what we call the baby of the bunch. My understanding is 8 years of experience.
Yes,
All of that as a prosecutor.
yes,
Have you been involved in an intentional homicide trial before?
no,
In addition, Mr. Brooks, first of all, did you hear the answers to the questions I just asked these attorneys?
Yeah, I heard.
I mean, you understand, sir, they have a lot of experience sitting at that table. Would that be fair to say?
Roughly.
You also understand, though, that they have at their disposal an investigator with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, meaning they're assigned, that person's assigned to the district attorney's office to help them, even during a trial.
I don't understand where we're going with this.
Just want you to understand the resources that you're up against when you represent yourself.
Doesn't make me flinch one bit.
And I'm not asking you whether you flinch, I'm asking you if you understand it.
I still go back to the question I asked. I don't understand how they can represent an injured party. How can the state of Wisconsin, the corporate state of Wisconsin, be
Well,
an injured party?
I'm not answering that question. Okay, this is
Or
a
is that a judicial determination that you're not answering that question?
No, sir. This is a legitimate case. And I'm not going to make a mockery by you asking that question. Because this case has been proceeding since, what, November 23 of last year, and it's going to keep going on, whether you understand how the state can be a party or not. Do I make myself clear?
No, because the question is still there. It's still a relevant question.
I'm telling you, I'm not answering the question, and whether you understand the issue or not is not going to stop this case from going forward.
So is that a rush to judgment?
No. So I also want you to be aware that the district attorney's office has available, because the case involves witnesses from the city of Waukesha Police Department, that they will have seated at the table behind them, currently seated now, Detective Tom Casey. Are you aware of that?
I'm still going to refer back to the question.
Sir, answer my question. First of all, did you hear me ask the question? Did you hear me? Yes or no?
No.
So I'm telling you, Detective Casey is going to be their court officer throughout this case. Did you hear me say that?
How?
In addition to Detective Casey being here, the district attorney's office also has a support staff member that will be available for their use during this trial. Did you hear me say that?
I'm still not understanding how there are questions not being answered.
Sir, did you hear me tell you that right now?
Did the court hear me ask the question of
Mr.
how can the
Brooks.
state be a plaintiff?
Mr. Brooks, you
Is
gotta
it
answer.
some type
I'm
of
not-
case law you can point me
I'm
to?
not allowed to give you legal advice, nor will I.
I'm not asking for legal advice.
The whole point of this, sir, is that I need you to be aware that many people are going to sit on the other side of the courtroom working towards presenting this case and seeking convictions on all charges. Now, seated next to you are attorneys Perry and attorney Keys. My understanding of their experience, sir, is that Attorney Perry has been practicing for 20 years. Attorney Perry, is that true?
Yes,
All of that with the Public Defender's Office.
that's right.
You have experience both now in the trial courts and appellate courts. Is that true?
Yes,
And throughout that experience, you have litigated intentional homicide cases.
I have.
Also been involved in, I would imagine, cases where the charges involve recklessly endangering safety,
Yes,
hit and run, resulting in death.
it's possible. I don't know.
Attorney Keys, my understanding is you have 12 years of experience,
Yes,
all with the Public Defender's Office,
in criminal defense.
all in criminal defense. And you've been involved in intentional homicide cases as well.
Yeah.
Suffice it to say, you and Attorney Perry have dedicated your careers to representing the rights of people accused of crimes.
Yes,
Take that job very seriously.
I do.
Attorney Perry, same thing, right?
Yes,
Mr. Brooks, did you hear me ask your attorneys about their experience as attorneys?
Trying to understand what is the relevance.
Sir, did you hear me ask them about their experience?
The relevance.
Sir, did you hear me ask them questions about their experience as attorneys? Yes or no?
What is the relevance, Your Honor?
Since you're questioning the relevance, I will presume that you heard me and understand that you are seated next to attorneys who have dedicated their careers to the representation of individuals accused of crimes, and that they're very experienced at that.
So you're assuming something that I did not say?
The other thing that I need to make sure you are aware of, sir, is what the state would have to prove in this case in terms of the elements of the offenses. I presume, but I want you to confirm that you understand the state of Wisconsin bears the burden of proof in a criminal case.
I'm not going to confirm anything until the question is answered, how the state can be a plaintiff.
I'm not going to answer that question, sir.
Can it be shown to me by some type of case law?
You
or
currently have attorneys representing you. I have not discharged them. If you have questions about legal topics, you can ask them. I'll even give you a moment. I'll step off, give you a couple minutes, 5, whatever. If you need to ask them those questions, do you want that opportunity?
You're on the record.
I can pause.
No need to pause. Can the prosecution,
Sir, I'm not going, we're moving on. I understand you're not happy with the court not answering this question that you have, but I'm not gonna answer it.
well, that's essentially a rush to judgment.
I'm not rushing to any judgment, sir. My concern here is to make sure that you understand the charges you face, the penalties that are associated with them, that you're aware of all of these things, that you are aware that you as a defendant do not have to prove anything at a trial. Are you aware of that?
I can't move past the rush to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment.
Just
Did you
assume-
hear me, sir?
You just assumed that I said something I didn't say.
We're gonna move on.
How can we?
We're moving on, sir.
How
Mr. Brooks?
can we do that though?
We are here at your request to represent yourself. We're going to move on because your question is not relevant to that inquiry. So I'm moving on.
But it's relevant.
And you don't
for
have
me
to
know.
like it.
No, it's not. It's not that I don't.
We're moving
I'm
on.
fine. It's just I find it hard for me to ask a question that's not relevant, but then it's relevant for me to know the
Mr. Brooks, we're
experience of
moving on.
everybody
And if
here.
you have the inability to move on, then this hearing is done.
It still has to be a determination made.
Sir? I would like to
Ma'am?
continue. So we need to move past this. And if you can't move past this, then I'm done.
Then I can still make the record.
Sir, do you understand that
Do not.
the state of Wisconsin must prove each and every offense beyond a reasonable doubt?
No, I do not understand until my question is answered.
Sir, are you aware that
No, I am
the
not aware.
state, I didn't even ask the question. How can
I'm
you
not
answer?
aware.
Mr. Brooks, are you aware that the state must prove every element of each offense charge beyond a reasonable doubt in order for you to be convicted?
No, I'm not aware. The state still has, I'm still confused. How are
All right,
they?
Attorney Perry,
How could
please,
they be plain?
we're gonna go off the record. I'm gonna take a break. I'll mute the live stream. I'll even stop it for now. I'm gonna clear the courtroom. I'm gonna give you some time to talk with Mr. Brooks. I'm not answering his question, nor am I required to answer his question. But I can't move past this if he is going to keep interrupting. He's not demonstrated thus far that he understands enough for me to even get past that to make a determination that he can waive his right to counsel. So I trust
why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously, why are you not investing into one of the most
All right.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Court will call State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848. May I have the appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sue Apper, Leslie Daisy, and Zach Witchell appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
Darrell Brooks appears in person with his attorneys, Anna Keys and Jeremy Perry. Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Object to that.
I'm sorry?
I'm here representing myself pro per.
All right, thank you, sir. Then we are here so that I can once again address the motion to withdraw that was filed by the defense attorneys in this case late last week. I did receive this morning a filing from the defense. It includes the waiver of right to attorney form that appears to have been signed by Mr. Brooks. I want to start with the defense team, because it's still a team right now, Attorney Perry, and I want to get some information from you for the record. So if you could please tell me how many times that you have met with Mr. Brooks since you've been appointed. I'm looking for you to quantify that for me if you can.
I need a moment.
Sure.
Your Honor, may I ask a question while they're reviewing that? Is the live stream on?
It is.
Okay, the monitors aren't on?
Not at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
I can confirm with them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Do you want the monitors on so you can
It's
see?
possible, yeah, it's a little easier for us to view Mr. Brooks then.
Let me know when you have that.
Yes, it's up. It's a small box. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that. But
Not sure that I can.
Okay.
While they're looking through their notes, if you would confirm that you've complied with victim rights.
Yes, thank you, we have.
Thank you.
When I first started wholesaling, I could see so many of my contemporaries have multiple struggles. What were some of those struggles? Well, the first one was every single new type of marketing that was going to cost all kinds of money and absolutely no proof in what the results were going to be. The other struggle that I found was that a lot of guys.
Thank you, Your Honor. We can say we've met with him at least 25 times.
Thank you. In your meetings with him, have you reviewed the charges that he faces and the penalties and exposure?
Yes.
Have you discussed with him the nature of the charges?
Yes.
Have you provided Mr. Brooks with any of the pleadings that have been filed in this case?
Yes.
Anything that you have not provided him, perhaps by maybe not the jury questionnaires, for example, but would he have gotten all of the other pleadings in this case? Anything that's not confidential?
Everything has been communicated with him. Not everything has been printed and delivered.
Thank you. What about discovery in this case? I know, I'm told, I haven't obviously not seen it all myself, but I'm told it's quite voluminous and that it includes not only paper discovery, meaning printouts of police reports or photographs, but there's a large amount of electronic discovery. Is that all true?
Yeah, that's all true.
Has he been provided with copies of the paper discovery?
Yes.
How have you reviewed with him the electronic discovery?
At a meeting at the jail on our computer in terms of reviewing videos. Not all electronic discovery has been reviewed. There's lots of audio files, but I should say reviewed with Mr. Brooks at the jail.
Thank you. Have you communicated with Mr. Brooks during the course of your representation in writing, either you to him or him to you? I'm not looking for you to divulge any, privileged information, just generally, how have you communicated with him?
There have been some times in writing.
Has he written to you at all?
Yes.
Have you had any concerns with his ability to communicate with you either orally or in writing at any point in time during your representation?
I want to answer the court directly, but I'd like to answer this way, is that, and maybe this is not what you're asking, but we are very aware of our obligations in terms of raising any concerns if there were about competency or the ability to communicate. And
I'm not looking
You're
for
not-
that.
you're not
No, I'm
inquiring.
looking more for your assessment of his literacy and his ability just generally to communicate with you in the English language.
we've not had any problem communicating with Mr. Brooks.
Thank you. It's my understanding that he provided to you or to Attorney Keyes the waiver of right to attorney form that he filed with the court this morning. Is that true?
That was delivered to us via by jail staff this morning.
Thank you. I know that you also filed a case and really a summary of that case with the court. Is there anything you want to put on the record at this hearing regarding that filing?
Only that I think from some of the comments of Mr. Brooks, and I say this with the understanding that we view him, of course, our motion to withdraw has not been granted. We are still representing him. And it is our clear understanding that it is Mr. Brooks's desire and objective to represent himself in this matter. There were some things at yesterday's hearing that I think maybe seemed inconsistent with that in terms of colloquy with him, and some things that perhaps appeared inconsistent on his written waiver of attorney form. We provided that case law in that context of United States v. Banks with the exchange that has some real similarities to the exchange that happened in court yesterday, where, and this is, you know, if there's a distinction being made in the sense of what part of the Sixth Amendment does Mr. Brooks wish to waive in terms of how he sees himself as appearing in this case as a special appearance, pro per, as he has said, that the context of that with his really quite clear statements throughout yesterday's hearing of where I think he said multiple times that his wish is to represent himself in this matter. We provided that to try and place some of the sovereign citizen language in context where it is maybe not as inconsistent as it may first seem, to support what Mr. Brooks is saying he wants, and that is to represent himself in this matter.
Going to a hair growth clinic will rip you of your money. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars to regrow your hair. 90% of men think this is the best approach to take, but it isn't.
I'm David, a 38 years old guy with male pattern baldness. It started in my early 20s. My hair loss never got better, even though I spent over $1,000 on minoxidil, finasteride, and biotin products. Well, none of them worked. Those risky medications caused me constant headaches, and I always ended up seeking help from doctors.
Those hair growth products you bought will never work. It doesn't stop the real cause of hair loss. Try this. It's twice as effective as minoxidil.
I didn't really believe him at first, but after 3 weeks, the side of my hair that was thinning started to grow. I can feel my hair is smoother, and it looks much fuller and thicker. In fact, medically speaking, using...
What I hear you saying is that certainly prior to yesterday's hearing, Mr. Brooks made it very clear to you he wants to represent himself.
That's right. That's why we filed the motion to withdraw.
Has he done or said anything to you that would cause you to change your assessment of his desire?
No.
Thank you.
There is one additional thing from yesterday's hearing that I think I should add to the record.
Go ahead.
There was a lot of back and forth with Mr. Brooks, and it's been reported on in terms of his, and even the way he filled out that form where he crossed off the word understand. And I think on the form he wrote, "am informed of that." And yesterday in the hearing, repeatedly clarified when asked if he understood things, said I'm aware of. In rereading Ferretta and Imani v. Pollard and the case law on this, it actually requires, that the case law requires, and maybe this is all just semantics, but the language in the case law requires that the defendant be made aware of the charges and the penalties and the risks and disadvantages of proceeding by representing himself. And so I just thought I should mention that to the court in terms of what the language of what the case law actually requires is.
Thank you. I would not disagree with your assessment of Ferretta and Imani. Of course, we have a form in Wisconsin that has been approved by the State Forms Committee of the Director of State Courts Office and Court Ops, and there is some specific verbiage that is on there, which in the vast majority of cases, I think,
satisfies the parties. But I clearly understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree, but I do thank you for bringing that to my attention. Mr. Brooks, I do have in front of me a waiver of right to attorney form that was electronically filed into the case today. I'm going to pull it up. You acknowledge, sir, that it is before you on the screen.
Yeah, I can see it.
I don't want to make any assumptions, sir, about who filled out this form and how it got to me. So I'd like to ask a few questions about it. I, of course, gave you this form at the end of yesterday's hearing. Hold on a second. That's the live stream. It's the feedback we get because I'm displaying. I'll do it a different way.
Your Honor, I have his original copy that I could place in front of him.
Should also be on the share screen. Are you able to see it in front of you as well, or no?
Not at the moment.
I did a test with this yesterday to see if I shared my screen, how it would come up on the live stream, and I thought it was working, but that's all right. I'll stop the share screen. Mr. Brooks, if you want to confirm with me that your attorney has put in front of you the original.
Excuse me, say it again.
Sure. Could you please confirm that your attorney placed in front of you the original waiver of right to attorney form that you filled out?
Yes, right.
You acknowledge, sir, that I provided this form to you at the end of the hearing yesterday.
Yeah, gave me this.
I filled in certain information on this form regarding the caption at the top. That's the part that's typed. You acknowledge that?
Which part are you referring to?
So the very top of the form is a caption where it says State of Wisconsin versus Darrell E. Brooks, and there's typed written information. I'm telling you, I filled that out. You would agree with that?
I didn't see you fill it out.
Sir, when I gave you the form, was that portion of the form filled out with typed written information?
Yeah.
All right. There's a section further down that says crimes and penalties. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously. Why are you not investing into one of the most incredible real estate strategies that's the most passive and creates the highest rate of return? This is exactly what the wealthiest 1% are doing to massively multiply their wealth. So why aren't you doing it? Now, I bet you're thinking, Brian, I don't even know what that is. And even if I did, I don't know how to do it. So let me get a couple things out of the way just quickly. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter if you're young or old, and it doesn't.
When I gave you this form yesterday, was that section or both of those sections actually filled out with typed written information?
Yeah.
And that's the information that's on the form in front of you. Is that correct?
Yeah.
If you turn to the second page of that document, there's a signature box. It has a number of lines. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And there is one line where it says name printed or typed with the name Darrell E. Brooks typed in. Do you see that?
I see it, but that is not the way my name is. I
Sir,
don't acknowledge
do you
that.
acknowledge, just listen to me, sir. Do you acknowledge that when you received the form, that printed name was on it?
I recognize that there is a name printed on it. That is not mine.
Sir, the form that you have in front of you, which has a lot of other information on it, did you fill that out?
I filled it out a certain type of way.
Listen to me, sir. Did you provide the handwritten information on this form?
Yes,
I want to confirm the information that you filled out. My understanding, you are 40 years of age, is that correct?
yep,
It's also my understanding that you completed 11 years of schooling, is that correct?
yep.
You have either a GED or an HSED, is that correct?
Yes,
Do you know which one?
the HSCD. I
Thank-
said that yesterday.
Right, I've read in other materials that it was a GED, that's why I'm asking you.
I clarified it yesterday that it was the HSCD.
Thank you. It's also my understanding that you are able to read, write, and use the English language, is that correct?
Yes,
English, as I understand it, is your first and only language, is that true?
yes,
Further, my understanding, sir, that you are not currently receiving treatment for a mental or emotional problem, is that true?
not currently,
Is that true?
not currently.
Did you hear my question?
Yeah, I heard it.
Is it true that you are not currently receiving treatment for a mental or emotional
No.
problem?
No,
It's not true.
say it again.
Is it true that you are not currently receiving treatment for a mental or emotional problem?
Yeah, that's true.
You also have checked that in the past, you have received treatment for mental or emotional problems. Is that true?
Yes,
Further, my understanding, sir, that you have not had any alcohol, medications, or drugs within the last 24 hours. Is that true?
yes,
It's also my understanding, based upon how this form was filled out, that you do not have any physical or psychological disability that may affect your ability to be informed what is happening in court or communicate your position or views on the case to the court. Is that true?
yes,
We talked a little bit about this yesterday. You graduated with an HSED, as we've talked about, right? You've been able to read the various documents that have been provided to you in this case. Is that true?
Yeah.
You're able to write. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Let's go down to the next section, sir, where it says, I am informed that I have been charged with the following crimes that carry the following penalties. Do you see that section?
yeah.
I want to advise you of the following. I want you to listen to me.
This incredible device removes 50 times more earwax than cotton swabs and lasts a lifetime. The internet is already calling it the #1 life hack of 2022. Its patented spiraling design gently collects and removes the earwax instead of jamming it deeper like standard cotton swabs that cause blockages, infections, and even hearing and memory loss, especially if you put these in your ears. These harmful alternatives are why Dr. Paul Kemper created Q-Grips in the first place. The story began last year, when Dr. Kemper's practice saw a spike in relatively young patients experiencing both hearing and memory loss. He discovered the connection between earwax and memory loss and began performing in-office extractions, recording his patients' shocked reactions as he removed decades of earwax, racking up millions of views overnight. His videos attracted patients from all over the world wanting to visit with him, but his schedule became so busy he had to turn away 95% of the people wanting to see him. So he set out to create a safe but effective alternative that anyone could use in their own home, without a doctor. That's when he came up with Q-Grips, a revolutionary new tool that removes as much earwax as an in-office extraction for 1/10 of the price. Its patented spiraling design and soft silicone tips bury deep into your earwax so you can pull it out all out at once. Unlike cotton swabs, the spiral design and soft silicone tips were carefully designed to make it impossible to penetrate too deep and injure yourself, making it foolproof and safe for anyone to use. It also comes with 16 replaceable tips to give you that same soothing sensation as traditional cotton swabs, but remove 8 times more earwax on average. After seeing the product on TV and social media, Big Pharma came knocking and offered him $12 million for the patent. But he turned it down, knowing that all they would care about is profit. That was never his motivation. Instead, he wanted to keep prices as low as possible to get his product in the hands of everyone that needs it. Since launching last year, Dr. Kemper has sold over 500,000 Q-Grips to happy customers all over the world. One woman was able to remove a 50-year-old chunk of earwax and immediately noticed the life-changing effects. Not only could she hear better, but her memory and recall felt sharper than ever before. To distance himself from cheap knockoffs, this product is not available on Amazon or Walmart. It's available exclusively through this online offer for a limited time. Q-Grips' regular price is $80, but through this special promotion you can get an exclusive 50% discount and order it for just $40 by clicking the link below. And for the next 24 hours, they are offering a special buy one get one free promotion while supplies last. Dr. Kemper is so confident in his product you can return it within 90 days for a full refund if it doesn't remove earwax as expected. No questions asked. Want my advice? If you or anyone you know still uses cotton swab struggles with hearing or memory loss, give Q-Grips a try. Click the link below to visit the official website and order Q-Grips with a 50% discount while supplies last.
Do not buy solar panels if you live in one of these 11 states of America. It's the worst decision you could make for your home. Did you know that in certain states of America, the U.S. government will now buy the panels for you and make them available for no net cost in case you go solar in the next couple of weeks? It's not a joke. And in these states, 11 of them to be precise, Americans will be able to get a complete solar system from our government at absolutely no net cost, and that way go solar without any investment whatsoever. Sounds pretty crazy, but here's what that's all about. You see, with the goal to encourage as many Americans as possible go solar, and that way contribute to a cleaner and healthier planet, our government recently released a new special solar stimulus program, something they've secretly been working on for the past couple of months. And they're now literally providing everyone who applies with complete, brand new solar systems for no net cost, including the latest generation of solar panels and a Tesla Powerwall, as well as paying a few $1,000s in tax credits to anyone who accepts that offer and goes solar through this special program in the next couple of weeks. So in case you thought about going solar and you do live in America, do not even think about buying the panels yourself, because through this program, the U.S. government will practically buy them for you. The only catch is, you need to live in one of the 11 states they selected. And the truth is, nobody knows why they made the program available for only 11 states in total. But those who happen to live in some of those 11 states are without a doubt in huge luck, because they will literally get to go solar and start saving thousands of dollars on their electric bills without spending a single dollar in the first place. Isn't that crazy? So, if you want to test your own luck and see if you live in one of these 11 states our government selected for the program, Then go ahead and click the button below this video. Enter your zip code so we can see in which state you live and answer a few more questions, which are all a part of the survey our government has provided. And by the end, in just about 60 seconds, you'll know your answer. So, if finally achieving complete energy freedom and saving fortunes on your electric bill by getting a complete solar system for no upfront cost from our government sounds appealing to you, then make no mistake about it and click the button below this video to qualify for this special solar stimulus program today, while it's still open. The seats are limited, so there's no time to waste.
You are charged with 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon. Each one of these counts is a Class A felony, punishable by life in prison, plus an additional 5 years for each count. Are you aware of that, sir?
I'm informed, yes.
You are also charged with 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. Each one of these offenses is a Class F felony, imprisonment of not more than 12.5 years plus 5 years for the enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon for each count if convicted. And you are aware of that, sir?
Yes, I'm informed of that, yes.
There are also 6 counts of hit and run resulting in death. These are Class D felonies. Imprisonment of not more than 25 years for each count. And you are aware of that as well?
I am informed, yes. I was under the impression that it was a certain type of way in the wording.
Sir, you are also charged with 2 counts of felony bail jumping. These are Class H felonies. And upon conviction, you may be in prison for not more than 6 years for each count. Are you aware of that?
I am informed.
And then there are 2 counts of misdemeanor battery. Those are Class A misdemeanors, and upon conviction, you may be in prison for not more than 9 months. Are you aware of that?
I am informed.
Have you been informed, sir, regarding the total exposure if convicted of all counts as charged across these 77 counts?
I am informed, yes.
Are you informed, sir, that as to the intentional homicide charges, use of a dangerous weapon, that if convicted, you could be sentenced to 6 life sentences consecutive to one another?
I'm informed.
Do you understand? Strike that. Are you informed, sir, that you could be sentenced consecutively on each one of the counts for which you are convicted?
I'm informed.
For the first-degree reckless endangering safety charges, without even the enhancer, are you informed that the maximum exposure is 762.5 years?
I'm informed.
Are you informed that when adding the enhancer, it adds an additional 305 years?
I'm informed.
You informed that the hit and run resulting in death charges carry an exposure of 150 years.
I'm informed.
Are you informed that the felony bail jumpings carry an exposure of 12 years?
I'm
Are you informed, sir, that the exposure for the 2 Class A misdemeanors is 18 months?
I'm informed.
You informed, sir, that all of the charges stem from an incident that is alleged to have occurred on November 21 of 2021 in the city of Waukesha.
I don't see that on the sheet.
Sir, did you hear what I said?
I thought I was following the sheet, that's why I'm looking.
Sir, did you hear what I said?
Oh, I did not hear what you said.
Sir, are you informed that all of the charges stemmed from conduct that is alleged to have been committed by you on November 21 of 2021 in the city of Waukesha?
I'm informed.
Are you further informed that all of this conduct primarily relates to what has been referred to as the Waukesha Parade incident?
They worded it as a different way. They call it an attack.
I don't know who they is, and I don't frankly care. Listen to my question, sir. Did you hear what I just asked you?
No, I'm not informed of that because it's never been referred to.
Sir, I am advising you that your conduct that is spelled out in the second amended criminal complaint, which this court provided you with yesterday, accuses you of committing multiple offenses during the Waukesha Christmas parade. Did you hear me say that?
Yeah, I just heard. Thank you for correcting the language.
The next part of the form, sir, and I will return to it, is entitled, I understand I have the right to. Do you see that?
Mine says I am informed.
Sir, the form, listen to my question. Do you see the section of the form that is entitled, I understand I have the right to?
Mine says I am informed.
You're not listening to me, sir. I'll get to that. But the form, the state form, has a section that is titled, I understand I have the right to. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
All right. You changed the word I understand to I am informed. Is that true?
Yes.
I'm going to advise you of the following. I want you to just listen. Sir, you have the right to have an attorney represent you at all stages of the proceedings. You have the right to have an attorney appointed for you by the state public defender if you do not have the money to hire an attorney. You have the right to hire your own attorney at your own expense. You have the right to ask the court to review a determination by the state public defender that you are not indigent and able to hire your own attorney. You also have the right to ask the court to find you indigent or partially indigent and appoint a court-appointed attorney for you at county expense if you have been found not eligible for a public defender. You also have the right to represent yourself and act as your own attorney. Did you hear me just now, sir? There is a line underneath those advisements that says, check this box if you read and understand the above. On the form that I have, the word understand is changed to am informed of. Is that true?
Yes.
The box is checked. Is that also true?
Yes.
Did you check this box?
Yes.
The next section of this form is titled, I understand an attorney would. However, on the form that I have, the word understand is changed to am informed. Do you see this section of the form, sir?
Yep.
Did you change the word understand to am informed?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to advise you of the following. I want you to just listen. You are advised that an attorney would represent you and speak on your behalf in court. An attorney would also advise you about your legal rights and options. An attorney would explain and assist you with legal and court procedures. An attorney would help you negotiate a settlement of your case with the district attorney. An attorney would investigate and explore possible defenses to the charges against you that may or may not be readily apparent to you. An attorney would prepare and conduct a defense on your behalf at any motion hearing or trial. An attorney would file motions on issues of evidence, testimony, and procedures of the police. An attorney would assist you at sentencing if you are convicted of any crime. An attorney would also file an appeal if requested. Did you hear me just now, sir? Yeah. On the form that I have, there is a line underneath that says, check this box if you have read and understand the above. The word understand has been crossed out and changed to am informed of. Do you see that?
Yeah.
The box is not checked. Do you see that?
Yep.
Was that an oversight?
No, it's a reason.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you just said.
There is a reason.
Do you sir, I advised you of what an attorney would do. Are you informed of what an attorney would do for you?
Yes.
Why did you not check this box?
Because it is my understanding that representing myself pro per, I can have standby counsel. So that, in a sense, is why that box specifically is not checked.
That is not a correct statement of the law, sir. Standby counsel is not for the benefit of a defendant, it's for the benefit of the court.
Either way, it's still allowed for me to have.
Have you been advised, sir, that the public defender's office is not able to perform standby counsel duties?
No, I have not been advised that.
There is a rule that was promulgated by the Public Defender Board in Wisconsin that prohibits public defenders from acting in the capacity of standby counsel. Did you hear me advise you of that just now?
Yeah, I heard you say it. What is it called?
You referenced standby counsel, sir. I'm advising you that the public defender's office is not able to act in that capacity. Did you hear what I just said?
I heard what you just said, and I asked you a question. Is that somewhere that I can find out about that information? Some type of law or some type of... So it's an admin code.
We're going to get a bit of feedback, but I'm going to put it up on my screen, which the parties will be able to see. Sir, can you see what's before you on the screen?
Yep.
This is an administrative code provision, chapter PD5, adversary representation. I direct your attention to PD 5.03, prohibition against acting as standby counsel. Sub 1, no SPD attorney may act as standby counsel in any case. Sub 2, this prohibition applies whether or not the SPD attorney was originally providing adversary representation in this case. You see that, sir?
Yeah, I see it.
I'm gonna take that down. This court, sir, you should be advised, would not be appointing attorneys Perry and Keys to represent you or to act, is a better way of saying it, as standby counsel in this case. Did you hear what I said?
Yes, and I didn't ask that. I didn't ask for them.
I'm not asking if you asked that, sir. I'm giving you advisements right now that you need to listen to. This court would also not appoint standby counsel in this case. Did you hear me say that?
That's fine.
This court is further advising you, sir, that this trial will start next Monday, October 3rd. Did you hear me say that?
I heard you say it, but I object to that. And I object on the grounds that are you making a judicial determination of that when you haven't even decided the issue while we're here?
Sir, I'm further going to advise you that at this late stage in the proceedings, which is frankly beyond the 11th hour, which is what the case law references, we are frankly at 11:58. This court will not appoint any other attorney to act as standby counsel if this court grants your request to represent yourself. Did you hear me say that, sir?
Is that the answer to the question?
Sir, did you hear me just now?
Is that an answer to the question?
This is not a question and answer session, sir. I'm giving you certain advisements. Did you hear me advise you just now?
Did you hear the question I asked? Because it sounds like a
Mr. Brooks, we'll move on. You are advised
You are
that,
resting your judgment.
Mr. Brooks, you are advised that this court will not appoint standby counsel.
Okay, you said that,
There
but
are
you
a
didn't
number
answer
of reasons which I will advise you make it impractical.
You're not
This
answering
trial
the
is
question, though,
scheduled.
Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, do not interrupt.
That is a resting
Mr.
judgment
Brooks.
if you don't answer the question.
So
a
we are
rested judgment.
here, Mr. Brooks, we are here because you want to represent yourself.
Yeah, but I didn't file the motion.
That's
I'm just
not
merely- I'm
relevant,
just
sir.
merely
The motion is
asking-
before
I'm
me
just
and I'm
merely
going
asking-
to address it.
I'm
Stop
just merely
talking
asking
over
the
me,
question.
Mr.
That's
Brooks.
it. Just merely asking
I
the
need to
question.
get through the advisement.
And I would like to know the answer to the question that
You are
I'm
being
asking.
difficult. You are not listening. You are trying to interject irrelevant factors for this court.
It has
So,
merit.
stop.
It's not irrelevant.
Stop.
I have a
Mr.
constitutional
Brooks,
right to
I'm
be able
going
to
to
ask questions.
continue. Please stop talking.
So it is a rested judgment.
Mr. Brooks. The case law makes very clear you can't waive your right to an attorney. Let me rephrase that. The case law makes clear you cannot act as your own attorney, right? Exercise your right of self-representation while simultaneously exercising the right to counsel. Did you hear me say that?
Yes, I heard you say that, but that wasn't what I was attempting to do. That was the whole reason why I said it was filled out. This form was filled out for a specific reason, the way that it was.
Sir, I'm not going to entertain a request for whether it be called standby counsel, hybrid
That's not what I'm talking
representation.
about.
Your attorneys have told me you want to represent yourself. That is why we are having this hearing here today. The next section of this form is entitled, I understand that if I represent myself, but on my copy, the copy e-filed in this case, it says, I am informed that if I represent myself. Do you see that section, sir?
What section are you referring to?
The section that is labeled, I understand that if I represent myself, but the word understand has been changed to am informed. It's on page 2.
His papers got shuffled up.
Let me know when he has the correct page in front of him.
Okay, he's got it.
Thank you. Do you see that section, sir?
Now, what section were you referring to?
The section that says, I understand that if I represent myself, but the word understand is scratched out and it now reads, I am informed that if I represent myself. It's on page 2. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
You are advised, sir, that the judge, that's me, cannot be your attorney and cannot give you any legal advice. You are further advised that the district attorney cannot be your attorney and cannot give you legal advice. You are further advised that the judge, district attorney, and court personnel are not required to explain court procedures or the law. You are further advised that the judge cannot treat you any differently because you do not have an attorney. You are further advised that you will be required to follow all legal rules and procedures that an attorney would have to follow in court, and that it may be difficult for you to challenge evidence presented by the district attorney if your case goes to trial. You are further advised that it may be difficult for you to present evidence. You are further advised that if you want to testify, you must be sworn as a witness and answer questions from the district attorney. You are further advised that it may be difficult for you to do a good job as your own attorney. Did you hear the advisements that I just read to you, sir?
Yeah, I heard.
You are further advised, sir, that acting as your own attorney.
If you currently have Medicare Parts A and B, then you better listen up. Now, thanks to new Medicare Advantage plans, Americans are saving up to $2,040 a year on their Social Security checks, while still keeping all the benefits they love, including $0 premiums, $0 deductibles, and even $0 copays. Now, the Medicare Benefits Review Helpline helps you pick out a custom plan that makes more sense for your needs while still saving money. Plus, you'll have coverages for dental, vision, and hearing. What else could you ask for? Now, call the Medicare Benefits Review Helpline now for free at the number below if you want to save like thousands of others have.
May be very challenging. You would be required to participate in jury selection, including exercising preemptory strikes. It may be difficult for you to raise the issue of strikes for cause. At trial, it may be difficult for you to raise objections, both when to make them and how to make them, whether it be as it relates to the admission of evidence or the testimony of witnesses. Other obstacles that you will face include applying the rules of evidence, understanding and applying the rules of trial procedure. These are things that are spelled out in the Wisconsin statutes. They're the law. You may face challenges when it comes to jury instructions, including when or whether to ask for jury instructions on lesser included offenses. Did you hear me advise you of these challenges, sir?
I did hear you advise me of them. I don't see them as challenges, Your Honor. At all.
The court must also advise you that I can make no guarantees about your access to legal materials while in the jail. Did you hear me advise you of that?
Yes, I did.
You may even find, sir, that if I allow you and honor your request to represent yourself, that once this trial starts, you may find it difficult and may even express a desire to change your mind. In other words, you may regret the decision that you make. I'm advising you, sir, that at that point, it would be challenging for this court to reinstate your right to an attorney. Did you hear me advise you of that, sir? Did you hear me, sir? Mr. Brooks, did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Once,
Can I ask why would it be challenging?
sir, let me continue. I want to advise you the following. When a person represents themselves, they are acting as their own attorney. Did you hear me say that?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
The case law says that rescinding a waiver of an attorney is no different than a motion seeking the substitution of an attorney. That is why this court is advising you it would be challenging for this court. I didn't say impossible, it would be challenging. There is significant case law on substitution of counsel and it falling within the discretion of the court. There's criteria discussed in cases such as State versus Lomax, State versus Boyd. There is case law that discuss 11th hour requests, which are generally frowned upon as delay tactics. The court would consider things like the impact on the court's general responsibilities for the prudent administration of justice. The court would consider whether requests like that interfere with the administration of justice, the impact to the court's docket in general, and other considerations, including the significant amount of time, resources, preparation that the court, the parties, even the clerk of court and the sheriff's department have put together to bring this case to trial in October of this year. Did you hear me advise you of all of these things, sir?
Yes.
There's a reason I'm telling you, sir, about some of these challenges and difficulties, and that is because I want you to know that waiving your right to an attorney
Nourish your gut with Benefiber.
does not mean the trial is delayed. Did you hear me say that?
That's not my reason for wanting to represent myself pro per. It had nothing to do with delaying the trial.
So you don't want to delay the trial, correct?
That's not what I said. I said that the decision to represent myself pro per had nothing to do with a delay tactic. I think I'm very clear with what I said.
Well, I want to be clear, I understand you, sir. If it's not a delay tactic, I take that as you're not requesting an adjournment of the trial. Is that true?
That's not what I said.
Are you requesting an adjournment of this trial?
I can't logically make that decision until you make a judicial determination. Why would I answer that question right now at this point when I still don't know what's been decided yet?
So here's the important takeaway, in my humble opinion, sir. You are being advised that I am not going to adjourn the trial that is scheduled to start next week. Did you hear me say that?
I heard you say that. And
knowing that, sir,
I still can't logically answer what you are asking me because a decision has not been reached.
sir, what you need to understand is that the case law makes it very clear you have the absolute right to represent yourself. That is protected by the US and the Wisconsin Constitution. Did you hear me say that?
I know that.
You have the absolute right to have an attorney represent you. That is protected by the US and the Wisconsin Constitutions. Did you hear me say that?
I'm aware of that as well.
It is my understanding, sir, that based upon the motion that was filed, the waiver of attorney form that was filed, and the proceedings that have been held over the course of the last 2 days, you wish to represent yourself.
I wish to represent myself pro per, but I do not wish that my entire Sixth Amendment right not be honored. I essentially would only be agreeing to the part where I want to represent myself. Just that stipulation of my Sixth Amendment and no other stipulation of my Sixth Amendment.
Your Sixth Amendment right to counsel is pretty straightforward, sir. You have the right to an attorney. You have the right to represent yourself. Those two things don't always go hand in hand. In fact, never go hand in hand. Sir, you have raised a phrase throughout the last 2 days that has very specific meaning to this court, and I believe to you as well. You have used the phrase in pro per. That is a shorthand way of saying in propria persona. That comes from the Latin phrase, which means in one's own proper person, also referred to as pro per or pro se. I presume that when you use that word, you are doing so intentionally. I told you the Latin phrase that it comes from, or the meaning. In a court of law, it has a specific meaning, and it is used when a person represents himself or herself without a lawyer, meaning without the assistance of counsel, without the assistance of an attorney. When you use that word, sir, it is no different from the phrase pro se. The use of that phrase by you, sir, is a clear indication to this court that you want to represent yourself without the assistance of an attorney. Did you hear me advise you of this just now, sir?
Yes, and I'm aware of that same definition by the Black's Law Dictionary.
Let's go back to the form, sir.
We went through this section about what it would mean to represent yourself and what a judge cannot do, what a DA can't do. And then I further went over many of the challenges and obstacles you would face. Underneath the various statements on this form, there's a statement that on the form reads, check this box if you have read and understand the above. On the form that's been submitted to the court, it reads, check this box if you have read and am informed of the above. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
The box has a check mark. Did you place that there, sir?
Yes, I did.
Sir, it appears to me that you read through this form very carefully. Is that true?
Yes.
You clearly changed words on the form, right?
Yes, for a reason.
It appears to me you did not have any difficulty reading the form and being aware of the contents. Is that also true?
It's true to an extent where I put, please elaborate first on one of them. That was the only thing that I had a question of.
Sir, I cannot give you legal advice. What I can tell you is you are required, if you represent yourself, to follow the rules of evidence, the rules of procedure that are spelled out in the Wisconsin statutes no differently than if you were an attorney.
If I was a licensed attorney, which I am not, which means that that would be pro se and not pro per.
Sir, they mean the same thing. I don't frankly care what you call them. The terminology you use has the same effect. You either have an attorney or you do not. Did you hear me say that?
I'm aware of that.
Underneath that last checkbox, there is a paragraph that reads as follows. I am making this decision to represent myself knowingly and voluntarily. No one has made any promises or threats to me, and no one has used any influence, pressure, or force of any kind to get me to not ask for an attorney. No one has told me I should not ask for an attorney to represent me. Do you see that?
Where it says I am informed of the court process involved in my case, that part? The top part?
Underneath the last checkbox that we went through.
I see it.
You see it?
Yep.
Remember reading it?
Yeah, I see it.
There's another paragraph, and it appears to me that you read it and that you changed the word understand to am informed of or on. Do you see that?
Yep.
Says, I have read or have had read to me this entire document. I've truthfully answered and am informed on all portions of this document. I'm informed of the court process involved in my case so that I can adequately represent myself. I want to represent myself. There's a handwritten notation. I do not give up my right to assistance of counsel. Will explain reason. All rights reserved, and there's a signature. Do you see all of that, sir?
Yes.
You signed this document, sir?
In my true name, yes.
Sir, anyone make any threats or force you in any way to sign this document?
No.
Anyone make any promises to you in exchange for signing this document?
No.
You understand, sir, that by signing this document and presenting it to the court, you're asking me to accept your waiver of the right to an attorney.
Just so I'm clear, that would be essentially just that part of my Sixth Amendment, correct?
The right to an attorney, yes.
Just that part.
We are just talking about the right to an attorney, sir.
So essentially, the rest of my Sixth Amendment right is preserved.
That is correct.
Thank you for clarification.
Sir, do you wish to waive your right to an attorney?
Yes.
Anyone make any threats or force you in any way to waive your right to an attorney?
No.
Anyone make any promises to you in exchange for you waiving your right to an attorney?
No.
You understand, sir, that means attorneys Keys and Attorney Perry will be discharged from this case.
Yes.
You are aware that means they will be discharged from representing you.
Yes.
You are aware they will not join you at that table after that decision is
I
made.
am informed, yes.
Do you believe you are making the decision to represent yourself knowingly and voluntarily?
Yes.
Do you believe you are fully informed about the advantages of having an attorney represent you?
Repeat that again.
Do you believe you are fully informed about the advantages of having an attorney, someone licensed to practice law in the state of Wisconsin, represent you?
Fully informed, yes.
Do you believe you are fully informed of the disadvantages and challenges of representing yourself and acting as your own attorney?
Yes, I am informed.
I went through this a little bit, sir, and while I know you have not asked for an adjournment, I want to make a few things clear if I haven't already. This court feels compelled to advise you in advance of a final determination by the court that this trial needs to take place in October of 2022 due to significant steps to secure a jury. This includes the extra jury pool. By that, I mean initially summonsing approximately 1,600 qualified jurors, setting out what we call the initial qualification questionnaire, followed by a case-specific jury questionnaire sent to the vast majority of those 1,600 individuals. In addition, this trial was scheduled 6 months and 22 days. Will be 6 months and 22 days on October 3rd, roughly 6.5 months. It was scheduled on March 11th. We've had significant litigation to date, including a motion to change venue, a motion to adjourn. We've conducted significant hearings regarding the jury selection process. This court heard and decided a motion limiting other acts. This court dismissed 6 counts upon the motion of your attorneys. This court set aside 1 month in October of this year to try this case. The Sheriff's Department has set aside this time There's extra personnel that's been required from the courts, clerk of court's office, the sheriff's department, just due to the high publicity of the case, the number of people involved, etc. Did you hear me advise you of this?
Yes.
Knowing all of this, is it still your desire to waive your right to an attorney?
Yes.
Attorney Perry, anything you want to add to what I've questioned Mr. Brooks on at this time, or any other information you think I should know?
We will promptly give Mr. Brooks preparations that we've done for trial. We'll have delivered to him, and I understand that the jail is going to be working to make electronic discovery reviewable for him and taking all those steps.
From the state, anything you want to add to the record at this point, Attorney Opper?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. There's a couple of points, please, if you could indulge me here for a minute.
They do the incredible, help save lives. So can you. Your CSL plasma donation can help create 24 life-saving medicines. Be rewarded for your generosity. Help save so many lives. Donate at CSL Plasma today.
The court has certainly been very thorough. There's just a few things that I would like that we could perhaps drill down on just a tad bit more. My concern is on the form that you've just spent extensive time going through with Mr. Brooks. There's indication at the very, very top of it, and again in the middle part, suggesting that Mr. Brooks has the right to an attorney at any time of the proceedings or any time during the proceedings. You have been very clear here with him that that's not absolute. So I just would like him to be advised that he can't flip-flop. He can't get into the trial and decide on day one he wants a lawyer and then change his mind back and change his mind back again. I think he should be advised of that, because the form does say I may change my mind at any time on the second sentence of the form. And that needs to be made abundantly clear to Mr. Brooks that that's, I believe this form is used largely in the pre-trial capacity and not the week before trial. So I would like the court to please advise him of that. Do you want to do these one at a time, or do you want me to?
Sure, I think that's a good idea. Mr. Brooks, did you hear the state's concern as voiced by Attorney Opper just now?
I think you were pretty clear in what you advised me of. I think you made it very clear that it would be challenging, but not impossible. That was your exact words, verbatim. So what needs to be made abundantly clear when you've already done that?
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. One of the challenges of being judge is I can't give advisory opinions, right? I can't give advice, but in the context of waiving your right to an attorney, I think it's important that you understand exactly what Attorney Opper has just said, and that is this form is generally used in the pretrial context, not at the 11th hour on the verge of a trial starting. You are correct. It's not impossible. It's incredibly challenging. I told you a couple of the cases that I would need to consider. But what I would further tell you and advise you is that the right to an attorney is not absolute, and that's from the case law. Once waived, the Sixth Amendment right to counsel is no longer absolute. And I'm looking at the Wisconsin case of State versus Rhodes, citing to United States versus Salina, and other cases from various circuits. That was a Seventh Circuit case, but Menfield versus Borg, Brown versus Wainwright, Merchant, United States v. West. Those are all cases that are cited by Rhodes.
And I referenced state versus Lomax. There's also state versus Lovetto. And these are some of the considerations that I would need to consider if it were raised, and that includes practical concerns of managing its docket, that's my concern, impact that a request may have on its general responsibilities for the prudent administration of justice, the timeliness of the request for substitution of counsel. All of these cases are substitution of counsel cases, but the case law makes clear that when a pro se person seeks to now, however you want to call it, sir, in pro per person wants to request an attorney, I treat that as a request for substitution of counsel because you're acting as your own attorney. I think you understand that because we've discussed it, you've acknowledged it, but did you hear all of the advisements just now?
I heard the advice.
Any questions for me about that?
No.
All right, Attorney Opper, the next.
Also, I think you have made it abundantly clear, but you touched on the idea of co-counsel or hybrid counsel, that obviously once he's allowed to self-represent, there will literally be no one sitting next to him, not as if he can ask some questions and another attorney sitting next to him can ask some questions, or they can share responsibilities or duties.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, did you hear what the state just said just now?
I heard it, and again, I think, like was just stated, you were abundantly clear on that issue as well.
We talked some yesterday about some of the challenges. You would agree with that?
As far as it
Representing yourself. And I'll be a little more specific. Yesterday, I went through the experience of not only your own attorneys, but the experience and the resources available to the state. Do you remember that?
I do.
I may not have said it this way, but one of the things the state will be able to do is there are 3 attorneys seated at that table. They can divide and conquer the work between them. Did you hear what I said?
Yes, ma'am.
You're fully informed about that, correct? And I'm going to just, I know you don't like this word, but you understand you're going to be sitting at that table by yourself, right?
I'm not alone, I don't think.
There will be no attorney seated next to you,
I know
correct?
what you mean. I know what you mean.
All right. You will have the sole responsibility to cross-examine witnesses, to present evidence, to make arguments to the court, etc. Did you hear me say that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're informed of all of that?
I am informed.
Any questions regarding that?
Not at all.
All right, Attorney Opper, your next point.
Thank you. On the second page of the form, you did touch on him under the section that reads on the form. I understand that if I represent myself, on the 5th bullet, he wrote in there, please elaborate first. I believe you did elaborate on that and further told him that you're not allowed to provide legal advice to him, but I didn't know if there was a specific question that Mr. Brooks had that perhaps the court could address, perhaps not, if it hinges on legal advice. But it was a little bit ambiguous what he wrote there.
Fair enough, sir. You obviously wrote some things on this form. Do you have any questions for the court at this time regarding this form?
I think you touched on it a little bit on what the question would have been, and that was basically just the stressing that I did of the pro se thing, because essentially, from my understanding, is that pro se, in a sense, because I would be basically like I'm a licensed attorney, so that would kind of limit what I'm able to do versus being pro per. You touched on it a little bit, and gave me a little
Sir,
bit
I'll
more
tell you, it doesn't matter what you refer to yourself as, whether it's pro se, pro per, in Priya persona, you will be acting as your own attorney. And I believe you fully understand that. I want to go back to the box that you did not check, though. Given everything that we've discussed here today, do you have any questions regarding the section regarding what an attorney would do on your behalf? And I don't mean you acting as an attorney, but a licensed attorney in the state of Wisconsin assigned to represent you.
Yeah, you touched on it. I think it came up like right when I had voiced that, and you kind of clarified it.
Understanding that this section refers to a licensed attorney in the state of Wisconsin, would you be willing to check this box now? That you have read this section and that you are informed of the above.
Yeah, I'll check.
You have the original. I'm going to ask that if you're willing to do that, that you do that, initial it, and date it.
Quick question on that. What is the significance of the initials and date? Is as it pertains to
For me,
not having to do that for the I think you know what I'm saying.
for me, the form that I have was signed yesterday, the 27th. Today's the 28th. It's an indication anyone reviewing it later would know that that was added at a different date.
Okay.
It preserves the record from my perspective.
Gotcha.
All right. Madam Clerk? The record should now reflect, I do have the original, which actually is a little bit easier to read than the scanned version. And Mr. Brooks did check the box that was originally left unchecked. There appears to be 3 initials and then today's date. Thank you. Attorney Opper, your next point.
Last point as it relates to the form, and it goes hand in hand with what just occurred. At the bottom of the form, it states in all bold letters, this form shall not be modified. It may be supplemented with additional material. I think that's standard printing on the form, but I just want Mr. Brooks to be aware that obviously you are accepting the form as modified by him at his request, so that there's no question later that you accepted the form contrary to the printing on the form that says it should not be modified.
Thank you for bringing that up as well. I certainly understand that. Mr. Brooks, you would agree any of the changes that were made by you and not this court.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've covered everything dealing with that form. I don't understand the relevancy of stressing the form that we just spent so much time going over. I think you were more than clear in your advisements of exactly what the form meant. And I think you were pretty clear.
Thank you. Is that it, Attorney Opper?
That's it to the form. I would request an opportunity to be heard on the motion prior to ruling, or if you're going to defer ruling.
No, I am going to rule. I will certainly give you an opportunity to make any statements you want before I issue a final decision. So go ahead.
The only outstanding issue, Your Honor, we have not yet spoken of it today on the record, was the letter that was filed by the defendant's mother. I believe it came in late yesterday afternoon or first thing this morning, in which she has indicated she thinks Mr. Brooks is not competent to be making these decisions. I just wanted the record to reflect that we've reviewed the history of offenses for Mr. Brooks in the state of Wisconsin. We know he has a record outside the state of Wisconsin, but we have not been able to develop that. First, the record should reflect that he is experienced in the criminal justice system. He has been charged and convicted and sentenced for prior felony offenses. He's been through the court system on at least 10 prior occasions, or 10 prior cases, I should say, in the state of Wisconsin. The majority coming from Milwaukee County, one from Wood County, one from Manitowoc County.
Think you're getting enough from your food?
Occasion searching court records available online, a situation where Mr. Brooks had competency was ever raised, or he had claimed himself to be incompetent, or counsel or the court had ordered an evaluation for competency. It's never been an issue in any of his 10 prior cases. We're also aware of the NGI evaluations that were performed in this case. It's certainly a different issue, competency versus insanity, but they were all licensed professionals, psychologists and psychiatrists, in my professional opinion, would have alerted the court if in the course of their NGI evaluation, they thought there was concern as to the competency of Mr. Brooks. That did not occur as well. Lastly, I would note, and Attorney Perry touched on this at the beginning, he started to touch on it, that Attorneys Perry and Keyes apparently have never felt that competency was an issue or needed to be addressed by this court. It has not been raised by them. The court record here is clear. I've been at every court appearance. I have never had any concerns of Mr. Brooks' competency. He appears to me to be intelligent. He appears to fully understand what's going on in these court proceedings. He has the ability to communicate efficiently and effectively with the court. He has responded to the court. Some of his answers seem to fall more in line with his declaration yesterday that he's a sovereign citizen, but he has always participated in the court proceedings and never appeared to be in such a manner that he was not able to understand or assist in the proceedings. So I just wanted to make that record as well. And I think that's it for my comments, Your Honor. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, anything you want to add to the record at this point regarding the request?
Yeah, yes, I do. I'm trying to grasp the relevancy of that whole issue, especially the part that was just said about me participating in everything, seeming to know everything that's going on in the proceedings up until this point. It's kind of misleading a little bit, I think, by the state, because I recall it being an issue when the whole misunderstanding happened in court back in last month. I think it was the 26th, if I'm correct. It was a whole issue about me being, quote unquote, asleep in court. So I think that's kind of misleading to say, to raise all the competency things. I've been intelligent and all these things, and then raise the same things. Kind of.
I'm making this quick video because it has been 1 month since joining the Cashflow 101 system. And so what I wanted to do is make this video to show you the results that I've gotten in my first month joining the system. And so you see.
It's kind of like a clash. I don't understand that. I don't understand the relevancy of it. I don't understand the relevancy of the NGI plea being referenced to when that plea was essentially withdrawn. I don't see the relevancy of prior cases with this case in front of you now. I don't see the relevancy. I think you're more than capable of making the right determination based by what you have in front of you now.
Thank you. Before this court gives a final decision, I want to go through a little bit of the procedural history of this case, not long, and then some of the case law, because it is important as this court decides this very important issue. So as everyone, I think, is aware, the Waukesha Parade occurred on November 21 of 2022. I believe it was 2 days later, on November 23, that charges were filed.
Year was 21.
Did I say 2022? Thank you. We're in 2022. Thank you. 2021 is the incident. This case is 21 CF 1848. There's been a significant amount of litigation in this case already. There was a contested preliminary hearing. Then the first appearance occurred before Branch 2 on March 11th of 2022, about 202 days ago. It was on that date that this court set aside the month of October to hold the trial. The first trial order was issued. Many of the dates were discussed, but the trial order wasn't issued until April 11th of 2022. That is when it was formalized. Going back to the March 11th date, though, a decision was used on that date to utilize a jury questionnaire, meaning a case-specific jury questionnaire. There were related deadlines that were discussed. On March 29th, we held a hearing to discuss the questions and finalize the questionnaire. At that point, the court was alerted to the defense potentially raising a motion to adjourn. I set a motion date. The court heard and denied a motion to adjourn the trial. From my perspective, that motion was primarily related to potential concerns of the defense regarding the ability to be prepared. We discussed additional deadlines. From my perspective, this is a case where the state has worked diligently to quickly turn over all discovery material. From my understanding, again, not having reviewed all of it, that's not my function at this point, though it was very voluminous. It included paper discovery, electronic discovery, but the court set appropriate deadlines for the exchange of witness lists. Of course, Mr. Brooks initially entered a special plea on June 20th of 2022, where the plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect was entered. That resulted in a certain series of events occurring. Just prior to that, I also, I think I already referenced this, finalized the first trial order April 11th. Ultimately, I amended that on July 12th of 2022 to encompass some of the issues related to the NGI. Then this court held 2 days worth of hearings on August 25 and 26 to address a variety of motions. I know you may not understand the relevance, sir, but it is important just to note that on August 26th, there was an outburst by Mr. Brooks. It resulted in the court taking an early recess, and he was temporarily removed from the courtroom. When he came back, we took a break, I should say, and then there was the outburst. That resulted in the removal, but he came back. He was there, I think, for about 2 hours before he requested to leave the proceeding. But I believe the record would fully demonstrate that when I questioned him regarding his desire to leave, he demonstrated an understanding of what he was doing. He answered my questions at that time. He understood, from my perspective, that he was leaving the proceedings. Then the court moved on to September 9th. That was the jury status. On that particular date, the court essentially adjourned the proceedings. Mr. Brooks complained of a tooth abscess. I was able to fit it in with my schedule, and so the jury status was adjourned until September 19th. The jury status was held. We covered a number of issues at that time. The state raised the need or the desire to have the court rule on some additional issues. We set some deadlines for that. At no time prior to the jury status was this court ever advised of Mr. Brooks' desire to represent itself. And then it was on the 21st of September that the motion was filed. Of course, the court set the hearing initially for yesterday. Court started the hearing, essentially stopped the hearing, provided Mr. Brooks with a number of documents. Those documents are noted in the record, but he was provided with documents 42, 82, 230, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237. There was a circuit court record selected, also provided to him. That's of note because that selected circuit court record also lists all of the charges. The documents that I provided to Mr. Brooks, which I believe the record also bears out, he had previously included the second amended criminal complaint and the information. The documentation also included CR 226. In preparation for the hearing yesterday and today, the court also did not only go through the procedural, look through the court record. I certainly read a number of cases.
Did you know that you can make a full-time income from YouTube without ever trying to grow your own channel? It's true. Back in 2020, I made over $4 million from just one crappy little video that I uploaded to YouTube off my iPhone.
Including in Wisconsin, State versus Klessig. I've already referenced the Rhodes decision. I reviewed that. I reviewed the federal decision of Amani versus Pollard. I reviewed Pickens versus State, Indiana versus Edwards. I reviewed State versus Amani, which was the predecessor to the federal decision in Amani versus Pollard. There's other cases as well, but those are essentially the critical cases for the court's determination. I also reviewed all of the NGI evaluations as well. And my purpose in doing that, couple of different reasons. Number one, those evaluations were done by licensed professionals, all of which I believe have a PhD after their name. And as part of those evaluations, which were done in July and August of 2022, each examiner did a mental status exam. And in each of the reports, it's noted, frankly, no concerns over Mr. Brooks's mental status. One of the criteria this court needs to look at is whether there is a mental illness that would essentially impair Mr. Brooks's ability to understand what's going on. That is because the federal cases talk about where there is a narrow class of cases in which a defendant may not be competent to represent himself at trial. And that situation typically would be a severe mental illness to the point where they are not competent to stand trial or to conduct trial, themselves. In this particular case, I have absolutely no indication that Mr. Brooks suffers from a mental illness or mental impairment. I know his mother wrote a letter I did review it as informational only. She does not use the word, I don't believe she uses the word competent or competency, but she references her concern regarding her son being unstable and her opinion that he is making the wrong decision. I'll get to the case law on that momentarily, but this is where the NGI evaluations are of importance to the court. As I indicated, there are 4 evaluations that are on file. 3 of the 4 doctors all diagnosed Mr. Brooks with a personality disorder. I'm going to quote at length from.
Did you know that in Texas, rifles can be carried in public without a license? Whereas in Florida, no open carrying is allowed, except in unique situations like in hunting or fishing. Hi, I'm calling on.
Also, Your Honor, I would like to make an offer for my appeal, if I may.
I'll get to that momentarily. The record will may I have the appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Judge Sue Upper, Leslie Daisy, and Zach Witchow, all appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
Sir, state your name for the record, please.
I'm here as a third-party intervener in that matter, appearing as authorized representative for my client. I accept for value and return for value all the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instruments. Also, Your Honor, I would like to make an offer for my appeal, if I may.
I'll get to that momentarily. The record will reflect that the individual known to this court to be Darrell Brooks is appearing in person in custody. We are, of course, outside the presence of the jury today. Since they are not here, we are dealing with some housekeeping type of issues and other legal matters. So he is appearing today in jail attire. He is in custody. And it's my understanding, Mr. Brooks, that you were offered to appear in the suit, but chose to come to court in jail attire, which is fine. We're not in the presence of the jury. I just wanted to make a record of that.
I do not consent or identify by the name that you stated earlier. I want the record to reflect that, if I may.
The record will reflect. Thank you. All right, I know there was some filings and I want to make sure the parties have copies of everything. Mr. Brooks, I know there was an inmate communication form filed, I believe earlier this morning, requesting 6 subpoenas as soon as possible. I instructed my staff to make sure ample copies of the subpoena forms were provided to you. I did receive verification that those were hand delivered. Did you receive those, sir?
No, I did not.
We'll provide additional copies. Again, it's my understanding those were hand delivered to the jail, and that the jail took care of that in the event that that latter part did not take place. Mr. Brooks, I believe you were requesting 6 subpoena forms. I'm going to have my clerk print out 10 so that you have ample copies. And when that is done and those are handed to you, I'll make a record of that.
Will we address the inmate communication form I sent about the,
I have a number of issues I need to address, so yes, we'll get to that.
you don't believe that that has that that's an important issue that should be taken up before we continue any further in the proceedings?
I just want to make sure the state has a copy of what was forwarded first before we take that up.
Will they?
I'm not seeing it in the record yet, so I did a F5, so it'll refresh.
So the prosecution will receive a copy?
I believe one was printed now for them. It is in the record. And then I'm going to print off something as well. I don't know if it was already.
Your Honor, I respectfully would like to state for the record and would like the record to reflect that I believe that this is an issue that should be addressed at this point before we go any further.
Preparing to do that. I didn't say I wouldn't do that. So give me a minute. I have some documentation that I'd like to provide to the parties as well. I want to confirm with Attorney Opper that you have now received a copy of that inmate communication form.
Yes, I have one in front of me, Judge. It's dated today's date, October 5, 2022.
Yes, dated today because I just learned of the protocol that I would be on as of today.
Can you print for me 2 copies, 1 for each party? All right, I'm going to provide a document to the parties. It's a 5-page document.
If you buy generic Viagra in CVS or Walgreens, you need to watch this. A single 100 milligram generic Viagra.
It is a document that was forwarded to me at my request by Monica Paz, our clerk of court, after receiving the inmate communication form from Mr. Brooks requesting an adjournment. For the reasons stated in that document, I thought it important that we all have before us the current county protocol related to COVID-19. And so this will be provided to the parties.
Now, I decline to accept that if I don't believe
Sir,
that
it will be placed on your table, but I will be referring to that today, so it's been given to you.
Is it verified law, Your Honor?
Attorney Opper, do you acknowledge that the COVID-19 illness reporting protocol was provided?
I respectfully object.
Yes, Judge.
Your Honor, I would like an answer to that question if I may. Because I have not consented to or agreed to accept any paperwork that.
Sir, it's been provided to you. It's something I'm going to consider. You don't want to read it. You want to disregard it. That's your choice.
Are you making a judicial determination that you don't have to answer that question I just asked you, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks, the COVID-19 protocol has been placed in front of you. It is your choice whether you want to review it or not. So my understanding, just from the information Mr. Brooks has provided, which is part of the public record, is he is requesting an adjournment of all proceedings due to learning that he's on a COVID-19 protocol. I don't have any other information than that, sir. But based upon, and again, I did grab, I was provided with the COVID-19 illness reporting protocol. I wanted to make sure that I had the most recent information that at least the county of Waukesha is operating under. I also verified with court staff that the location at which you are seated is not within 6 feet of any other individual in this courtroom.
We are so excited to announce that Bell Medical is rapidly growing and expanding.
Exactly. So that means we have a new clinic to announce.
Starting September 12th, we are pleased to announce that Boise, Idaho will be a part of the Bell Medical.
Is there any other information you think I should know as I consider your request for an adjournment today?
Yes, I find it hard to believe that you couldn't consult with jail staff to verify the protocol, to verify that I was seen by nurses that
I don't have that information, sir, and let me be clear, cannot be provided to me under HIPAA. The only information I have is what you put in the inmate communication form.
It could be verified because I was told when I was brought down here that everybody knew that I was on a COVID protocol. That's why everybody
Because you advised us.
That's why, no, because the jail advised them. That's why they had to wear masks to bring me down. That's why I'm essentially on a protocol that doesn't allow me out of my cell until my results come back. So I'm not allowed out of my cell at the moment because of the protocol that the nurse himself placed me on, that the jail confirmed. That is very easy information to obtain.
Sir, I have an attorney for the county here who will verify that none of that information has been provided to me due to HIPAA requirements. So I'm not arguing it with you, sir, one bit.
I just want you to know that I'm not arguing with you either, but I was right in the middle of finishing what I was saying.
So I need to stop you for a minute, Mr. Brooks,
I don't
because
consent to that, Your Honor, because
you don't have to consent, but here we go. Let me
being cut off right when I'm trying.
All right, I'm just going to talk over him for a minute. I do not have any other information regarding the COVID-19 protocol, meaning anything specific about you, Mr. Brooks, other than what was put in the inmate communication, which reads, due to just learning I'm on COVID-19 protocol, I respectfully ask for all proceedings to be adjourned at this time, which is why I asked you if there was any other information you wanted to provide me as I consider your request, because the jail has not provided me with any specific information regarding the reason you were placed on protocol, whether you were exposed, whether you are showing symptoms. They cannot provide me with that information absent you giving them permission by signing an applicable authorization to do that. Without that, I have to rely upon you to provide that information to me if you so choose.
That is incorrect, because just yesterday you were trying to obtain the witness list that was in my cell. You had no problem whatsoever having the JA come down here to have me verify that they can go in my cell and search for that. So I find it very hard to believe that you can't consult with jail staff for them to tell you what is going on in my situation, where they know that I've just been seen by a nurse that placed me on this protocol for having a loss of taste, fatigue, and I have to wait for the results of my test. And until then, I am on a protocol which restricts me to my cell. That is very easy information to obtain. And I find it very hard that Your Honor cannot obtain that information, but can obtain a way to communicate with jail staff when there's a witness list involved. We're talking about someone's health that can affect not just you, but anybody else, not just
officers, but also inmates. We're talking about health and we're talking about safety. That has a lot of merit. And frankly, Your Honor, I'm afraid. I'm fully vaccinated and I've never had COVID. I don't know what I'm looking at here. I'm that was the last thing I was hoping I would be told today, Your Honor. So I'm afraid right now. I'm not feeling well. I don't know what's going on with myself. And that's the reason why I put in the sick call slip initially. I had been telling officers for days that I hadn't been feeling well, but I didn't know what it was. But I felt that I had to put in the sick call slip because I was not able to taste anything. That is the reason why I was seen by nurses. That is the reason why the COVID test was administered. And that's why I'm on the protocol as we speak.
Are you willing to discuss with me what tests were done? Again, I cannot obtain that information on my own.
I'm not a nurse, Your Honor. I don't know the name of the test. I don't, like I said, I've never had this happen.
Let me clarify that. That was a pretty ambiguous question. So, you reported symptoms as that's what you're telling me, right?
Correct.
And you're saying some tests were done?
I mean, that it's obvious. I mean, why can't it be verified with the nurse?
I have to verify it with you. The nurse will not provide me with this information.
But the jail can, because they control the movement. They control all inmate movement. I can't just go from my cell to a HSU.
Inmate movement is not the issue at the moment.
It's not, but I'm saying, how can I tell you, how can I answer what you're asking me? It doesn't make sense. We all understand that the jail itself controls the movement of the inmates. That's common sense, Your Honor.
I'm not here to talk about inmate movement at the
I can't
moment.
just
What I'm
walk to
asking
the
you is,
HSU.
do you believe you were tested for COVID?
I obviously was tested for COVID. I would not be on the protocol if I was not.
Do you know
The
what
nurses-
type of test? Was it an oral swab, a nasal swab?
It was a nasal swab.
All right. Do you know when the results of that test will be back?
From my understanding, Friday. That's what I was told by the doctors. I would have to be at least on this protocol until the results come back, which he said the earliest would be Friday.
Were you offered a rapid test?
They said they do not do the rapid test.
So you weren't offered a rapid test?
They said they don't do them.
If one can be obtained, are you willing to submit to a rapid test?
I'm not willing to submit to anything right now until we take care of the issues that's at hand. I mean, I've already been placed on the protocol. Frankly, I'm very afraid right now because I don't know what's going on. This is new to me. Like I said, I'm fully vaccinated, Your Honor. I've been fully vaccinated since 2021. And so for this to just be sprung on me now to say this could possibly be a COVID thing, I've had people close to me that have passed away from COVID. I'm afraid as hell, Your Honor. That's the reason why I submitted the ICF for the adjournment. I was thinking at least until I can get the results at bare minimum. I don't think I'm asking something that's impossible for Your Honor.
If I can make arrangements to have a rapid test brought to you and administered, are you willing to submit to that test?
Not at this time.
Why not?
Not at this time.
Why not?
Why can't I get the results for the test I already took?
But you're telling me you're scared, you're
Yes,
fearful.
I am.
But you don't want
very.
to take a test that might
I
tell you today?
I took the test that he gave me.
If you buy generic Viagra in CVS or Walgreens, you need to watch this. A single 100 milligram generic Viagra tablet retails for $45 at CVS and $46 at Walgreens. But now you can get the
And you're telling me that test result won't be available to you until at least Friday?
At least Friday. That's what I was told.
Tomorrow.
I was told that I would be placed on this protocol until the results came back. The earliest that the results would be back would be Friday.
So that sounds like, to me, I think that's what they call a PCR test.
I have no idea, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have no idea what it's called. Like
Let
I
me
said,
ask
I've
you-
never had COVID. I don't know the test names. I don't know what they call them.
I'm generally familiar with some of the testing for COVID. There are tests that can be what we call rapid tests, or what are called rapid tests, that are available. And then there's these other tests which take a few days. It's, again, I'm not a scientist, but I think the general belief would be sometimes the rapid tests are accurate, sometimes they're not. Sometimes people test negative when they're really positive. It just kind of depends on the circumstances. But it's my understanding a positive test would be pretty accurate. And then there's other tests that take a few days for the results to come back. It really depends on the lab that's being utilized, et cetera. I'm asking you once again, if a rapid test can be obtained, are you willing to take a rapid test?
How would that be obtained? How would it be obtained?
I would
was
work
told,
with.
I can only go by what was told to me, because when I was brought in there and they told me that they had to test me for COVID, I was immediately like, what do you mean you have to even test me for this? What is this about?
Well, didn't you report symptoms to them?
Excuse me, Your Honor. I had a lieutenant and 2 officers present when I was asking all these questions. Why do I need, what's going on with this? Why is this? Why is this? Why is that? Because I didn't understand. Immediately in my head, I started to get afraid when they said they had to even test for COVID.
Well, were you reporting being sick and symptoms prior to them asking you to test?
Yes, I've told multiple officers. I didn't know what it was at first, because it started with fatigue, with me feeling very fatigued. And I said, man, I don't know if it's just me being tired, or that's what I initially thought it was. Maybe I'm just a little exhausted. But I said, no, anybody knows their body. I said, this got to be something more, because I'm really, 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 I don't even have an appetite. Then when I'm trying to eat, I can't taste anything. That's what said, okay, now I need to put the medical sick
When did you
call
report these symptoms to the medical people, or to even just a correctional officer?
A few days ago. Over the weekend is when I started to notice the fatigue. So I was telling officers, man, I don't feel good. I don't know if it's just I'm tired. Usually I don't just jump the gun and say something's wrong, because it may just be, it could be anything. So
when did you report the loss of taste?
I reported the loss of taste last night.
And was it after that they told you they wanted to test you?
No, they didn't tell me till this morning that they wanted to test me.
What other symptoms are you reporting at this time?
That was it so far, just the fatigue and the loss of taste, which is the reason why I was told that I had to take the test. Which I was told at that time also that the earliest my results would be back would be Friday.
And you said at this point you're not willing to take a rapid test.
Well, they said this is the test that they do. The nurse was very clear in what he was telling me when he told me how to test, because like I said, there was a lieutenant and 2 officers right there while the whole thing was going on.
I understand all of that. I have a very specific question to you, sir.
I was asking them questions, and he specifically told me that this jail, this is the test that they do. They do not do rapid tests. I didn't even ask about the test because I know nothing about the test. This is what I was told. And after he told me that, I said, okay, fine, just do the test and I'll just sit on the protocol, because at first when he told me, you're going to have to be on a protocol where you're isolated. I said, okay, fine, just do the test. I'd rather you do the test and make sure that I'm healthy than to just refuse the test and just say, I'll just wait to see if I get better or something like that. So I said, yeah, just go ahead. And that's what I was informed. Friday would be the earliest that I would get the results back, and I would be placed on a protocol which is called isolation, where I'm not allowed out of my cell.
If you buy generic Viagra in CVS or Walgreens, you need to watch this. A single 100 milligram generic.
Anything else, sir, you think I need to know about this issue as I consider your request?
No, at this time, I'm just telling you what I know. Multiple officers were there. They can tell you the same thing that I'm telling you now. Like I said, Lieutenant Chamberlain was there. 2 officers were there.
Any objection if I talk to any of them to confirm what you're saying?
Absolutely not.
Any objection if I need to ask the jail administrator about, or anyone else at the jail about the protocols and what's available for testing?
Absolutely not.
Given any information about whether anyone else in the facility is experiencing COVID right now?
I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know who. I'm in the mental health medical pod as it is. I'm
So no information's been provided to you that there's like either a lockdown or some type of a restriction due to any like concern over COVID at this time?
I would never have that information because, like I said, I'm limited in the pod that I'm in. I have no interaction with any other inmates, and my interaction with staff is pretty limited.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that additional information. I know, sir, what I've provided to you is generally the for employees. I fully recognize that the jail may have different protocols just because of it being in a correctional facility, and inmates are, of course, or can be very close to one another. And so I don't want to presume that this is exactly what they follow. And so I'd like for them to tell me what their protocols are as I consider this request. At the moment, I told you this earlier, you're not within 6 feet of anyone else in this courtroom. And I believe that provides ample protection for the other people in this courtroom. As I consider this request, you've provided information to the court. You've been able to tell me the symptoms that you are reporting, your understanding of the protocols. And despite you reporting fatigue, I know, I don't know if you're standing or sitting on the chair. I can't quite tell. It appears like you're standing, but maybe leaning over the table. Oh, knee on the chair. Okay, but you've been able to very clearly, coherently make your position known to the court at this time, and I appreciate that. Let me ask Attorney Opper if there's anything you would want to provide or state at this time regarding this request.
Yes, Your Honor, a couple of things. Number one, we believe this is nothing more than a further delay tactic by Mr. Brooks. I can advise the court as an officer of the court and as an offer of proof that he is.
How could
Mr.
that?
Brooks,
How could that even?
Attorney Opper interrupt you when you were talking?
Well, I respectfully object to
You
that.
can object, your objection's noted, but you need to let her.
This is the map of America, and if you live in one of the 20 states revealed at the end of this video, you can literally pay nothing to get the latest.
State what she needs to state. I will give you an opportunity to respond. I'd encourage you to use paper and a pen to write down. That's the rules of decorum in the courtroom, sir. We generally avoid interrupting one another so that, number one, the record can be clear, and perhaps most importantly, because that is a sign that we all understand that this is a place of dignity. It is a place of respect. It demonstrates that, frankly, a willingness on the participants to conduct themselves appropriately. It avoids creating disorder or disruption. So I will give you an opportunity to respond, but you need to give Attorney Opper an opportunity without interruption. Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, again, we believe this is a delay tactic in line with the defendant's behavior since about the August 25th or 26th motion hearing. I can advise the court as an officer of the court that Mr. Brooks has been saying for the last several weeks in his recorded jail calls to his mother and others that he's going to get this trial delayed or adjourned or pushed back. This behavior, again, on the 11th hour is 100% consistent with that. I believe that if the court wanted more information from the jail administrator, she is present and could provide that information. I believe Mr. Brooks has waived any HIPAA privacy rights he may have in that regard and indicated that to the court. And also, I believe she would be able to provide information if the court ordered her to do so. I believe that even if he is on COVID protocol, it will have zero impact on his ability to prepare for this case. As we've learned already, and I'm prepared to make a further record, he has all of his discovery materials within the confines of his jail cell. He has a tablet made available to him in the confines of his own jail cell, and he has the ability to use a conference room in his pod. I don't believe the COVID protocol would interfere with his ability to access that conference room whatsoever. But again, I could verify that with the jail administrator if the court thinks that's an appropriate fact. The fact that he claims to have started reporting symptoms as far back as the weekend, we're probably right up against the 5 days right now. If he started this on Saturday, which I don't believe there's any record of, we're at 5 days right now. And certainly the court's offer to.
I never once said.
Mr. Brooks,
I never
you have
said.
an
I never.
opportunity
No,
momentarily.
no.
You
I
need to stay
respectfully
quiet.
object to that because that has no merit.
Mr. Brooks,
I-
it's not
she's
your
saying-
time
no,
to speak.
No, I respectfully object. I never reported saying what day. I never said a day. And if you saying she's saying she has jail phone calls, well, why aren't they present? Why can't they be verified by sworn affidavit and brought into this court to be shown that this is a delay tactic, as you say it is? How come it can't be shown by sworn affidavit? Can you provide proof of that?
All right, Mr. Brooks, I've given you a little
Just
bit of
like-
leeway
just like you're
because we
saying
are outside the
that I've
presence
waived
of the
something.
jury.
I haven't given consent to waive anything. I've simply told the judge that I had no issue with her verifying with the jail that this protocol is in effect and that I was in effect tested for COVID-19. How could that be a delay tactic? If that was a delay tactic, why would I even need to be tested and placed on the protocol? Why does everybody have to have on masks to bring me down here?
Being healthy just got too easy. Meet Kachava.
All right, Mr.
Is
Brooks,
there no-
I've
is there
given
no
Mr.
verification?
Brooks, I'm going to warn you now that you have interrupted a couple of times. You interrupted
I have to
Attorney
be able-
Opper
I have to
twice.
be able to speak up.
You're
Your
now
Honor.
interrupting me yet again. We all were polite and had you provide
was not
information.
polite. That was
That's
abuse.
at
That
least
was-
the
that was
third
abuse.
interruption of this court.
That was abuse by the prosecution. That was abuse.
Mr. Brooks, let me finish.
No, because that's
So he's outright refusing to listen.
I would
He's
not sit
outright
here
talking over me
I didn't
at the
refuse
moment.
anything. I didn't refuse
Mr.
anything.
Brooks, we are at
I'm
the
not
point
gonna
yet
I'm
again
not gonna
where I
sit
will put you in the other courtroom because
and
you
I
are
don't
not
consent.
able.
I don't consent to being removed. I have not waived the right to be present, and I don't agree with that.
Mr. Brooks,
Does the
I
record
have
reflect?
provided
does
you
the-
on multiple occasions and it's should be in front of you.
No,
and
I
if
don't.
not,
I don't acknowledge that. I haven't agreed.
you have
to
been
it, and I
advised
haven't
on
given
multiple
consent of it.
occasions that you need to abide by the standards of courtesy and decorum for the courts of Wisconsin. Because you are a litigant, you're both a named defendant, you are now acting as your own attorney by
I'm not a named
representing
defendant.
yourself.
I don't recognize the name
That all of the rules
state
of courtesy and
put on
decorum
their
apply
complaint.
to
I don't
you.
recognize that name, Your Honor. That
Supreme
is not
Court
who I am.
Rule 62.02 details many of the requirements for courtesy and decorum. I've referenced a couple of them on multiple occasions, including that sub 1 sub F of 62.02 that proper conduct and attire is expected within the courthouse, and where possible, individuals, including yourself, right, are to refrain from creating disorder and disruption. Sub H, you're supposed to conduct yourself in a manner which demonstrates sensitivity to the necessity of preserving decorum and integrity of the judicial process. You have been advised multiple times, sir, of the expectation that this court has that you conduct yourself in a civil manner. You've been advised multiple times that this court will not tolerate disruptions, interruptions, that when you do that, you run the risk of forfeiting your right to be present in the courtroom. As you know, I have available the courtroom next door that's connected to the holding area. It is connected by audio and visual means. It provides you an opportunity to meaningfully participate by also giving the court the opportunity to control the decorum, to control the disruptive behavior, because primarily your disruptive behavior is repeated interruptions of this court, talking over this court, now talking over the prosecutor. I appreciate that you have not interrupted me for quite some time. So at this point, though, I need to warn you that further interruptions may very well result in you being removed to the other courtroom where you would participate by audiovisual means. At this time, I would like to hear from the court administrator, especially as it relates to the protocol.
Jail administrator.
Did I say the court administrator?
Yes, that's all right.
That's okay. We're in court, and I would like to hear from the jail administrator. Thank you very much. Just to get some general information and perhaps even some specific information regarding the what Mr. Brooks has provided, since he indicated I could verify all of this information with either the lieutenant or others who are present. So I believe we have Angela Wallenhaupt here, if she would come up to the witness stand.
Your Honor, if I don't want to mix issues, but the inmate communication form from September 28th also still needs to be addressed by the court, and I think the jail administrator may have some information relevant to that issue as well.
All right, thank you. I
Please.
have a list of a bunch of things I want to go over, and I'm gonna.
Faith in God means trusting in Him.
He said, "Come unto me."
So, Your Honor, just so I'm clear, are we addressing the issue at hand now?
We are.
Or are we addressing something from September?
Well, I will get to the September inmate communication form at some point during this hearing, but right now I'm addressing the most recent inmate communication form that is dated October 5, and that addresses your request for an adjournment. I'll have you sworn in. I'll just do it. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Would you please state your first and last names for the record?
Angela Wallenhaupt.
Would you spell your last name?
Wollenhaupt.
Thank you. If you could please advise us on the record again of your job title and responsibilities.
I'm the jail administrator for the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. I am head of the division in charge of all staff and inmate issues.
Could you provide information to the court on the general COVID protocol within the jail?
Judge, I would prefer to not speak to the operational considerations with that. I can speak to the fact that there are different protocols that are put on people for different medical or management reasons, which may have modifications to them. I can speak to the protocol Mr. Brooks has placed on that it won't affect the area he is living in, nor access to areas that are not other inmate occupied.
That seems fair. I don't want to certainly put all of your operations on display. That's not necessary. But if you could speak to the specifics as it relates to Mr. Brooks's current situation.
So he would remain in his current cell housing location. He would have access to a conference room if he needed it, access to a telephone. And we would be able to, it's a safety security measure for him as well as our staff. And we can safely produce him for court.
When I hear the phrase being on a protocol, that to me could have more than one reason. Someone could have been exposed, someone could have tested, or someone could have reported symptoms that required testing. Would I be mistaken in any of those beliefs?
You are correct, Judge.
Would there be any other reasons for someone to be placed on a protocol, a COVID-19 protocol within the Waukesha County Jail?
No.
And would you tell me which one of those three options has prompted the COVID protocol for Mr. Brooks?
Judge, I have not reviewed his medical record prior to arriving here.
All right, fair enough. Do you have an understanding of what that is?
Yes,
Based
however,
on information provided to you.
yes, however, he has not signed a release allowing me to speak to the court. So if you are ordering me to speak to the court, I can speak to what my understanding is.
Mr. Brooks, I took your statements earlier that you would not object to me asking jail staff about the current situation to verify the information you provided. Is that still correct?
I said that I wouldn't have any issue with pertaining to myself. I don't know. I'm not speaking about anybody else in the jail. I'm not speaking about what everybody's situation is different.
Right. And I'm specifically referring to your situation.
Well, the question was asked in how does it pertain to me? It was pertaining to me, all the questions, which it came up when I said that there was a lieutenant and there were officers present when I took this test from the nurse.
Right. I'd like to verify the information that you're providing to me regarding what was reported by you, what tests were administered, and why you're on the protocol with the jail administrator. First of all, do you understand what I want to ask her about?
No, I do not understand.
Did you hear what I said just now?
I do not understand.
But did you hear what I said?
Frankly, Your Honor, I think she would probably be the wrong person to be asking because she wasn't present.
You must understand then what I'm saying if you think she's not the person who would provide that
No, I don't
information.
understand.
So
I didn't consent to understanding or agreeing to that. No, I do not understand.
all right. I took his statements earlier. I realize you don't have a written waiver as to be a verbal waiver of any privacy rights under HIPAA, and I am directing you to answer the question.
Okay. It was brought to my attention shortly before the lunch hour that he had made statements that prompted the medical department to follow up. As I said before, I have not reviewed the medical record. It is my understanding he was administered a test. He was also offered another test to which he refused.
Do you have any information regarding whether this other test would have been a rapid test?
I believe it to be.
Do you have those tests available in the facility to offer to an individual?
I have one available right now.
Can I ask a question, Your Honor?
Of me or of the witness?
Of jail administration.
Go ahead, you can ask a question.
Ms. Wallenhoff, if there were different types of tests available, why wasn't I administered the correct test when I first was tested? Why would essentially I would be asked to take a test, take that test, then turn around again and be told to take a whole nother test? in my mind, that's almost like some type of ploy or something, some type of scheme. Why?
Sir, what's the question?
I asked the question, why would I not be given the correct test from the get-go instead of having to take 2 tests? If I've already taken
Mr.
one
Brooks,
test,
you have to give her an opportunity to answer, and you
I've
gotta
already-
ask one question at a time.
I just asked the question.
Can she answer it then? Do you want her to answer it? I presume you do, since you asked the question, so you need to stop talking so that she can answer it, okay?
Limited abuse, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
I don't appreciate being talked to that way, Your Honor.
Your objection is noted. Go ahead and answer.
Judge, I would prefer not to answer that question. He states the wrong test. I don't know what he's speaking of. I have not reviewed the medical record with what test was administered, so I would prefer not to answer that question.
All right, fair enough.
I did not say the wrong test. I said 2 tests. If it was, why would I need to take 2 tests for the same symptom?
Your Honor, I object to relevance and beyond the scope of this witness's knowledge, and it also assumes a fact, not an evidence.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection. I'll give both parties an opportunity to ask questions of this witness since it's Mr. Brooks's request. I know do you have any other questions for Jail Administrator Wallenhupt on this issue at this time?
I don't think I was clear, or I didn't have clarity on the answer to that question. Essentially, what I'm asking is, why would I need to take 2 tests for the same thing? There shouldn't, if I'm taking a COVID test, why would I need to take another one?
I'm going to object as to lack of foundation and beyond the scope of this witness's knowledge, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. I'll direct the witness. She does not need to answer that question. Next question, if you have one, please.
I still don't have clarity on that, Your Honor. I'm baffled.
Do you have another question? A different question?
Would it be any way to verify why I would need to take 2 tests for the same symptoms?
I'm not sure I understand the question, sir. I think
I'm referring to,
If the horizon was endless, where would you go? Discover miles of inspiration in Montana.
to administer the test.
the nurse isn't here, though. This is Jail Administrator Wallenhupt.
And that's why it's hard for me to wrap my head around why Mrs. Wallenhoff would be called to testify when she was not present. I think the wrong person is testifying.
Do you have any other
Because
questions
the
for
reason
her?
why
I
say
understand
that-
what you're saying. Do you have any other questions
Are
for
you
her,
sure
though?
Are you sure you wrapping your head around what I'm saying, Your Honor?
Do you have any other questions for this witness?
To your knowledge, you just said that you have a rapid test available right now. When did that become available? Because I was told otherwise.
I know there is a rapid test available right now. As I stated before, it is my understanding that you were offered a rapid test and you refused.
So why was I not offered a rapid test from the get-go?
Objection, relevance.
If she knows, she may answer.
I do not know the answer to that. I have not reviewed the medical record, jail contracts with a medical provider.
Thank you. Next question, if you have one.
So there are more than one type of COVID test administered by this jail.
Again, the jail contracts, Judge, I prefer not to answer that. The jail contracts with a medical provider. I do not direct testing for medical conditions. That would be our medical contract.
I believe the record's clear that a rapid test was offered. It was declined by Mr. Brooks. The record's also clear that
I
he did
object to that,
submit.
Your Honor.
He did submit to a test, but this witness is not able to answer whether that was a rapid or not, given her role in the Waukesha County Jail as the administrator and not in charge of medical. I will find she does not need to answer that question because it's outside her scope. And to further answer it might be speculative. So do you have another question?
So would it be fair to say, you just said it would be speculative, so would it be fair to say that it'd be speculative that the second test would be a rapid test?
I will make a determination on your motion after all of the evidence and testimony on this issue is received.
Is that an
I
answer,
can't
Your Honor?
answer that question at this
Well,
time,
I'm
sir.
asking it of Ms. Wallenhoff. Is it because we just said it would be speculative?
Well, you
So-
were looking at me when you said that.
Well,
So are you, and I'm not going to answer that question. I'm not a witness in this.
The
I
reason
make
why
the
I was-
determination
reason why I was
ultimately.
looking at Your Honor is because
Do you have another question
I'm
for
still trying
Jail
to figure out
Administrator
how-
Wallenhaupt?
I thought testimony was supposed to be the prosecution and the defense's time to
Sir,
ask
do you
questions.
have another question? Otherwise, I'm going to ask the state if they have any more from this witness.
I asked the question, would it be fair to say that it's speculative about what the second test actually was?
Mr. Brooks, I don't understand your question.
What isn't to understand about it? If you were offered a test,
Objection, relevance.
no, it's a question.
Hold on.
I'm
You're
getting some-
asking a
I'm going somewhere.
I'll let you get the question out, but I would just note you're asking her a hypothetical that, given her role, she might not be qualified to answer. But you can go ahead and ask it.
Well, it's not hypothetical. It's very logical. If you were offered a test and you took it, why would you need to essentially take another test that could have been done right from the beginning? If there would be any issues, if there would be
Right, Mr. Brooks, it's not relevant what she would do. So that's essentially an argumentative
Okay, so
question,
why
and it's
would I
not
do it?
relevant. So
Why would
sit
I do it
down.
then?
You're done asking questions because you've
So
now
is that a
asked.
judicial determination?
I haven't made a judicial determination yet.
You're
Go ahead,
practicing
Attorney
law from the
Opper.
bench by being able to ask
Mr.
certain
Brooks.
questions of yourself.
Mr. Brooks, okay, here's your warning. I'm giving Attorney Opper an opportunity
So
to
you're
ask this
practicing law from
witness
the bench.
questions, and if you interrupt her, you will be removed to the next courtroom.
I don't consent to being removed to the next courtroom. I don't consent to even being at these proceedings if I'm not able to put on a proper defense, which is my constitutional right to be able to do so. I haven't agreed to any contracts. I haven't consented to any contracts, and I have
Your
not
objection
consented-
is noted. Attorney Opper, go ahead.
I have not
Thank
consented
you.
to
Ms.
an
Wallenhoff.
estoppel.
This is the map of America, and if you live in one of the 20 states revealed at the end of this video, you can literally pay nothing to get the latest generation of solar panels installed on your roof. You see, just recently, the
Although Mr. Brooks is under a COVID protocol, is he still allowed to review his discovery materials in his jail cell?
Yes.
Jay, for relevancy.
To your knowledge, are those
Hold on.
materials?
The objection is overruled.
I'm sorry. To your knowledge, if you know, are his discovery materials currently in his jail cell?
Yes, ma'am, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay.
I object to
Is
that,
he
yeah. I
still
object
able?
to that, Your Honor. I'm not allowed
Sir,
to
her
keep.
answer stands. There's no question to which to
I
object.
object to that. There is.
You can't testify at the moment. If you want to provide further information after she is done testifying, I will give you that opportunity.
Will she?
Your
will she be able
objection
to-
is
Will she
overruled.
be able to stay right there so I can ask the question?
It's not your time yet. You have to wait. So this is the final warning. Okay, I've given you a lot of leeway today.
You have not, Your Honor. You haven't. No.
I
you
am
haven't.
turning to Attorney Opper. It is
her opportunity, her turn to ask this witness a question.
And it is my right to be able to object, just like she objected
And-
when I was asking
Right,
questions.
and when the court rules on an objection, usually the party who objects stays silent. I rule on the objection. The parties don't debate the ruling. It's noted for appeal. And then we move on.
Then I would like to put you on notice that I will be appealing that judicial decision that you are making.
Next question, Attorney Opper.
The judicial determination.
Ms. Molenhop, while on COVID protocol, does Mr. Brooks have access to the tablets in his jail cell?
Yes, ma'am.
And that tablet has legal materials available for him to access if he so chooses. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And while he is on COVID protocol, does he have access to the conference room, which also contains a computer with further legal materials?
Yes, ma'am.
And nothing about the protocol would restrict his access to any of those materials. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
And you've
I object to
indicated
that. I
previously.
object to that respectfully, Your Honor.
So an objection goes to whether there's lots of rules of evidence that apply, but if you're objecting to her answer, that's a different thing. You can argue the meaning of that language. Okay,
not
the
the
objection,
answer.
but then you have to say objection before she answers. You
She
objected
didn't
after
answer.
she
She
answered.
didn't answer the last
The
question.
objection is noted, it's overruled, her answer may stand. Next question.
Ms. Wollenhop, you're aware that there has been digital discovery made available to Mr. Brooks for him to view in the Waukesha County Jail, correct?
I respectfully object to that.
Overruled, she may answer.
Correct. He would view that digital discovery on the computer in the conference room in his pod,
I
correct?
respectfully object to that.
Overruled, you may answer.
Correct, ma'am.
And
So you're gonna
the
overrule
protocol-
everything, Your Honor?
All right, Mr. Brooks. You have got to stop. It's fine if you object. I will rule on it as I deem appropriate under the rules of evidence, which, by the way, I provided a copy for you. See that big book over there?
No, I don't
It
see
has
it.
the criminal
I
statutes.
don't see
It has the traffic code. It
I
has the
don't see
rules
it.
of evidence. Well, it's on your table. It's behind the microphone and it's there. I've provided it to you as a courtesy so that you have that available to you.
Anything to me.
Right, I'm
Something
directing the
that-
bailiffs to
something
remove
that
them
may
to the
have-
other courtroom.
something
I've
that-
provided ample opportunity for
never-
Mr.
I've never
Brooks to
taken
abide by the
anything-
simple
I've
rules
never
of
taken
decorum
anything,
and
Your Honor.
civility.
Your Honor, I don't
He is-
consent or agree to what you are doing.
Your lack of
don't give
consent is
consent.
noted for the
I
record.
don't give consent to an estoppel. I don't.
I'll
give
make a
consent.
more full record when we
I
are
don't give
open
consent
again to the
a
public.
estoppel. I don't give consent to be removed.
Madam
from
Reporter,
being
the
able
record
to
should
exercise
reflect
my
the court is
constitutional
stepping
right.
off the bench. You may step off.
I
if you
move.
want.
I move for a motion to dismiss. You still haven't even ruled on the claim. There's no one that even has a claim against me here.
If the horizon was endless, where would you go?
respectful. And I do want to initially confirm, I know I could hear him until I muted him. I can see him. Can we please get confirmation from the other courtroom that the audio and visual is working? All right, and we do have confirmation of that as well. Prior to the court ordering Mr. Brooks removed from this courtroom to the neighboring courtroom, there were 9 interruptions. So it was on the 10th that this court ordered him to be removed to appear remotely from that other courtroom. I have cited repeatedly from Illinois versus Allen, which is the Supreme Court case from 1970, which provides this court with the authority to remove Mr. Brooks from the courtroom. Because it is a new day, I think it bears repeating much of the language that is directly on point in this decision. It is essential to the proper administration of criminal justice that dignity, order, and decorum be the hallmarks of all court proceedings in our country. The flagrant disregard in the courtroom of elementary standards of proper conduct should not and cannot be tolerated. This is the Supreme Court stating, "We believe trial judges confronted with disruptive, contemptuous, stubbornly defiant defendants must be given sufficient discretion to meet the circumstances of each case. No one formula for maintaining the appropriate courtroom atmosphere will be best in all situations. We think there are at least 3 constitutionally permissible ways for a trial judge to handle an obstreperous defendant like Mr. Brooks." In that case, they were talking about the defendant, Mr. Allen. And here are the 3 options, at least that the Supreme Court acknowledged. But I would note, as they just said in this prior quote, there are at least 3. 1, bind and gag, thereby keeping the defendant present. 2, cite the defendant for contempt. 3, take him out of the courtroom until he promises to conduct himself properly. This court has repeatedly utilized the neighboring courtroom because I believe that provides Mr. Brooks with an opportunity to meaningfully participate in these proceedings while this court maintains decorum, dignity, and respect. It is an elementary standard of proper conduct to not interrupt. Mr. Brooks repeatedly interrupts. I gave him 9 warnings before I removed him to the other courtroom. As the court did in Allen, this court decided that under the circumstances to remove Mr. Brooks from the courtroom and to continue the trial in his absence until and unless he promised to conduct himself in a manner befitting an American courtroom, that this is the proper response to his conduct. As noted in the Allen decision, the court stated, "We find nothing unconstitutional about this procedure." This is now the 3rd day of the trial. We struggled at times through jury selection with multiple interruptions, what I would describe as disruptions. So it's with that history we came into court today. Mr. Brooks persists in his unruly conduct. I would note, just as the court in Allen did, it is not pleasant to hold or to find that Mr. Brooks be banished from this courtroom as part of his own trial to the neighboring courtroom. And this is what the Supreme Court went on to say, but our courts, palladiums of liberty as they are, cannot be treated disrespectfully with impunity, nor can the accused be permitted by his disruptive conduct indefinitely to avoid being tried on the charges brought against him. It would degrade our country and our judicial system to permit our courts to be bullied, insulted, and humiliated, and their orderly progress thwarted and obstructed by defendants brought before them charged with crimes. As guardians of the public welfare, our state and federal judicial systems strive to administer equal justice to the rich and the poor, the good and the bad, the native and foreign born of every race, nationality, and religion. Went on to state, but if our courts are to remain what the founders intended, the citadels of justice, their proceedings cannot and must not be infected with the sort of scurrilous, abusive language and conduct demonstrated by not only Allen in that case, but by Mr. Brooks in this case. I've also cited repeatedly to SCR Chapter 62, which contains the standards of courtesy and decorum for the courts of Wisconsin. I've advised Mr. Brooks repeatedly. I've had, just as I am holding a copy of Chapter 62 on yellow paper laminated, I have it myself. I provided it to the state. I provided it to Mr. Brooks. And those standards govern what I do, what the attorneys do, what lawyers, clerks, court personnel, even witnesses, defendants, jurors, and others appearing in the court. Two of those subdivisions specifically talk about the expectation that within the courthouse, that those involved in the proceedings refrain from creating disorder and disruption. Another subdivision of that section discusses the expectation that those within the courts conduct themselves in a manner which demonstrates sensitivity to the necessity of preserving decorum and the integrity of the judicial process. Once again, it did not take Mr. Brooks very long to begin interrupting. It is 2:39 now as I go through this decision making and put my findings on the record, but his behavior started very early on. I gave him ample opportunity to abide by the rules of decorum. I gave him ample warning before he was removed. This court, frankly, has no other option at this point other than to put him in the other courtroom so that I can continue with this very important hearing, a hearing at which he has requested an adjournment of the proceedings. With that, I will turn back to Attorney Opper. I am going to unmute Mr. Brooks, but also advise him that if he interrupts Attorney Opper or others as they are providing testimony here today, I understand he can object. However, my expectation for that objection process would be that he say, I object. He provide a basis. I oftentimes give parties, give me one word. Is it hearsay? Is it, calls for speculation? Is it irrelevant? Whatever it may be, a very either 1-2 word objection or a very short summary statement of the basis for his objection. After he does that, I will rule on the objection, and I expect him to honor the ruling that I have made. If he can't do any of that, he will remain muted, and the process will then be, we've given him a sign. He's holding it up right now, demonstrating for us. He has the objection sign. He will be required to write down his objections
on a piece of paper that will be provided to the bailiff. The bailiff will provide it to me, and then I can rule on those, even if it's striking testimony later on. I do expect his objections to be based in law. I note, was provided with the copy of, it's a selected statutes, including the rules of evidence. All right, go ahead, Attorney Opper, for the record. The mute has been undone.
Thank you. So Ms. Wollenhop, I was asking you about the digital discovery materials. You testified that you're aware there is a thumb drive available for Mr. Brooks' use that is maintained in his pod, and all he has to do is ask for it, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
And that in order for him to view the contents of the thumb drive, he'd have to use the computer in the conference room, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
And that is available to Mr. Brooks upon his request, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
And nothing
Hold on a
about,
second. Mr. Brooks, the basis for your objection at this time?
That it's irrelevant to why I'm asking for adjournment. I was not asking for adjournment based on being able to utilize the conference room or a tablet.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Her answers may stand. Next, you may continue, Attorney Opper, with your next question.
the nothing about this protocol then would limit his access to any of his discovery materials, correct, ma'am?
Objection.
Overruled. She may answer. Correct, ma'am.
And he would have access to the telephone if he wants it.
Objection.
If the horizon was endless, where would you go? Discover miles of inspiration in Montana. Go find out at visitmt.com.
Overruled. She may answer. Yes, ma'am.
And there would be nothing that would restrict his ability to come to court each day?
Objection.
Overruled. Correct, ma'am.
And when he comes to court each day, he has the ability to bring whatever discovery materials with him that he wants. Is that correct?
Objection.
Overruled. Correct, ma'am.
And in fact, there's a card available for him to do that if he so requests.
Objection.
Overruled.
That is correct, ma'am. Correctional officers would transport it, but yes, there's a card available.
Sure. Mr. Brooks had told this court earlier that he started feeling not well, I believe were his words, over the weekend. And is there any notice to any correctional officer or jail supervisor that you're aware of that Mr. Brooks reported that to them?
Objection.
Overruled.
I have not reviewed the jail medical record. This came to my attention shortly before the lunch hour.
Okay, I guess maybe I'm asking a question I don't know the answer to. If he were to say to one of the officers or a lieutenant.
Hold on a second. Was that an objection? Or just a comment under your breath? Your objection's noted. It's overruled.
Of course.
If he were to complain of illness to a correctional officer or a lieutenant, would they document that in any way?
They would give him a medical request form to fill out, which would go to the medical department where he could have contact to medical staff, or it could be documented in the jail management system.
To your knowledge, was that done by Mr. Brooks last weekend, the weekend of September 30th and October 1st?
Not to my knowledge.
And are you aware of the fact that last weekend, on or about Saturday, he requested a shower and a shave?
Yes.
Was that provided to him?
Yes.
If he were on a protocol, would he still get those things? Or does it depend?
It would depend what type of a protocol.
Okay, thank you.
Those were all my questions. Thank you, Ms. Wollenhop.
All right, Mr. Brooks, do you have any follow-up questions for Ms. Wollenhop?
I do. You stated that it would depend on what type of protocol I was on, would dictate if I'm able to shower, correct?
That was not completely what I stated.
Well, that's what you just stated on the record.
Well, different management protocols, it would be in accordance with jail operations, and my preference, Judge, would not to be to speak to all of the jail operations.
Right, I'm not going to require her to speak to all the jail operations. If you wanted to ask her, for example, whether your current protocol would prohibit that, I think that would be a fair question.
Hello, Moto.
So that would be the question then. Well, no, let me ask this. What specific protocols would prohibit being able to shower?
Objection, irrelevant.
I'm not going to, it's sustained. Mr. Brooks, I'm going to honor the request of the jail administrator not to talk generally about protocols, given the operations of the jail, but you may ask her if there's something specific as to you.
Well, because of my situation being a little bit unique, with any protocol that I am on currently prohibit me from being able to shower and or shave.
Do you speak moving forward?
As of right now.
You would be allowed to shower on the protocol you're currently on.
Would I be able to shave?
You would be able to shave.
Would that be with the clippers or a razor?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled, she may answer.
Mr. Brooks, we would monitor behavior and other factors in that and make a determination. There's procedures operationally in the jail that you can request those items. And
So
you
that
could
would be independent of the COVID protocols.
correct, ma'am.
So to your knowledge, are you aware that we are only permitted, and I'm saying myself as well, being housed in the jail, that we are only permitted razors once a week and clippers only once a month?
Judge, I would prefer not to answer questions in regards to jail operations.
Right. I'll honor the request of the jail administrator. It goes beyond the scope of this hearing. She need not answer general questions about the general procedures and protocols within the Waukesha County Jail. We're a little far field. I gave you a little bit of leeway, but we had started this off about COVID protocols and your current situation. So from my perspective, the questions regarding the discovery materials and all of that were relevant because you claimed you weren't being allowed out to a conference room. That to me implicated your ability to prepare for your defense and this trial. So that's why I allowed those questions. Whether you shower or shave would, in my humble opinion, not be relevant to the issue of whether you can assist in your own defense.
Well, respectfully, Your Honor, that was brought up by the prosecutor. It was brought up about the whole issue of being able, me requesting to be able to shower and shave. So that's why I brought it up in my question.
I understand, and I'm under my authority under 906.11. I'm going to advise both parties that anything regarding those types of things are not relevant, and I won't allow questions from either side regarding that any further, at least today on this particular issue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would want to make one correction for the record. I never claimed not to be able to have access to certain things. I merely claimed that I am on a protocol which limits me even more than I'm already limited. I made no reference to anything in specific, just the fact that I'm on a protocol which restricts me to my cell until the test can come back.
I appreciate that clarification, sir. Thank you. Do you have any other questions for Ms. Wollenhaupt?
Yeah, a couple more.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you care to share with the court on record the types of protocols that I am currently on outside of the COVID protocol?
Objection, irrelevance. Goes to jail operations.
Sustained. Next question.
If the horizon was endless, where would you go? Discover miles of inspiration in Montana. Go find out at visitmt.com.
Does my specific protocol change the normal time that I would be allowed out of my cell?
Judge, again, that speaks to jail operations.
Mr. Brooks, unless you have a specific question related to access to your materials, I'm going to have her not answer that as it goes to.
Well, that directly goes to that because as we know, I'm only on a protocol where I'm only allowed out of my cell a few hours a day as it is. Now being restricted to my cell because of the COVID protocol, the question I'm asking is, does that restrict even the time that I can be able to be out to utilize the things that I need? Because essentially, I'm only limited. I'm already limited.
Can I ask?
There's times.
I want to make sure I follow you, Mr. Brooks, so I'm sorry for the interruption. If I hear what you're saying correctly, you may have a belief that your access to certain things that would impact your ability to prepare for this case is impacted by the COVID protocols. Is that a fair assessment of what you're trying to convey?
I would say that would be accurate in a sense.
And so if we ask the jail administrator that specifically, is there anything about the COVID protocol that would interfere with your ability to have access to materials or a room? Is that a question you would want answered?
That would be fair enough.
All right, do you understand what he's trying to
So what
ask?
I'm understanding is, obviously, Mr. Brooks is allowed to keep legal material in his cell. He will remain in his current housing location. Access to the conference room, it will not change that, which is outside of his housing unit. And access to the phone could be granted upon request in the day room area.
All right.
So I do not believe the protocol limits his access to legal material.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
Yes, I do. As far as she just referenced the telephone, to the best of your knowledge, are you aware that there is a certain times that the phone will be available? You have other inmates that.
Let's not talk about other inmates, but are again, I'm sorry for the interruption, but I want to try to get us through these questions. If you're asking.
Okay, let me ask it another way.
Okay, go ahead.
Being that because of this COVID protocol, I won't have my usual time out of my cell that I would have regularly, would I be able to utilize the phone in the same manner that I would be able to use the phone had I not been placed on this protocol? Or would it be strictly by me having to just ask?
Roach crime family missing roaches.
Hi, it's Russo. I can't find Vinny.
Vinny? Oh, you won't see Vinny again. Pestcom was at Williams's the week prior.
The tough on pests, but safe for families, Pestcom?
Yep, the toughest pest control company in the Treasure Valley. They've been taking turf from the Roach crime family for decades.
You sure it was Pestcom that got him?
If he went to the Williamses, he's a goner. Pestcom's been offering 50% off their initial services, and it's wiping us Roach crime family clean out. You need to bunker down, Russo.
Don't let roaches, ants, rodents, spiders, wasps, bed bugs, or any other pests take over your home this summer. Call Pestcom Pest Management at 208-216-1117 and send those pests packing.
I guess I'm unclear as to the manner you speak of. What are you referring to?
I think I was very clear with
Are you trying to ask her?
Are you aware
are you aware, which I know you are, that the protocol that I'm on outside of the COVID protocol prohibits me from being able to utilize the phone at certain times of the day? Would the COVID protocol prohibit that any further?
Mr. Brooks, are you trying to ask whether the COVID protocol impacts your phone privileges?
That's what I just said. No, not in a sense, because I think it's more accurate with the way that I asked it.
But your question assumes facts not in evidence and that are beyond the scope of this proceeding. I'm concerned about what, if any, impact the COVID protocol has on your ability to prepare for this case. So I'm going to limit your questioning in that way.
Well, can we at least make a clarification on the record that the reason why we're having this didn't have anything to do with limiting my preparation?
So
that wasn't the real issue.
I think it's related to the.
I just wanted that clear. I just wanted that clarification.
I understand.
That's all.
I understand what you're saying. I respectfully disagree. That's why I've allowed some of the questioning. I believe it's relevant to the motion that's before me for this court to know how the COVID protocol specifically impacts you and your ability to prepare for this case. I understand you might not be claiming the latter to be an issue, but nonetheless, I think it's appropriate for the court to consider those things. I heard the jail administrator indicate that the phone privileges would still be available upon request. And I guess to the extent that that's different, if at all, from the standard protocols that you're under, I would accept that as an offer of proof from you.
Well, I didn't agree to that, but the reason why I brought it up was because I've been on the outside of the COVID protocol. The protocol that I've been on for a very, very long time. So my phone use is limited to certain hours of the day, which works out.
All right, Mr. Brooks, we're getting a little far field. I need to make a determination on your request. So I'll ask you one last.
You haven't let me finish what I will.
Mr. Brooks, I will ask you one last time. Do you have any other questions for the jail administrator? Because right now you're talking more about things you would provide. So if you have a question that's relevant, please ask it.
I didn't say anything I would provide. Where did I say that?
When you provide information through just a statement about things, that's not evidence, right? The witness on the stand is providing us testimony. Testimony is evidence. Not that I wouldn't accept certain statements from you, but also understanding the state has the ability to challenge those by asking questions of the jail administrator or other individuals so that I can make a determination today on your motion. With that, Mr. Brooks, do you have any other questions for the jail administrator?
Well, everything you just said still speaks to not understanding that I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, one last time, do you have any additional questions for the jail administrator?
Your Honor, what you're doing right now is you're not being fair right now.
All right, Mr. Brooks has not answered. Mr. Brooks, I need to make a ruling right now. Please stop. He's not answered my repeated question as to whether he has any additional questions for the jail administrator. Unless there's any further questioning from the state based upon the additional questions that were asked, then I'm going to have her step down.
I just want to ask of the court if you're intending to take up his inmate communication form that was dated September 28, 2022 as well, while Ms. Wollenhop is on the stand. I just have a few questions related to that, Your Honor.
I object to that relevancy. What does it have to do with what she's testifying to right now today? They're two separate issues.
I'm sorry, I don't know the document. Oh, I do have the document number, 258.
Objection for relevancy.
Hold on, Mr. Brooks. I need to find the document in my record. 258, you said?
Yes.
I'm just going to print that off for ease of my reference. I am going to allow the jail administrator to be questioned regarding document 258. I don't know if Mr. Brooks has a copy of that in front of him or not, so I will print it off in that courtroom so that he has that.
So that I have this correct on the record, you're making a judicial determination to allow testimony of something that has no relevancy to what's being raised today. How do these are two separate issues?
The court recognizes that they're two separate issues, but I also have the authority when considering judicial administration and economies of scale, shall we say. We have the jail administrator here. It's an important housekeeping issue as we go forward. And so I'm going to address it after I address the motion to adjourn that you filed. But since we have her here, I'm going to have the parties question her on that document as well. It promotes judicial economy, and that's my decision. So go ahead.
Can I put Your Honor on notice that I intend to appeal that decision?
Your statements noted of record. All right, go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Ms. Wollenhop, I don't believe you have the document in front of you, but
The record to reflect I'm handing her a copy of what is in the record as document 258.
thank you, Judge. I'm sorry.
That's okay, I'll print off another copy for myself.
Okay.
Can someone confirm whether that document was given to Mr. Brooks as well? I did print it to the printer over there. I have that ability. It was. All right, thank you. The record to reflect he has also been provided with a copy of docket number 258.
I'm not acknowledging that document, Your Honor. I'm not acknowledging that. I don't consent to.
All right, I'm going to mute him because he's interrupting. Mr. Brooks, it's a document you filed. So, and it's a document that was filed through the inmate communication form process. It was scanned in on October 3rd, but it's dated 9/29, and it's directed to either clerk of court / Judge Doro. So go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Wollenhop, you've seen a copy of this document previous to today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware that it's dated September 28, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And purports to have been written by Mr. Brooks himself, correct?
Correct.
And in this communication to the court, Mr. Brooks indicates that he is on a quote, keep separate, end quote, in the jail, correct?
Correct.
And at the conclusion of the form, near the bottom, the last two sentences, he indicates that he has no access to the materials he needs to prepare for trial because of the keep separate order, correct?
Correct. That's what he states.
Okay. Is that a truthful statement? Well,
It
let
is.
me ask a different. That's a bad question. I strike that question. Did Mr. Brooks have access to his legal materials during the time that he was under a keep separate order?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, that would be the banker boxes of written discovery in his own jail cell?
Correct. Anything that was in his jail cell, he would have access to.
Okay.
And he would also have access to the conference room and a tablet
And the
in his
tablet.
cell.
Okay. And that's the legal materials that are provided to him are on that tablet and on the computer in the conference room.
Correct.
And nothing about that keep separate order affected his ability to access those things, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions on this topic, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brooks, I will unmute you. Do you have any questions on this topic for the jail administrator?
Yes, I do. You just stated on record that I had access to all materials for trial prep during the time of this keep separate, correct?
If the horizon was endless, where would you go? Discover miles of inspiration in Montana. Go find out at visitmt.com.
It doesn't specifically say what you don't have access to, so yes, what was in your cell.
Did you just say in open court on the record that I in fact had access at the time of this keep separate?
To items in your cell, and you could have access to the conference room to view electronic legal materials.
So am I correct in saying that when you brought over these discovery materials to the pod, that I was in fact in one of those conference rooms and I talked to you face to face? Is that correct?
You were in a conference room and we spoke.
And I informed you then that I was on the keep separate, correct?
I do not recall that.
I specifically told you that I was on a keep separate with the guy that was in the cell next to me that had placed that on me, correct?
I do not recall that.
So you don't recall, you can recall that we spoke, but you can't recall what we spoke about.
I informed you at that time I was delivering the banker's boxes.
And I took the liberty to explain to you that I was on the keep separate and that was going to hinder me being able to prepare. Is that correct?
I do not recall that.
You don't recall that, or you don't remember me bringing it up?
I do not recall us having a conversation regarding the keep separates. We had a conversation regarding me delivering your legal material.
So is there a way to verify when the keep separate went into effect?
Objection relevance. Well, hold on. Mr. Brooks, as I read this inmate communication form, and perhaps it's just a simple question, when you wrote it, did you have access to the banker's box of materials yet?
No, I did not. Ms. Wallenhop just testified the last time that she gave testimony that she brought the discovery materials over on Thursday the 29th. She did say that in open court on
I
the
agree.
record.
Yeah, she said that previously.
This inmate request was written on September the 28th. At that time, I was already on the keep separate protocol, which does not allow me to come out of my cell.
But is the issue the keep separate protocol, or that you didn't have access to the materials that we've now established through testimony you had access to once they were delivered to you?
The keep separate protocol in itself, Your Honor, restricts the two people that have the keep separate from being able to come out of their cell until one of them is moved. Whether that be to another unit in the pod or a different pod, that part I can't speak to, but neither of the parties are able to come out of their cell until someone is moved. And the reason why I wrote, initially why I wrote it was because that stops me from being able to shower in the unit, because officers would have to then take me to another part of the jail, sometimes in the pod, in a secure shower is what they call it, which is downstairs.
Sir, I'm just going to stop you because I honestly, the whether you have a shower or not is not relevant to the issue of whether you had access to the materials you need to prepare for your case. So I read this inmate communication form, especially that very last sentence. I am respectfully asking and requesting that my trial be slightly delayed as I have no access to the materials needed to prepare for trial. Thank you. So my question to you is, and I think you've already answered it, but I want to make sure, at the time you wrote this inmate communication form, the materials had not yet been delivered to you. Is that your testimony?
The boxes that were brought over had not yet been delivered. I had already had
maybe 10% of the discovery materials that was provided to me by my former attorneys on this matter.
Right, so
That in itself was very, very voluminous in itself.
Sir, we had a prior hearing related to the access provided to you and when the materials were provided. You may recall that Attorney Perry even testified over Zoom audio about that. The jail administrator testified as well. To me, that record is very clear that the materials that were provided by your defense attorneys following their discharge on your case were received by you on September 29th of 2022. That has been established. No one is disputing that. So that's the record that I have before me. I understand what you're saying about the keep separate, but also at that hearing, it was made very clear to everyone that the jail administrator gave some specific directives as it relates to you and access to certain things.
If the horizon was endless, where would you go? Discover miles of inspiration in Montana. Go find out at visitmt.com.
I do recall that, Your Honor. And one of the questions, if you recall, one of the questions I had about what you just said was, did all the officers know about that specific order? I guess it would be called. I don't know what it would exactly, but the information that was to be passed down from Ms. Waterhouse to the officers.
Right, and I'm not going to revisit that because you were given ample opportunity when we first addressed that to ask questions and to provide other information, meaning statements from yourself. And the clear record from that is that the information was put into the jail management system. It was documented, and that the jail administrator had no information to suggest her employees did not have that information and honor that information. There was no testimony from anyone else to suggest that that wasn't followed. So
I would like to say something for the record, Your Honor, on that.
go ahead.
To speak to what you just said on that, it's possible that all officers were not aware of that. I even talked about this with an officer who worked just last night that wasn't even aware. And his answer was that he had been off for a few days. So to his knowledge, he wasn't aware of that. And that issue came up because I specifically asked to utilize a tablet. So in my mind, that would say to me that I'm not trying to argue if the order went out to the officers. That's not what I'm disputing. I'm just disputing the fact that every officer that works in my pod is aware of that.
All right, thank you. Any questions at this point for the jail administrator? Again, not related to the shower, but related to access to materials.
Does a keep separate protocol, Ms. Waterhouse, does a keep separate protocol restrict inmate movement in any way?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained, overly broad. Next question, or rephrase.
Does being on a keep separate protocol, or rather, should I refer to myself? If I am on a keep separate protocol, would that in effect limit me to only being in my cell and being able to only utilize what I would essentially have in my cell?
That's a compound question, so you have to break it down one at a time. So rephrase.
Would would a keep separate protocol restrict me to cell confinement until arrangements can be made for me to be able to resume my normal activities?
Judge, I would prefer not to answer that. It's due to jail operations. We would look at each individual in each situation. I think it's overly broad.
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to honor the request of the jail administrator to not answer that because